Steel clashes on the battlefield as the thunder of tanks and gunfire tears across Europe. Soldiers of the Waffen-SS move with deadly precision, striking deep behind enemy lines, while artillery shells explode in clouds of smoke and fire. From the frozen forests of the Eastern Front to the burning streets of occupied cities, their campaigns leave a trail of terror, strategy, and relentless warfare. Tonight, as you fall asleep, we'll take you through the entire story of the Waffen-SS, their rise, battles, tactics, and the grim reality of their role in World War II. Close your eyes, let the chaos of history wash over you, and drift through the unbroken tale of one of history's most infamous military formations. In the chaotic aftermath of Germany's defeat in the First World War, the fledgling Weimar Republic struggled to maintain control amidst political violence, street battles, and revolutionary movements. Amid this turbulence, Adolf Hitler emerged as a fiery orator and leader of the small but ambitious National Socialist German Workers' Party, or NSDAP. In the early 1920s, political meetings often descended into brawls with communists and rival nationalist groups, forcing parties to organize their own protective squads. For Hitler, the need for loyal and disciplined bodyguards became urgent, as assassination attempts and disruptions were constant threats. Initially, this role fell to the SA, the Sturmabteilung, or stormtroopers, a paramilitary force infamous for its rowdy violence and lack of discipline. However, Hitler distrusted the SA's rowdy street fighters and longed for a smaller, more elite unit that would embody order and loyalty. In 1923, as Hitler's ambitions grew bolder, he ordered the formation of a special group of personal bodyguards, men chosen for absolute devotion to him personally. This group, known as the Stoßtrupp Adolf Hitler or Shock Troop Adolf Hitler, would become the nucleus of a future empire of terror. The men wore distinctive black uniforms and stood close to Hitler during rallies, projecting an image of authority and unwavering allegiance. Though small at the time, their creation laid the foundation for an organization that would later dominate Nazi Germany's apparatus of repression. The failed Beer Hall Putsch of November 1923 nearly destroyed Hitler's movement, leading to his imprisonment and the temporary disbandment of the party's paramilitary units. Yet the concept of an elite guard survived in his mind, lingering as a vision of a loyal corps beyond the control of rivals. By 1925, upon his release and the refounding of the Nazi Party, Hitler reconstituted a smaller group tasked exclusively with his personal security. This new formation was called the Schutzstaffel, or Protection Squadron, abbreviated as SS. At first, it was tiny, numbering only a few hundred men, serving more as a ceremonial guard than a force of real power. They wore black caps and armbands, distinguishing themselves visually from the brown-shirted SA. Unlike the SA, whose leaders often pursued their own agendas, the SS was drilled into emphasizing absolute obedience to Hitler alone. The SS men were instructed to view themselves not as mere brawlers, but as an elite political soldier class with moral superiority. Their devotion to Hitler was emphasized through rituals, oaths, and ceremonies that blended military discipline with cult-like reverence. This transformation marked the earliest shift of the SS from a bodyguard unit into a sacred brotherhood that regarded itself as guardians of the Nazi cause. To believed. The SA remained far larger than the SS in the late 1920s, often overshadowing its smaller counterpart. Under Ernst Röhm, the SA ballooned into millions of men, intimidating political opponents in the streets, and exerting pressure on the fragile republic. Yet Hitler, wary of Röhm's ambitions and the SA's undisciplined violence, increasingly looked toward the SS as a counterbalance. He needed a force that would embody loyalty, professionalism, and ideological purity, not mob chaos. To achieve this, he appointed Heinrich Himmler in 1929 to head the SS. At the time, the SS was still a relatively small organization, numbering only about 280 men, but Himmler was a man of tireless ambition, meticulous organization, and fanatical belief in Nazi ideology. Under his leadership, the SS would begin its transformation from a ceremonial guard into a vast empire within the Nazi state. Himmler sought to instill in the SS the values of racial purity, loyalty to Hitler, and a quasi-religious mission to shape the future of Germany. With his rise, the SS would grow beyond its original purpose and become central to the Third Reich's machinery of terror. Thinkers. Himmler envisioned the SS as not merely a military unit, but as the racial vanguard of National Socialism. Membership was highly selective, with candidates required to prove their Aryan ancestry, often tracing lineage back to the 1800s. Physical appearance was scrutinized. Height, build, eye color, and other features were considered markers of racial worth. This obsession with racial purity reflected Himmler's mystical view of the SS as a new nobility that would guide Germany into the future. The SS oath was not to Germany, not to the Nazi Party, but directly to Adolf Hitler himself, creating a personal cult of loyalty. The men of the SS were expected to live with an almost monastic discipline, abstaining from dishonor, embodying discipline, and serving as models of Nazi virtue. Their black uniforms, designed by SS member Karl Diebitsch and refined by Hugo Boss's tailoring company, symbolized both fear and prestige. When the SS appeared in formation at rallies, the effect was chilling, with black ranks exuding power and menace in stark contrast to the brown-shirted masses of the SA. Through these symbols, rituals, and restrictions, Himmler crafted the SS into a brotherhood of fanatics who believed they were guardians of a racial destiny. This cult-like structure would later grant the SS immense cohesion and loyalty. By the early 1930s, the rivalry between the SA and SS grew increasingly tense. The SA still outnumbered the SS by a massive margin, and Röhm envisioned his stormtroopers becoming the core of a new revolutionary army that might even replace the Reichswehr, the official German military. Such ambitions alarmed Hitler, who needed the support of the Reichswehr officers to consolidate power. Meanwhile, Himmler and the SS positioned themselves as disciplined professionals, contrasting themselves with the SA's drunken street fights and unruly marches. They emphasized ceremonial precision, loyalty to law and order, and the image of protectors rather than agitators. As the Nazi Party gained political ground, Hitler leaned more heavily on the SS for his personal security, signaling his growing trust in them. By 1933, with the Nazis rising to power, the SS began to expand, both in numbers and in influence. Their black uniforms became iconic symbols of Nazi order and authority, paraded before cheering crowds as living embodiments of discipline. The SS was no longer just a protective unit. It was becoming the ideological spearhead of the movement, yet its true power was still to be revealed in the years ahead. The turning point for the SS came during the infamous Night of the Long Knives in June 1934. In a dramatic purge, Hitler ordered the execution of Ernst Röhm and the leadership of the SA, fearing their growing power and potential rebellion. The SS, under Himmler's direction, carried out much of the operation, storming into hotels, homes, and meeting places to arrest and execute Röhm's closest allies. This moment not only eliminated a major rival, but elevated the SS into Hitler's trusted instrument of political enforcement. Their role in the purge demonstrated their absolute loyalty and efficiency, cementing their reputation as Hitler's chosen elite. From this point forward, the SS became independent of the SA and enjoyed a special status within the Nazi hierarchy. The German military and conservative elites, who had been wary of the SA, now embraced the SS as a stabilizing force aligned with Hitler's authority. Himmler seized this opportunity to expand the SS's reach into intelligence, policing, and eventually the enforcement of racial policy. The Night of the Long Knives was not merely an internal purge, it was the rebirth of the SS as the Nazi state's most powerful and feared organization. In the aftermath of the purge, the SS grew rapidly in both numbers and prestige. By the late 1930s, they controlled the Gestapo, the concentration camp system, and vast networks of surveillance. Himmler's vision of the SS as a state within a state began to take shape, with its own schools, its own courts, and its own military wing, the Waffen-SS. Yet it is important to remember that all of this expansion grew from the SS's humble beginnings as Hitler's small guard detail in the 1920s. The transformation from a bodyguard unit into an empire of terror was neither accidental nor inevitable. It was deliberately crafted through discipline, loyalty, and ideological fanaticism. The SS was never meant to be ordinary, it was meant to stand apart, both feared and admired. Its members saw themselves as guardians of a future Germany, purified of all enemies, racial and political. In their eyes, they were not servants but chosen men, a new aristocracy. This sense of destiny fueled their ambition and justified their ruthless actions. The SS had now stepped fully onto the stage of history, poised to play a central role in the atrocities that would follow. Thus, the birth of the SS tells a story of transformation, ambition, and ruthless opportunism. What began as a small protective squad for Hitler in the early 1920s evolved, within a single decade, into one of the most powerful organizations in Nazi Germany. Under Himmler's meticulous and fanatical leadership, the SS became more than a security detail, it became the ideological spearhead of the Nazi movement. Its emphasis on loyalty, racial purity, and ritualistic discipline gave it a cohesion unmatched by other Nazi organizations. The elimination of the SA through the Night of the Long Knives marked the SS's decisive rise to power, securing its place as the enforcer of Hitler's will. From this point onward, the SS would expand into policing, intelligence, military operations, and ultimately, genocide. Yet the seeds of its future crimes were already planted in its origin: blind loyalty to Hitler and belief in racial destiny. The black uniforms, the blood oaths, and the cult of personality created a force capable of unspeakable violence, cloaked in a veneer of order. The SS was now no longer in the shadows, it stood at the center of Nazi power, and with its rise, a dark chapter of history was set into motion. Heinrich Himmler was not a soldier of dazzling charisma, nor a natural warrior, yet he would become one of the most feared architects of terror in the 20th century. Born in 1900 into a middle-class Bavarian family, he grew up in an environment that prized discipline, obedience, and tradition. Yet he carried with him a gnawing sense of mediocrity. He was not an exceptional student, and his attempts to enter the army during the First World War came too late to see combat. This left him with a frustrated longing for martial glory and a yearning to prove his worth in a future conflict. His early years were marked by dabbling in agriculture and poultry farming, pursuits that seemed far removed from destiny. But in the turmoil of post-war Germany, Himmler found in Adolf Hitler's movement both a cause and a path to personal significance. He He joined the Nazi Party in 1923, participating in its early struggles, and soon became drawn to the Schutzstaffel, a small formation of Hitler's personal bodyguards. The SS at this time was little more than a few men in black uniforms, loyal to Hitler but insignificant in the wider paramilitary scene. Yet Himmler, with his obsession for order, race, and loyalty, saw in it the seed of something far greater. Himmler's rise within the Nazi Party was rapid not because of brilliance in rhetoric or battlefield heroics, but because of his fanatical devotion and his organizational skills. He had a talent for administration, a meticulous attention to detail, and an almost obsessive passion for ideology. When he took command of the SS in 1929, it was still a small unit overshadowed by the Stormtroopers, or SA, led by Ernst Röhm. The SA numbered in the millions and represented the muscle of the Nazi movement, but Himmler envisioned something different for the SS. He did not want a mass organization prone to brawls and chaos. Instead, he desired an elite, racially pure and ideologically indoctrinated vanguard. To this end, he began screening members for racial criteria, demanding genealogical proof of Aryan ancestry. He imposed strict discipline, prohibiting drunkenness, brawling, or public disorder. Under Himmler's guidance, the SS began transforming into a distinct order that pledged loyalty to Hitler personally, bypassing all other allegiances. Slowly, the SS became not just bodyguards, but a political and ideological force. At the heart of Himmler's vision was a twisted racial ideology. He believed that the German people were descendants of a superior Aryan race, destined to rule over inferior populations. This belief was not an abstract theory for Himmler, it became the cornerstone of how he shaped the SS. He envisioned the SS as the racial vanguard, guardians of purity, and future rulers of a Germanic empire. To solidify this mission, he initiated rituals and traditions that bound the SS together as a kind of knightly order. Marriage within the SS required Himmler's approval based on strict racial vetting. Members were encouraged to live as models of racial hygiene and discipline, breeding the future Aryan elite. Himmler borrowed heavily from myth, folklore, and pseudo-history, weaving together an image of the SS as heirs to ancient Teutonic knights. He would later institutionalize this myth-making through castles, ceremonies, and a cult-like structure that blended politics, race, and mysticism. This racial mission gave the SS its defining purpose, separating it from all other Nazi organizations. Himmler's loyalty to Hitler was absolute, and this loyalty became the binding creed of the SS. From its earliest days under his command, he made clear that SS men served one master, Adolf Hitler. They were not to waver in politics, not to be swayed by other leaders, and not to question orders. Himmler ensured that the SS oath was not to the Nazi Party as an institution, nor to Germany as a nation, but directly to the Führer. This made the SS an instrument of personal power for Hitler, free from the rivalries and conflicts that plagued other organizations. Himmler's devotion was not simply political. It bordered on religious. He saw Hitler as the incarnation of Germany's destiny, a leader chosen to guide the Aryan race to greatness. This spiritualized loyalty ensured that the SS became an extension of Hitler's will, executing policies with ruthless efficiency. It also guaranteed that when Hitler demanded unspeakable acts, the SS would carry them out without hesitation. By the early 1930s, Himmler had expanded the SS from a mere 280 men to tens of thousands. Yet it was not size alone that made the organization powerful, but its character. Himmler's emphasis on discipline, loyalty, and racial selection gave the SS an aura of elitism. Within the party, it began to be seen as the true core of Hitler's movement, the most dependable and unwavering force. Himmler fostered this perception carefully, dressing his men in striking black uniforms designed by Hugo Boss, projecting both menace and prestige. He cultivated an image of the SS as incorruptible, disciplined and fanatically loyal, in stark contrast to the unruly SA. This contrast proved decisive when Hitler moved against Rome and the SA in 1934. During the Night of the Long Knives, the SS played a key role in eliminating Hitler's rivals. It was the moment the SS emerged from obscurity to become a central pillar of Nazi power, with Himmler as its guiding architect. Himmler's ambition extended beyond policing loyalty within the party. He sought to reshape German society itself. He created the SS as not merely a paramilitary unit, but as a racial and political elite destined to guide the future. He encouraged SS men to think of themselves as guardians of Germany's bloodline, tasked with fathering the next generation of Aryans. Himmler established the Lebensborn program, which promoted childbirth among racially suitable women and SS officers, turning ideology into state-sanctioned breeding policy. At the same time, he built the SS into a vast organization with its own economic empire, controlling farms, industries, and enterprises. His reach expanded into the police, as he gradually consolidated the Gestapo and criminal police under SS control. By doing so, he blurred the lines between state authority and SS power. The SS under Himmler became a state within a state, accountable only to Hitler, with its own laws, economy, and ideological mission. What distinguished Himmler from other Nazi leaders was his bureaucratic ruthlessness paired with ideological zeal. He was not prone to fiery speeches like Joseph Goebbels, nor did he display Göring's flamboyance. Instead, Himmler worked quietly, systematically, and with chilling precision. He read reports, issued directives, and built systems of control that reached into every corner of German life. His vision for the SS was not limited to Germany, but extended to the vast empire Hitler sought to conquer. In Himmler's mind, the SS would become the ruling caste of this empire, policing conquered populations, enforcing racial hierarchies, and carrying out colonization. To prepare for this, he initiated training that emphasized hardness, brutality, and unquestioning obedience. He cultivated a cadre of men who believed themselves to be superior beings, above morality, and destined to impose German rule. Himmler's SS was thus not only an instrument of terror, but also a vision of a future racial utopia built on violence. By the time war broke out in 1939, Himmler had positioned the SS as one of the most powerful institutions in the Third Reich. It controlled the police, the concentration camps, and soon the military wing known as the Waffen-SS. Himmler himself, once a timid and unimpressive man, had become the chief architect of terror. His vision of the SS as a racial and political vanguard had transformed Hitler's bodyguard into a vast empire of repression. Yet his mild appearance, round glasses, soft voice, and bureaucratic manner belied the enormity of his crimes. He did not appear as a monster in the traditional sense, rather he embodied the banality of evil, making genocide and repression into a matter of routine administration. Himmler's legacy was not merely the creation of a ruthless organization, but the demonstration of how ideology, bureaucracy, and loyalty could combine to unleash unprecedented terror. The SS, under his hand, became the engine of racial war, conquest, and genocide. And in the shadow of his influence, Europe would descend into unimaginable darkness. In the late 1920s, the SS began as little more than a ceremonial guard, a collection of men in black uniforms whose primary purpose was to stand behind Adolf Hitler at rallies and shield him from potential harm. Known as the Schutzstaffel, or Protection Squadron, their black shirts were carefully designed to project an aura of menace, discipline, and mystique, setting them apart from the rowdy brown-shirted stormtroopers of the SA. At first, the SS lacked the size, funding, and political weight to make a lasting impact within the Nazi Party, and many within the movement dismissed them as an ornament rather than a weapon. Yet under Heinrich Himmler's calculated leadership, the organization began to shed its decorative skin and develop into something far more formidable. Himmler instilled in his men the idea that they were not merely bodyguards, but the ideological warriors of the Nazi future, entrusted with safeguarding Hitler's vision at all costs. The SS oath, which pledged personal loyalty to Hitler alone, became the bedrock of their identity and the foundation of their ruthless cohesion. By enforcing purity standards, demanding absolute obedience, and selecting members with fanatical devotion, Himmler laid the groundwork for a corps that would one day rival the German army itself. It was in these years of transformation that the SS began to dream of becoming more than a political militia. It aspired to become the very embodiment of National Socialist will. The black uniform became more than attire. It was a statement of power, exclusivity, and ideological supremacy. The SS was no longer content to stand in the background. It was preparing to take the stage. The early SS functioned under the shadow of the much larger SA. The stormtroopers, who had carved out their reputation by brawling in the streets and intimidating opponents. For a time, the SS had to accept its secondary role, playing loyal servant to the SA, while carefully cultivating its own character. But Himmler recognized that Hitler's vision for ultimate power required a more disciplined, reliable force than the SA could provide. The SA was massive but undisciplined, prone to drunken violence, and filled with men whose loyalty could waver. In contrast, Himmler molded the SS into a corps defined by ideological purity and obedience rather than sheer numbers. He implemented strict racial requirements, demanding genealogical proof of Aryan heritage, and introduced rigorous training that emphasized not only physical endurance, but also political indoctrination. This deliberate separation created an image of the SS as a cleaner, more reliable, more fanatically loyal force. The black uniforms, coupled with ceremonial rituals and carefully staged propaganda, cultivated an aura of sacred duty. This distinction would become critical in 1934, during the Night of the Long Knives, when Hitler would use the SS to destroy the SA leadership. From that moment forward, the SS was no longer subordinate. It was the chosen instrument of the Führer. The Night of the Long Knives in June 1934 was the decisive moment when the SS began its evolution from bodyguard unit into an armed political elite. In that bloody purge, Himmler and his SS men, alongside the Gestapo, carried out Hitler's orders to eliminate the leadership of the SA, including Ernst Röhm, who was seen as a threat to Hitler's consolidation of power. The killings shocked Germany and demonstrated that the SS was capable of ruthless efficiency and unwavering obedience. This operation not only cemented Hitler's trust in Himmler's organization, but also redefined the SS in the eyes of the public and the Nazi Party. No longer was it merely a ceremonial guard, it had proven itself as the iron fist of the regime. The SS was now entrusted with the role of protector of the state, defender of Hitler's authority, and enforcer of ideological purity. The army, which had long distrusted the SA, welcomed this shift as it eliminated a potential rival while keeping the SS smaller and seemingly less threatening. Yet beneath the surface, the SS was already preparing for a far more expansive role. This moment marked the beginning of its rise into the militarized wing that would eventually become the Waffen-SS. Atrocities. Following the purge of the SA, the SS consolidated its position as the most loyal and feared arm of the Nazi regime. The Allgemeine SS, or General SS, became responsible for domestic control, surveillance, and racial policy, while Himmler began to experiment with more militarized formations. The SS Verfügungstrupp, or Special Purpose Troops, emerged as the forerunner of the Waffen-SS, serving as a small but highly disciplined military formation, loyal not to Germany's army, but directly to Hitler himself. This new corps underwent rigorous training designed to blend military professionalism with ideological indoctrination, producing soldiers who were both fighters and political crusaders. Himmler emphasized that these men were not ordinary soldiers. They were warriors of a racial and political revolution. The army viewed this development with unease, fearing the rise of a rival military force. But Hitler played a careful balancing act, promising the SS would remain small while quietly supporting its expansion. Within a few years, these units would march into Austria and Czechoslovakia as Hitler's private army, showing the world that the SS was no longer confined to bodyguard duties. The line between the ceremonial and the militarized had blurred, and the SS was well on its way to becoming a parallel military structure. The militarization of the SS was not limited to training and structure. It extended into ideology and self-perception. SS men were drilled to believe they were the chosen guardians of the Nazi racial state, superior to both civilians and regular soldiers. Indoctrination sessions hammered home the notion that their mission transcended ordinary politics or warfare. They were told that they fought not merely for Germany, but for the survival of the Aryan race against its alleged enemies, Jews, communists, and degenerate peoples. Himmler carefully constructed this worldview, framing the SS as a knightly order in modern form, heirs to the Teutonic Knights of medieval Germany. The symbols, rituals, and language reinforced this myth, giving SS soldiers a sense of destiny and purpose that surpassed that of the regular Wehrmacht soldier. This ideological armor made them both fearsome in battle and ruthless in their treatment of civilians and perceived enemies. To the outside world, the SS increasingly appeared not only as Hitler's enforcers, but as a state within a state, dedicated to reshaping Europe in its own image. This fusion of military discipline and fanatical belief would prove catastrophic in the years to come. As the 1930s progressed, the SS expanded its presence in multiple domains, demonstrating its growing ambition to dominate every sphere of life in Nazi Germany. The Allgemeine SS controlled racial policy, enforced surveillance, and maintained ideological conformity within the party and the state. The Sicherheitsdienst, or SD, became the intelligence branch, monitoring enemies real and imagined, and sowing fear throughout society. Meanwhile, the militarized branches prepared for war, drilling under the eyes of German officers, but always answering to Himmler and Hitler. This organizational complexity gave the SS a dual character. It was both a secret police apparatus and a growing military force. Unlike the Wehrmacht, which remained rooted in traditional military honor codes, the SS fused violence with ideology, treating war as an extension of its racial mission. This dual role made it indispensable to Hitler, who increasingly relied on the SS as a tool for both internal control and external conquest. By the eve of the Second World War, the SS had grown far beyond its origins, now boasting tens of thousands of men ready to serve as the spearhead of Nazi expansion. Its transformation was complete, from black-shirted guards to an armed wing of the regime. These were the evolution of the SS from ceremonial bodyguards into a militarized elite, reflected the broader transformation of the Nazi state itself. In its earliest days, the SS had been a symbolic formation intended to convey loyalty and intimidation, but it grew into a central pillar of the Third Reich's power structure. Its black uniforms and rigid hierarchy became symbols of terror both inside and outside Germany. The SS no longer needed to prove itself in street battles or party rallies. It now stood at the heart of state power. Its men were equipped with the best weapons, trained with the highest standards, and infused with a fanatical sense of mission. What had once been a small guard detachment had become an independent army in all but name. This transformation was not accidental, but carefully engineered by Himmler, who understood that loyalty, ideology, and militarization would give the SS enduring power. By the time Hitler launched his wars of conquest, the SS was prepared to play a central role, not only in battle, but also in enforcing the genocidal policies that defined the Nazi regime. The transition from black shirts to armed wing was both a military evolution and an ideological revolution. By 1939, the SS stood as a fully developed institution that embodied the brutality and ambitions of the Third Reich. Its Allgemeine SS units maintained domestic order and spread fear through surveillance and control. Its SD intelligence apparatus ensured that enemies of the regime were silenced or destroyed before they could threaten Nazi power. Most ominously, its militarized formations, soon to be known collectively as the Waffen-SS, prepared to march into war as Hitler's loyal stormtroopers. These men no longer saw themselves as mere protectors of the Führer. They believed they were the vanguard of a new world order. Their transformation had been so complete that even the traditional German army could no longer ignore their presence. Though smaller in number than the Wehrmacht, the SS exuded an aura of menace and exclusivity that set them apart from ordinary soldiers. They were feared, admired, and despised in equal measure. The journey from black-shirted bodyguards to a militarized elite had created one of the most infamous organizations in modern history. What followed in the coming years would reveal the full consequences of their rise. When Heinrich Himmler envisioned the SS, he did not see it as merely a paramilitary force, but rather as a racial order that embodied what the Nazis believed to be the pinnacle of human perfection. The SS was to be the living proof of the so-called Aryan race, the elite guardians of the German future. Every member was expected not only to display absolute loyalty to Adolf Hitler, but also to carry within their blood the genetic traits that the Nazi regime considered superior. This obsession with bloodlines was more than political rhetoric. It was codified into recruitment policies and family investigations that could span centuries. Himmler insisted that prospective SS candidates prove their pure Aryan descent, dating back to at least 1750, with extensive genealogical charts demanded as evidence. Local parish records, church baptismal registries, and state documents were meticulously examined to trace bloodlines. Those who failed this racial vetting were rejected, regardless of their devotion to the cause or military skills. The SS thus became less of a conventional army and more of a racial brotherhood, a closed order defined by blood purity. In Himmler's mind, this blood-based selection separated the SS from ordinary Germans, raising them above the masses. This obsession laid the foundation for the SS's role as both ideological warriors and enforcers of racial policy. To enforce the illusion of Aryan superiority, the SS indoctrinated its recruits from the very beginning of their training. Young men were told that they were heirs to an ancient and noble lineage, descended from Germanic knights who had safeguarded Europe from foreign invaders. Training schools for the SS, such as the Junkerschulen, were not only centers of military instruction, but also laboratories of racial indoctrination. Cadets spent hours in lectures on pseudo-scientific racial theory, listening to professors and SS ideologues who explained the so-called biological laws of heredity. They were told that their blonde hair and blue eyes were physical signs of ancient strength, while darker features suggested genetic weakness. Such lectures were paired with mythology, invoking Nordic sagas and tales of Teutonic chivalry to give a mystical aura to the SS mission. In Himmler's view, these myths gave recruits a sense of spiritual destiny, convincing them they were chosen to purify Europe of inferior races. The blend of science and myth blurred into a powerful propaganda tool that made recruits believe they were fighting for both biology and history. Indoctrination was constant, woven into every drill and ritual. Over time, the recruits internalized the belief that their service was not simply a career, but a sacred racial duty. Through this system, the SS transformed men into ideological zealots who saw themselves as guardians of destiny. Racial selection did not end at recruitment. It extended into every aspect of the SS lifestyle. Marriages among SS members were tightly regulated, requiring approval from Himmler himself or his designated officers. A bride had to undergo rigorous racial vetting, with her family history scrutinized to prove Aryan descent. Even physical examinations were conducted to ensure she exhibited the so-called Nordic racial characteristics. Only when both partners met these strict requirements was the marriage sanctioned, and the couple often received ceremonial blessings in SS rituals designed to mimic ancient pagan traditions. Himmler wanted SS families to produce what he called racially valuable children, who would replenish the bloodlines of Germany with pure Aryan stock. The pressure on SS families to conform to these expectations was immense. Children born into such unions were celebrated as the next generation of Germany's racial elite. This obsession with hereditary control reveals how the SS attempted to regulate private life in service of ideological goals. By merging the personal with the political, Himmler sought to ensure that every new generation of the SS would be biologically and ideologically aligned with Nazi racial doctrine. Marriage thus became another battlefield in the war for racial purity. The SS aimed not only to fight wars, but to shape the very future of humanity. In this way, their ideology extended beyond the battlefield and into the cradle. Himmler's obsession with racial purity manifested itself in the creation of the Lebensborn program. Established in 1935, Lebensborn was designed to encourage the birth of racially pure children and to support mothers deemed valuable to the racial future of Germany. SS officers were encouraged to father children with women who met the strict racial criteria even outside marriage, and those children were given special protection and care. Lebensborn homes provided shelter, medical assistance, and ideological education to mothers and their children. Many of these children were celebrated as the seed of a future Aryan aristocracy. Yet the program was not confined to Germany during the war. Children from occupied territories, especially those in Scandinavia and Eastern Europe, who displayed Aryan traits were abducted, Germanized, and raised within the Lebensborn system. This act of racial theft aimed to absorb desirable blood into the German population. The children were stripped of their identities, taught to forget their origins, and molded into loyal Germans. The program thus combined eugenics, racial engineering, and brutal cultural erasure. It reflected Himmler's belief that blood was destiny and that the SS had the right to reshape Europe's genetic future. Lebensborn became a dark symbol of how ideology could invade the most intimate sphere of life, the bond between parent and child. For Himmler, the womb itself was a battlefield of racial war. Every birth was an act of political significance. In the SS worldview, even infants became tools of ideology. Underlying all of these policies was a pseudo-scientific framework known as racial hygiene. Himmler and his ideological allies leaned heavily on discredited fields like phrenology, anthropology, and eugenics to justify their measures. Charts and measurements of skulls, facial features, and body proportions were used to classify individuals into racial categories. SS physicians and racial examiners traveled across occupied Europe, categorizing populations based on these fabricated standards. Those deemed useful to the German bloodline were sometimes assimilated, while others were condemned to forced labor or extermination. This so-called science created a dangerous illusion of objectivity, allowing mass violence to masquerade as medical necessity. The SS believed they were cleansing society in the same way a surgeon removes a tumor. This mindset gave moral cover to acts of extraordinary brutality. What might otherwise be seen as cruelty was reframed as scientific duty. For recruits in the SS, this ideological framework made their participation in atrocities appear not only acceptable but noble. The rhetoric of science stripped away the humanity of their victims. Once people were reduced to categories on a chart, it became easier to justify their suffering. In this way, pseudoscience became one of the deadliest weapons of the SS. It was not just bullets or tanks that empowered them, but ideas dressed in the guise of truth. By corrupting science, they corrupted morality itself. The SS also cultivated a mythic identity, portraying themselves as heirs to the ancient Germanic tribes and medieval knights of the Teutonic Order. Himmler, fascinated by folklore and mysticism, sought to connect the SS with symbols of legendary purity and chivalry. He frequently invoked tales of King Arthur, the Holy Grail, and Norse mythology to elevate the SS beyond the realm of ordinary men. The castle of Weilsburg became the spiritual center of this myth-making, redesigned to serve as a ceremonial hall for SS rituals. Its architecture blended medieval style with occult symbolism, reinforcing the idea of the SS as a modern order of knights. Ceremonies held there were drenched in ritualistic symbolism, with torches, banners, and oaths sworn in candlelit halls. The SS were taught to view themselves as warriors not just of a nation, but of a racial destiny stretching back to antiquity. By surrounding themselves with myth and legend, they sought to conceal the brutality of their mission behind a veneer of grandeur. This blending of fantasy and ideology created a seductive narrative for recruits. They were no longer ordinary men, but chosen guardians of a sacred mission. Myth thus became a weapon of indoctrination, as powerful as propaganda or education. In the SS, history, legend, and ideology fused into a single story of destiny. This mythic identity made their crimes appear part of a greater, timeless struggle. For Himmler, the SS were not soldiers of today, but knights of eternity. Daily life within the SS was carefully structured to reinforce these racial and ideological ideas. Uniforms were not just clothing but symbols, meticulously designed to convey authority and purity. The black SS uniform, with its silver runes and death's head insignia, was meant to intimidate outsiders and instill pride in insiders. Rituals such as oath ceremonies, flag processions, and remembrance of fallen comrades reinforced a sense of belonging to a sacred order. Even physical training was infused with ideological meaning, with recruits told that building their bodies was part of maintaining racial vitality. Books, lectures, and films circulated constantly within the SS, keeping the message of blood and purity ever present. Recruits were expected to live in ways that upheld the racial image, avoiding alcohol excess, staying physically fit, and maintaining strict discipline. Any deviation was seen not only as personal weakness, but as a betrayal of the racial mission. In this way, every aspect of life was politicized. Private choices became public duties. The SS was not a career but a total way of life, governed by ideology at every level. Through this system, Himmler succeeded in creating a caste apart from the rest of society. The SS did not see themselves as Germans among Germans, but as an elite species within humanity. Their lives were curated to embody Nazi racial ideals. To belong to the SS was to exist within a world defined by blood and myth. The ideology of blood purity and racial supremacy had devastating consequences, not just for the enemies of the Third Reich, but for the moral fabric of Europe itself. By elevating pseudoscience and mythology into guiding principles, the SS transformed prejudice into state policy. Millions of people, Jews, Roma, Slavs, and countless others, were marked as biologically inferior and targeted for destruction. The SS became the spearhead of genocide, carrying their racial beliefs into ghettos, concentration camps, and killing fields. Their indoctrination made cruelty appear righteous and extermination appear as service to a higher goal. Yet this system also corrupted the perpetrators, hardening their hearts and silencing their consciences. What might have once seemed unthinkable became routine. Mass murder was normalized under the banner of racial hygiene. The SS thus did not merely enforce policy, they lived it, embodying the ideology of hatred in every act. The legacy of their racial creed is a reminder of how powerful ideas can be when fused with state power and military force. The SS represents the most extreme example of a racial myth turned into reality. They sought to build a utopia on blood and ashes, convinced of their own purity. Instead, they left behind a legacy of horror. Their story demonstrates the danger of ideology unchecked by morality or humanity. The SS were not just soldiers of war, but missionaries of hate. Their creed of purity became one of history's greatest corruptions. By the summer of 1934, Adolf Hitler faced a dangerous dilemma within his own ranks. The Nazi Party had risen to power with the support of two paramilitary organizations, the SA, also known as the Brown Shirts, and the SS, a much smaller but more disciplined unit. The SA, under Ernst Röhm, had grown into a massive force numbering nearly 3 million men, dwarfing the official German army, which was still restricted to 100,000 soldiers by the Treaty of Versailles. Röhm envisioned the SA as the nucleus of a new revolutionary army, replacing the conservative officer corps that still held sway in the Reichswehr. This ambition clashed directly with Hitler's own plans, for Hitler sought to consolidate his rule by gaining the support of Germany's industrialists, conservative elites, and military establishment. These groups were alarmed by Röhm's radicalism, his push for a second revolution, and his open disdain for the professional army. By June 1934, Hitler knew that Röhm's SA had become both a political liability and a personal threat. It was within this crucible of tension that the SS prepared to step out of the shadows. Heinrich Himmler and his deputy Reinhard Heydrich recognized the opportunity that lay before them. They had long feared that the SS would remain subordinate to the larger and more unruly SA. The SA's street violence and indiscipline made them hated by the German population, while the SS carefully cultivated an image of strict order, loyalty, and almost monastic discipline. In meetings behind closed doors, Himmler and Heydrich fed Hitler intelligence reports exaggerating Röhm's plotting and his supposed plans for a coup. They emphasized Röhm's homosexuality, his radical social agenda, and his plans to merge the army with the SA, presenting him as a dangerous liability to both Hitler and the Reich. In reality, Röhm's threats were often more rhetorical than immediate, but the SS skillfully manipulated perception to ensure that Hitler saw the SA as an imminent danger. As pressure mounted from President Paul von Hindenburg and the Reichswehr generals to curb Röhm, Hitler became convinced that decisive action was required. For Himmler and Heydrich, this was the moment they had been waiting for. the chance to elevate the SS above their rivals once and for all. The purge began on June 30th, 1934, in what became known as the Night of the Long Knives. That morning, Hitler personally travelled to Bad Wiessee, where Röhm and his SA leadership were gathered for a retreat. With sudden and dramatic force, Hitler burst into Röhm's hotel room, catching him entirely off guard. Röhm was arrested on the spot, along with dozens of other SA commanders, who were taken into custody without resistance. Across Germany, SS and Gestapo units, working from prepared lists, launched a wave of coordinated arrests and executions. Political enemies of Hitler, including former allies such as Gregor Strasser and even conservative figures like former Chancellor Kurt von Schleicher, were also swept up in the bloodletting. The killings were carried out swiftly, with many victims shot without trial. What began as a purge of the SA quickly expanded into a wholesale elimination of anyone who might pose a threat to Hitler's grip on power. The SS, once a minor formation, now stood at the very center of this operation, executing their role with ruthless efficiency. In Munich, Berlin, and other German cities, SA leaders were rounded up and imprisoned. Röhm, once Hitler's loyal comrade, was placed in solitary confinement. For several days, Hitler hesitated over what to do with him, torn between past loyalty and present necessity. Ultimately, the decision was made that Röhm must die, for his continued existence posed a symbol of potential opposition. On July 1st, Röhm was presented with a pistol in his prison cell and offered the chance to take his own life. When he refused, declaring that Hitler should have the courage to kill him himself, SS officers executed him with a single gunshot. His death symbolized not only the end of the SA's dominance, but also the final severing of Hitler's early revolutionary rhetoric. The Nazi regime had chosen stability and military cooperation over radical upheaval, and in doing so it had secured the loyalty of the Reichswehr. The SS emerged from this purge no longer as a mere guard unit, but as the decisive instrument of Nazi terror. The executions reverberated across Germany and Europe. The SA, once numbering in the millions, was effectively decapitated, its leadership annihilated, and its power broken. Ordinary SA members were stripped of influence, reduced to a subordinate role in the Nazi hierarchy, and forced into obedience. The Reichswehr generals, relieved at the destruction of their rival, offered their gratitude to Hitler, pledging loyalty to his regime. For the German public, the purge was shrouded in propaganda, presented as a necessary action to preserve national stability. Nazi newspapers framed the killings as a blow against treachery and disorder, portraying Hitler as a strong leader who had saved Germany from chaos. Behind the official narrative, however, the message was clear: dissent within the Nazi ranks would not be tolerated. The SS, by carrying out the purge, demonstrated their readiness to execute Hitler's will without hesitation, earning his trust and cementing their reputation as the most loyal of all Nazi formations. The Night of the Long Knives was not only a political turning point, but also a psychological one. It revealed the extent to which Hitler was willing to use murder as a political tool, and demonstrated that the SS was prepared to carry out such tasks with clinical precision. For Himmler and Heydrich, it was the ultimate vindication of their vision of the SS as an elite order of executioners, above the law and bound only by loyalty to Hitler. The purge established a chilling precedent. Extrajudicial killings carried out in the name of the Führer would be both tolerated and celebrated. It also signaled to the German elite that Hitler's power was now absolute, backed by a loyal and efficient corps of enforcers who could eliminate rivals without hesitation. For the SA, the purge marked the end of their revolutionary dreams and their transformation into a hollow, subordinate organization. For the SS, it was the beginning of their ascent as the dominant force within the Nazi state, armed with newfound authority and confidence. Internationally, reactions to the purge were mixed. Many foreign governments expressed shock at the brutality of Hitler's actions, but others quietly approved of his decisive move to rein in the unruly SA. Some observers interpreted the purge as proof that Hitler was bringing order and discipline to the Nazi movement, presenting himself as a statesman rather than a revolutionary. The British press, in particular, often portrayed the purge as a sign that Hitler had chosen stability over chaos, underestimating the darker implications of the SS's empowerment. In reality, the purge revealed the terrifying machinery that was now taking shape within Germany, a state where political killings could be justified as national necessity, and where the SS operated as both executioner and guardian of Nazi ideology. What seemed like an internal party conflict was in fact the foundation for a regime of totalitarian terror. The world had witnessed a preview of the ruthlessness that would soon be unleashed across Europe. In the aftermath of the Night of the Long Knives, the SS emerged transformed. No longer a marginal formation, it now wielded immense power as Hitler's chosen instrument of control. Himmler gained direct authority over the police forces of Germany, further expanding the SS's reach into every corner of society. The organization began to grow rapidly, attracting ambitious men who saw in the SS a path to influence and prestige. The purge had proven that the SS was indispensable to Hitler, and that loyalty to the Führer was the surest guarantee of advancement. For Hitler, the event secured his dominance over both the party and the state, silencing opposition and binding the army to his regime. For the SS, it was the moment that defined their identity as the enforcers of Nazi will, willing to shed blood without hesitation in service to their leader. The Night of the Long Knives was not merely a purge, it was the SS's baptism of power, the moment they supplanted the SA and became the central pillar of Nazi terror. The mid-1930s marked a crucial turning point in the transformation of the SS from a bodyguard formation into a potential military force. The creation of the SS Verfügungstruppe, often referred to simply as the SSVT, was a step toward realizing Heinrich Himmler's long-cherished ambition of a loyal, ideologically hardened army within an army. Unlike the black-uniformed Allgemeine SS, which remained largely a political and administrative organization, the SSVT was specifically trained for combat. The name itself, Verfügungstruppe, or troops at disposal, carried a deliberate meaning, signaling that this force was not bound to the German state, nor to the traditional Wehrmacht hierarchy, but rather at the personal disposal of Adolf Hitler. This independence was not only symbolic but also practical, as it represented Himmler's long-term effort to carve out a military domain under his own control. The SSVT thus stood apart from other Nazi organizations, serving as a militarized wing prepared to both fight wars abroad and enforce ideological goals at home. The units were small in number, but their existence was a visible declaration that the SS was evolving beyond its original political policing role. In essence, the SSVT laid the foundations for what would one day become the Waffen-SS. It was a project cloaked in loyalty to Hitler, but driven by Himmler's vision, and it would grow in significance as the years moved inexorably closer to war. The Medien Demons, this recruitment into the SSVT followed strict racial and ideological guidelines, reflecting the overarching goals of the SS as a whole. Volunteers were subjected to meticulous background checks, ancestry verifications, and physical examinations designed to enforce the racial policies of the Nazi state. Young men were expected to prove their Aryan lineage back to at least 1800, while physical fitness tests screened out anyone deemed unworthy of representing the so-called racial elite. These requirements, though often rigidly enforced, served more as propaganda than scientific truth, creating an aura of exclusivity that separated the SSVT from the conscripted masses of the Wehrmacht. For those accepted, training was not merely about military drills, but also about political indoctrination. Recruits were immersed in Nazi ideology, taught to view themselves as the guardians of a future racial order. The emphasis on ideological purity meant that these soldiers were not only warriors, but also missionaries of National Socialism. Every march, every lesson, and every ritual reinforced the belief that they were an elite chosen for destiny. This combination of selective recruitment and ideological indoctrination gave the SSVT a unique character distinct from any other formation in Germany. It was both a fighting force and a political instrument designed to serve Hitler with fanatical loyalty. This dual purpose would prove vital in shaping its identity in the years to come. The training regimen of the SSVT was harsh, grueling, and deliberately designed to break down individuality while forging a collective sense of superiority. Recruits endured long days of military drill, weapons instruction, and physical conditioning, often under conditions that bordered on cruelty. They were taught to operate as a cohesive unit, functioning without hesitation and with absolute obedience to orders. Yet, unlike the Wehrmacht, where professionalism and strategy dominated, the SSVT placed equal emphasis on ideological lessons. Recruits spent hours in classrooms being lectured on Nazi racial theory, the dangers of Bolshevism, and the supposed mission of Germany as the vanguard of a new European order. The intent was clear: to create soldiers who not only fought with skill, but also believed without question in the righteousness of their cause. This ideological overlay made them more than just soldiers. They were instruments of Nazi vision, willing to carry out tasks that regular armies might resist. Drill instructors emphasized brutality as a virtue, teaching recruits that mercy was weakness and loyalty to Hitler was the ultimate measure of manhood. The uniform, the rituals, and the constant surveillance fostered a culture of fanaticism. In this environment, hesitation was eliminated, and ideological conviction became indistinguishable from military training. The SSVT emerged from this crucible as a uniquely dangerous force, both militarily competent and ideologically radicalized. Propaganda played a central role in elevating the reputation of the SSVT far beyond its actual size. Nazi-controlled media frequently depicted the formation as a living embodiment of the racial ideals espoused by Hitler and Himmler. Films, posters, and newspaper articles showed tall, blonde soldiers marching in perfect synchronization, symbols of a new Aryan elite destined to reshape the continent. The SSVT was presented as the model of discipline and loyalty, a formation that fused physical perfection with political devotion. These portrayals were not only designed to inspire German youth, but also to intimidate potential enemies, projecting the image of an unstoppable racial army. Himmler himself carefully curated this narrative, ensuring that the SSVT was seen as a vanguard of the future, set apart from the traditions of the old Prussian officer corps. This distinction mattered, for the SSVT was not intended to be just another branch of the German armed forces. It was the spearhead of an ideological revolution. Propaganda films often highlighted their ceremonial roles at Nazi rallies, emphasizing their closeness to Hitler as his chosen protectors. Every parade was choreographed to display unity, precision, and superiority. By presenting the SSVT as both warriors and political soldiers, the regime reinforced the myth of the SS as the embodiment of Nazi destiny. It was a myth that many Germans came to believe, strengthening the prestige of the SSVT as war drew near. The relationship between the SSVT and the traditional military was tense and often hostile. The German army, steeped in centuries of tradition, regarded Himmler's force as interlopers, political soldiers, without the experience or discipline to match professional soldiers. Senior Wehrmacht officers resented the SSVT's claims of superiority and bristled at Himmler's efforts to carve out an independent military domain. They saw the racial requirements and ideological indoctrination as a distraction from genuine military professionalism. Yet Hitler supported Himmler's project, viewing the SSVT as a useful counterbalance to the conservative tendencies of the army. He understood that a loyal force outside the traditional command structures could be essential in maintaining his personal authority. Thus, despite repeated objections from generals, the SSVT continued to expand. Joint exercises were sometimes conducted, but they often highlighted the friction between the two formations. Wehrmacht officers complained of the SSVT's fanaticism and lack of discipline, while SS leaders accused the army of clinging to outdated traditions. This rivalry would simmer throughout the Nazi era, intensifying during wartime as the Waffen-SS sought to prove its worth on the battlefield. In the mid-1930s, however, the SSVT was still small enough to avoid outright confrontation, but the seeds of rivalry had been planted, and they would grow into a defining feature of the Nazi war machine. Himmler's vision for the SSVT extended beyond Germany's borders, shaping the way it recruited and trained. From the beginning, the SS leadership viewed the force not simply as a German military formation, but as the nucleus of a future European order. Volunteers from Austria and the Sudetenland were welcomed after those regions came under German control, reflecting the SS belief that all racially suitable Germans belonged in their ranks. Himmler even entertained the idea of recruiting from other Nordic populations, envisioning the SSVT as a multinational elite bound by racial ideology rather than nationality. This concept foreshadowed the Waffen-SS of later years, which would eventually encompass volunteers from across Europe. In this early phase, however, the numbers remained relatively small, and the organization was still struggling for recognition within Germany itself. Nonetheless, Himmler's ambitions were clear, and the SSVT was already positioned as more than just another military unit. It was an ideological seed planted for future expansion. The idea of creating a pan-European force aligned perfectly with Nazi racial doctrine, which viewed the German people as the spearhead of a broader Aryan resurgence. Training recruits from annexed territories was a way to test this concept in practice. It gave the SSVT a character that was both German and supranational, and it laid the foundation for the wider Waffen-SS experiment that would soon follow. By the late 1930s, the SSVT had grown in size and prominence, though it still remained relatively small compared to the Wehrmacht. It participated in ceremonial displays, acted as a visible show of loyalty at major Nazi events, and served as an armed symbol of Hitler's authority. But the looming prospect of war gave the SSVT its first real chance to demonstrate its value. The annexation of Austria in 1938 and the occupation of Czechoslovakia in 1939 offered opportunities for the SSVT to play a supporting role, showcasing its readiness to act as an armed instrument of Nazi policy. These events were used to bolster the propaganda narrative of the SSVT as both a political and military force. At the same time, the Wehrmacht continued to question its effectiveness, insisting that only the army could conduct real operations. Himmler, however, was determined to ensure that the SSVT would have a role to play in the coming conflict. Training was intensified, and resources were quietly diverted to prepare the unit for wartime duties. The SSVT's soldiers were taught to believe that they would prove their worth on the battlefield, where loyalty and ideology would triumph over tradition and skepticism. Their first real test was rapidly approaching. For the SSVT, war represented both a trial and an opportunity. It would either justify Himmler's vision or expose the limitations of his ideological experiment. The creation and development of the SSVT marked one of the most important stages in the militarization of the SS. What began as a small formation intended to symbolize loyalty to Hitler became a stepping stone toward a far larger project. By combining strict racial recruitment, relentless ideological indoctrination, and rigorous training, Himmler created a force that stood apart from the Wehrmacht. Though small in numbers, its significance lay in what it represented: the transformation of the SS from a political tool into an armed force with ambitions of independence. Its propaganda-driven image gave it prestige among loyal Nazis, while its rivalry with the Wehrmacht foreshadowed future struggles within the Nazi power structure. For its recruits, the SSVT offered a sense of belonging to an elite destined to shape the future of Europe. For Himmler, it was the realization of his dream of an SS that was not merely a security apparatus, but a true racial vanguard. The SSVT may have lacked the experience and resources of the army, but it possessed something the Wehrmacht did not: fanatical devotion to ideology. This devotion would make it both feared and reviled in the years that followed. As Europe edged toward war, the SSVT stood ready as the prototype of a new kind of soldier. It was the beginning of the Waffen-SS, a force whose role in history would become both infamous and catastrophic. The Totenkopf units, whose name translates chillingly to Death's Head, began their existence as specialized detachments within the growing SS structure, tasked with one of the most notorious duties of the Nazi regime. In the mid-1930s, as the SS consolidated its control over Germany's political and social institutions, Himmler assigned these men to guard duties at the newly established concentration camps. Their skull insignia, worn proudly on their caps, was both a symbol of intimidation and a reminder of their role as custodians of fear. Unlike the regular police or military, their responsibilities were not confined to maintaining order, but rather to enforcing a system of systematic oppression. They supervised forced labor, administered cruel punishments, and set the tone for the terror that pervaded camp life. Their reputation quickly spread among the German populace, instilling dread in those who even whispered dissent against the regime. To be assigned to the Totenkopf was to be given license for brutality, legitimized by state ideology and shielded by SS secrecy. The men selected were indoctrinated in strict racial dogma and encouraged to abandon empathy in favor of ruthless efficiency. What began as simple guard duties soon evolved into one of the most horrific branches of the Nazi state, where human life was reduced to expendable labor. This was the genesis of the Totenkopf, a unit that would eventually stride from behind the wire fences of camps to the battlefields of Europe. The origins of the Totenkopf can be traced to Theodor Eicke, a loyal Himmler subordinate who became inspector of concentration camps. Eicke envisioned the guards not merely as sentinels, but as ideological soldiers, prepared to enforce the Führer's racial policies with absolute obedience. He developed a system of organization, discipline, and indoctrination that would define camp life throughout the Reich. His methods were brutal, emphasizing the dehumanization of prisoners and rewarding guards who displayed merciless behavior. Eicke's creation turned the camps into laboratories of cruelty, where guards were trained to treat inmates as subhuman enemies rather than individuals. The Totenkopf units under his supervision became infamous for their mechanical adherence to violence and their lack of remorse in administering suffering. These guards learned to strip away compassion and replace it with unflinching loyalty to Nazi racial ideology. In their training, slogans about racial purity and the duty to cleanse the German nation were repeated endlessly. Their uniforms and insignia gave them a false sense of knightly honor, masking the grim reality of their work. IK's system would set the standard, ensuring that every Totenkopf man became both a symbol and instrument of Nazi terror. By the late 1930s, the Totenkopf units, numbered in the thousands, spread across Germany's expanding concentration camp system. Camps such as Dachau, Sachsenhausen, and Buchenwald became their training grounds, not just in physical drills, but in psychological hardening. Prisoners were subjected to arbitrary beatings, starvation, and executions, all under the watchful eyes of guards who saw themselves as warriors in a racial struggle. The Totenkopf developed rituals of cruelty, from sadistic punishments to forced labor intended to break both body and spirit. Guards learned to suppress any trace of pity, often competing with one another to demonstrate the harshest discipline. Reports of their brutality filtered into German society, but fear and propaganda prevented any widespread outcry. For the SS, the camps served not only as detention centers, but as schools for cruelty, preparing their men for the role of ideological soldiers. As Germany marched toward war, the Totenkopf units were seasoned in a different kind of battlefield, one waged against defenseless captives. This apprenticeship in terror created a corps of men uniquely suited for the violent demands of the Nazi vision. The transition from camp guards to frontline soldiers would not only be seamless, but devastating. The outbreak of war in 1939 brought a dramatic shift in the role of the Totenkopf units. No longer confined to guard duty, Himmler and Eicke saw in them the potential to be forged into a combat force loyal only to the SS. The invasion of Poland provided their first test, as Totenkopf men were deployed to oversee newly created camps and participate in so-called pacification operations. These tasks included mass arrests, deportations, and executions of Polish intellectuals and community leaders. They learned the mechanics of occupation, the rounding up of entire villages, the burning of homes, and the segregation of populations deemed undesirable. Unlike the Wehrmacht, which still clung to some codes of military conduct, the Totenkopf reveled in unchecked violence. In their black uniforms, they became the grim face of Nazi terror in occupied territories. Himmler boasted that these men embodied the future of Germany's racial and political war. Their dual function, camp guardians and field enforcers, blurred the lines between administrative cruelty and open military action. It was during this period that the Totenkopf gained their reputation as both soldiers and executioners. The transformation was underway, and soon their skull insignia would appear on battlefields across Europe. In 1940, the Totenkopf made the leap from auxiliary force to fully fledged combat division, with the formation of the SS Totenkopf Division. Commanded by Theodor Eicke himself, the division was composed largely of men who had cut their teeth in concentration camps. Their training emphasized ferocity, obedience, and ideological zeal rather than conventional military skill. This gave them a reputation for savagery in combat, often at the expense of tactical discipline. Their first major deployment came during the invasion of France, where they fought with reckless aggression. The Totenkopf Division soon distinguished itself not just for bravery, but for atrocities, including the massacre of British prisoners at Leningrad. This event revealed the continuity between their camp experiences and battlefield behavior, prisoners were not to be respected, but annihilated. Their commanders encouraged this mindset, reinforcing the idea that mercy was weakness. The skull insignia, once a symbol of intimidation behind barbed wire, became a dreaded emblem for Allied soldiers. The Totenkopf had successfully transitioned from guardians of terror to frontline warriors of destruction. The Eastern Front would become the crucible in which the Totenkopf division cemented its brutal reputation. Deployed during Operation Barbarossa in 1941, the division participated in some of the bloodiest battles of the campaign. Here the ideological war against Bolshevism and subhumans fused with their earlier training in racial contempt. Villages were torched, civilians slaughtered, and captured Red Army soldiers executed en masse. The Totenkopf carried out these actions not as aberrations, but as extensions of their role within the Nazi racial order. Their commanders justified atrocities as acts of necessity in the struggle for Germany's survival. The men conditioned in the camps required little persuasion to carry out the harshest policies. Their casualties were heavy, but their fanaticism ensured they remained a formidable force. Soviet troops who faced them soon learned that surrender often meant death. The Totenkopf had become synonymous with the ferocity and barbarism of the Waffen-SS. Despite their battlefield role, the Totenkopf never fully abandoned their origins in the camp system. Even as divisions fought in France, Russia, and beyond, Totenkopf units continued to supply guards for concentration camps throughout the Reich. This dual existence made them unique. Soldiers in the field, executioners behind the wire. They embodied the SS philosophy of total warfare, where ideology and violence were inseparable. While one group of Totenkopf men marched into battle, others supervised the machinery of genocide in Auschwitz, Dachau, and Mauthausen. This continuity linked the horrors of the battlefield with the horrors of the Holocaust, creating a chain of cruelty that spanned Europe. For the Nazis, it was proof that their racial warriors could excel in every arena of their war. For history, it stands as one of the starkest reminders of how ideology transforms men into instruments of terror. The Totenkopf were not simply soldiers, but the very essence of the SS system distilled into one unit. Their legacy was written in blood, both on the front lines and in the camps. By the war's end, the Totenkopf division and its associated units had earned a reputation as one of the most feared formations in the Waffen-SS. Their record combined ferocity in combat with a litany of atrocities, making them infamous among both enemies and allies. The men who once patrolled camp fences had become hardened veterans of Europe's greatest battles, yet their legacy was inseparable from the crimes that followed them wherever they went. Allied investigators later found that many of the worst atrocities of the war bore the mark of the Totenkopf. Their commanders, including Aki, had crafted a force where cruelty was not incidental but essential. Survivors of their campaigns remembered not just soldiers but executioners in uniform. After Germany's defeat, many Totenkopf men faced trials for war crimes, though many escaped justice amid the chaos of post-war Europe. The skull emblem that once symbolized their pride became a mark of shame, associated forever with horror. The story of the Totenkopf reminds us how ideology and violence, once fused, can create one of history's darkest instruments of terror. To understand the transformation of the SS into Hitler's elite, one must step inside the training camps where young recruits were broken down and rebuilt as political soldiers. Unlike the Wehrmacht, which trained men primarily for battlefield efficiency, the SS placed equal, if not greater, emphasis on ideological indoctrination. Every aspect of daily life was designed to instill the idea that the SS man was not merely a soldier, but the vanguard of a racial and political revolution. Morning drills began before dawn, and they were followed by hours of relentless physical training that pushed recruits to their limits. Forced marches with heavy packs across rough terrain tested endurance, while obstacle courses demanded speed and strength. Yet the training was never just physical, it was deeply psychological, stripping away individuality and fostering blind loyalty to Hitler. Lectures on racial theory filled the evenings, teaching that Germans were destined to rule and that enemies of the Reich were subhuman threats. The young men were told they were not just protecting borders, but safeguarding the very future of Aryan civilization. In this environment, weakness was despised, hesitation punished, and loyalty exalted above all else. What emerged from these camps was a new type of soldier, fanatical, disciplined, and utterly devoted to the Führer. Discipline inside SS training centers was absolute and merciless, enforcing obedience through both fear and pride. Recruits who faltered during drills were subjected to public humiliation, forced to perform exhausting punishments until collapse. Those who questioned orders faced immediate dismissal, if not outright violence from their comrades, for doubt was seen as betrayal. Instructors were often battle-hardened veterans or fanatical ideologues, chosen for their ruthlessness in shaping the next generation. Their method was simple: instill obedience so absolute that hesitation in combat would be unthinkable. Every action, from how a soldier stood to how he addressed superiors, was controlled and monitored. Uniform inspections were brutal, with the slightest imperfection resulting in harsh consequences, reinforcing the idea that attention to detail was a reflection of inner discipline. Nights were filled not with rest but with duties, study sessions, and endless repetition of ideological slogans. Recruits often spoke of the psychological toll of being stripped of individuality until they functioned as parts of a machine. Over time, this process forged bonds of brotherhood, as men shared both suffering and indoctrination, binding them together in a cult-like loyalty. The SS man thus emerged not only as a soldier, but as a weaponized believer in Hitler's vision. The indoctrination component of SS training cannot be overstated, for it transformed military preparation into a form of ideological conditioning. Lectures were filled with pseudo-scientific racial theories, taught by Nazi-approved professors who presented distorted history as truth. Recruits memorized concepts of Aryan superiority and absorbed myths about Germanic knights as their spiritual forebears. These stories, crafted to inspire, painted the SS as heirs to a thousand-year destiny, guardians of Europe against degeneracy and decay. Anti-Semitic propaganda was constant, portraying Jews as conspirators behind communism, capitalism, and every ill-facing Germany. By presenting enemies as existential threats, the SS justified extreme brutality as righteous defense. Recruits were urged to view mercy as weakness, and to understand cruelty as a necessary tool of survival. Every film, every book, every speech reinforced the same message. The SS was a holy order, chosen by fate to cleanse and protect the Reich. This indoctrination blurred the line between soldier and zealot, ensuring that orders were followed not reluctantly, but with religious conviction. The SS thus became not only militarily efficient, but ideologically uncompromising, a dangerous combination that would define their role in the war to come. Physical conditioning was another cornerstone of SS training, designed to craft soldiers of superhuman endurance. Recruits were required to run long distances daily, often carrying heavy equipment, sometimes through snow or mud to toughen their resilience. Swimming, boxing, and wrestling were emphasized, with the aim of producing not just fighters, but men hardened to pain and confrontation. Forced marches sometimes stretched for days, with minimal rations testing both the body and willpower. The philosophy was that only through suffering could a man be reborn as a true SS warrior. Survival skills were taught rigorously, from foraging for food to building shelters, ensuring men could endure even the harshest environments. Physical contests between recruits fostered both competitiveness and brutality, teaching that strength equaled superiority. Injuries were common, yet recruits were discouraged from seeking medical help, for toughness was valued over comfort. Every success was framed as proof of Aryan vitality, reinforcing the ideology drilled into them daily. In this way, physical training was inseparable from political education, each strengthening the other to produce Hitler's elite. The SS training environment deliberately blurred the boundary between military life and ideological ritual. Ceremonies were held frequently, with torches, banners, and oaths that resembled religious rites more than military traditions. Recruits swore personal loyalty not to Germany, not even to the Nazi Party, but directly to Adolf Hitler himself. This oath made obedience not merely a duty but a sacred act, binding each man's fate to that of the Führer. Symbolism was everywhere: the black uniform, the lightning bolt runes, the death's head insignia, all reminders of the SS's identity as a chosen elite. Even mealtime conversations were monitored, ensuring that ideology seeped into every corner of existence. Songs glorifying the Reich were sung in chorus, reinforcing unity and suppressing individual thought. Ritual punishments, such as public denunciations, reinforced collective discipline by making examples of those who faltered. The result was a system where training was not just preparation for war, but initiation into a cult-like brotherhood. By the time recruits completed their training, they no longer saw themselves as ordinary men, but as guardians of Hitler's vision for the future. What made the SS unique compared to other military units was this deliberate cultivation of fanatical obedience. A Wehrmacht soldier might serve loyally out of patriotism or duty, but an SS man was expected to obey because he believed deeply and without question in Hitler's cause. This distinction gave the SS a dangerous advantage, for they could be relied upon to carry out orders that others might resist. Whether it was suppressing political opposition, enforcing racial policies, or later committing atrocities, SS men acted with ideological certainty. Instructors hammered this point relentlessly, often staging mock scenarios where recruits had to choose between compassion and cruelty, always rewarding the latter. Stories of betrayal or weakness were told as cautionary tales, while those who demonstrated ruthless efficiency were praised as role models. Over time, this reshaped the moral compass of recruits, teaching them to view violence as virtue and obedience as honor. By combining military discipline with ideological extremism, the SS created a soldier unlike any other in history. It was this formula that transformed them from a small bodyguard unit into a force capable of both battlefield prowess and systemic terror. The psychological transformation of SS recruits was gradual but deliberate, stripping away individuality and creating uniformity of thought. From the moment they entered training camps, recruits were told that their old lives were gone and that their only family was now the SS. Letters from home were restricted, visits were rare, and the outside world was painted as weak and corrupt. This isolation heightened the intensity of indoctrination, for recruits had no competing sources of identity or loyalty. Group punishments ensured that comrades policed each other, further binding men into collective discipline. Recruits who showed hesitation were pressured until they either adapted or broke under the strain. Those who left were branded as failures, their names shamed before the group to discourage dissent. Those who endured began to adopt the SS worldview, often without realizing how deeply it had been implanted. By the end of training, recruits not only obeyed orders, but believed them to be expressions of destiny. The transformation was so profound that many veterans described feeling as though they had been reborn as entirely different men. When recruits finally graduated from their training, they were no longer mere soldiers but ideological warriors, Hitler's elite. Their black uniforms symbolized death and loyalty. Their oath bound them to the Führer for life, and their training had erased hesitation or doubt. They emerged as men prepared to fight with fanatical zeal, not just against enemy armies but against anyone defined as an enemy of the Reich. For them, mercy was betrayal, and hesitation was weakness. Cruelty had been reframed as duty and obedience as sacred honor. The SS presented itself as a brotherhood, but it was one built upon blood, sacrifice, and unquestioning devotion. Graduates often spoke of a sense of pride at belonging to something larger than themselves, something that promised to reshape the future of the world. Yet behind this pride was also fear, for leaving the SS was not an option. Membership was for life. In every way, the training and indoctrination had forged a weapon, a human instrument of Nazi ideology. These men would go on to shape the course of the war, leaving behind a legacy of both military discipline and unparalleled brutality. This was the true nature of Hitler's elite, created in the crucible of training, discipline, and indoctrination. From the moment the Waffen-SS began to take shape as a distinct fighting formation, it entered into a tense and competitive relationship with Germany's traditional army, the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht, descended from the Prussian military tradition, prided itself on centuries of professionalism, discipline, and apolitical service to the state. Its generals viewed the Waffen-SS with suspicion, considering them a band of ideological zealots rather than professional soldiers. Many officers were appalled by the SS's rapid expansion, which bypassed traditional military hierarchies and qualifications. For the Wehrmacht, soldiering was a career defined by training, merit, and seniority, while for the SS it was a political calling rooted in fanatical loyalty to Hitler. The Wehrmacht feared the blurring of lines between military service and political indoctrination, as the SS embodied both roles in one organization. At the same time, Wehrmacht officers worried that the SS's rise would undermine their monopoly on military prestige in Germany. This rivalry was not merely institutional but deeply personal, as army officers looked down upon the SS as parvenus, newcomers trying to stake a claim to their honored tradition. Meanwhile, SS leaders such as Himmler stoked the flames of antagonism, claiming their men represented the future of a racially pure, ideologically committed army. Thus, from its very birth, the Waffen-SS was locked in an uneasy contest with Germany's armed forces, one that would grow sharper as war loomed. The rivalry began in earnest with debates over training, recruitment, and standards of soldiering. The Wehrmacht demanded that any military unit be trained according to its long-established doctrines, emphasizing discipline, maneuver, and hierarchy. The SS, however, prided itself on combining conventional training with relentless ideological indoctrination. Wehrmacht instructors who oversaw SS units in their early years often ridiculed the political lessons, seeing them as a waste of time that took away from battlefield skills. Yet Himmler insisted that these lessons were what set his men apart, that they were not just fighters but guardians of the Nazi worldview. The Wehrmacht complained that SS recruits were selected more for their racial characteristics and political reliability than for their physical or intellectual ability. Many generals scoffed at the notion that tall, blonde hair, and blue eyes made a better soldier than skill with a rifle or understanding of tactics. As these differences grew, so too did resentment, with the Wehrmacht feeling its professionalism was being diluted by fanatical amateurs. Still, even critics acknowledged that the SS's intense training instilled extraordinary endurance, toughness, and willingness to sacrifice. In the Wehrmacht's eyes, the Waffen-SS was a force of political soldiers, dangerous not only to the enemy, but also to the traditional army's standing. As the SS expanded into a true military force, the issue of command authority became central. Traditionally, the Wehrmacht controlled all armed units of the German state, but Hitler carved out exceptions for the SS. Himmler ensured that Waffen-SS divisions answered directly to the Führer, bypassing the normal chain of command. This infuriated many Wehrmacht officers, who saw their authority being eroded by a parallel army. The army's general staff, accustomed to centralized control, despised the idea of an independent military wing loyal only to Hitler. At times, orders from the Wehrmacht conflicted with those from SS command, leading to friction on the battlefield. These disputes often had to be resolved by Hitler himself, who increasingly favored the SS, regarding them as his personal army. For the Wehrmacht, the rise of the SS threatened not only their control, but also their traditions, as the very idea of a second army within the army was an insult to their profession. Meanwhile, SS commanders capitalized on this tension, painting themselves as the loyal vanguard while accusing the army of clinging to outdated traditions. The clash was as much about prestige and influence as it was about military efficiency. The more the SS grew, the more the Wehrmacht felt its authority slipping away. The rivalry intensified during the early campaigns of World War II. In Poland in 1939, Wehrmacht commanders often criticized the performance of Waffen-SS units, calling them reckless and inexperienced. SS troops gained a reputation for courage, but also for unnecessary losses, often charging into battles with fanatical determination, but little tactical sense. The Wehrmacht accused them of being more interested in glory and ideology than in proper military conduct. At the same time, SS atrocities against civilians in Poland shocked many army officers, who feared that such actions would tarnish Germany's military reputation. Yet Hitler was impressed by the SS's fervor and their willingness to carry out brutal tasks that the army sometimes hesitated to embrace. As campaigns continued in the West in 1940, the SS began to prove themselves more capable, but the rivalry remained. Wehrmacht officers grudgingly admitted the SS had improved in discipline and combat skills, though they continued to see them as dangerously political. For the SS, the Polish campaign was a baptism of fire that strengthened their identity as more than bodyguards. They were now soldiers in their own right. The Wehrmacht's criticisms only fueled their determination to surpass their rivals and prove themselves indispensable to Hitler. In France in 1940, tensions reached new heights. SS divisions such as the Leibstandarte performed well in the rapid advance, but their brutal actions toward prisoners of war created further resentment. Wehrmacht officers accused them of dishonoring Germany by executing captives in cold blood. The army's professional ethos was rooted in a code of honor dating back centuries, even if it was often ignored in practice. For them, the SS's disregard for such traditions was intolerable. Yet for Hitler, these very actions demonstrated the ruthless resolve he demanded from his soldiers. The SS's battlefield achievements, though sometimes costly, won them the Führer's admiration and increased their standing. Wehrmacht generals fumed as the SS received greater recognition and praise in propaganda. Newspapers highlighted their courage, while downplaying the sacrifices of regular army units. The SS began to embody the image of Hitler's chosen warriors, overshadowing the Wehrmacht's centuries of tradition. For many in the army, this was a humiliation that deepened their contempt for the Waffen-SS. The rivalry had now become a struggle for prestige before the German people themselves. The rivalry was not only about honor, but also about resources. As the war dragged on, the Waffen-SS demanded more men, more weapons, and more vehicles. Himmler lobbied Hitler for priority in recruitment and equipment, often at the Wehrmacht's expense. The army was outraged when SS divisions were supplied with advanced tanks such as the Tiger before many regular divisions received them. Wehrmacht generals accused the SS of wasting resources and drawing away recruits who could have strengthened their ranks. In return, the SS portrayed the Wehrmacht as elitist and old-fashioned, unworthy of Hitler's full trust. This competition for material and manpower strained the German war effort, as resources were divided between two rival forces instead of being concentrated. Yet Hitler encouraged the rivalry, believing that competition would inspire both sides to perform better. For the Wehrmacht, this was a bitter pill to swallow, as their monopoly on Germany's military power had been broken. For the SS, it was vindication, proof that they were equal or even superior to the traditional army. The rivalry thus became a battle for the future direction of Germany's armed forces. The story. Despite the bitterness, there were moments of cooperation. On the Eastern Front, Waffen-SS and Wehrmacht units often fought side by side in brutal conditions. Soldiers on the ground sometimes respected each other's courage, even as their commanders quarreled. Yet these moments of solidarity did not erase the underlying hostility between their institutions. Wehrmacht officers continued to complain about the SS's disregard for conventional tactics, while SS leaders mocked the army's caution. At the same time, atrocities committed by SS units often implicated the Wehrmacht, deepening the army's resentment. The Wehrmacht, bound by its own compromises with the Nazi regime, was unable to distance itself fully from the SS's crimes. This further blurred the lines between professional soldiers and ideological warriors. Even in shared battles, the rivalry lingered like a shadow, shaping how both sides viewed each other. While they fought the same enemies, they also competed for Hitler's favor and for dominance within the Nazi war machine. When by the middle of the war, the Waffen-SS had firmly established itself as a rival to the Wehrmacht, no longer a minor force but a central pillar of Hitler's military power. Their fanatical loyalty and battlefield determination earned them a reputation admired by some and despised by others. For the Wehrmacht, the rise of the SS was both a humiliation and a threat to their legacy. The army had once believed itself the unchallenged guardian of German arms, but now it shared that role with a politicized, racially obsessed rival. For Hitler, this was precisely the balance he desired, two powerful forces competing for his approval, neither able to dominate the other. The rivalry ensured that both would remain loyal to him, lest they lose ground to their competitor. In the end, however, this rivalry weakened Germany's war effort, as precious resources were squandered in internal competition. The Waffen-SS and the Wehrmacht never reconciled their differences, and their rivalry reflected the deeper contradictions of the Nazi state itself. The struggle between professionalism and fanaticism, tradition and ideology, discipline and loyalty, defined their uneasy coexistence. This rivalry would leave lasting scars, shaping how history remembers both the Wehrmacht and the Waffen-SS. From the earliest days of the Third Reich, Joseph Goebbels recognized that images could be just as powerful as armies. He understood that the Waffen-SS, though relatively small in numbers compared to the Wehrmacht, could serve as a symbolic force in Nazi propaganda. To the outside world, the SS had to be portrayed not as ordinary soldiers, but as paragons of Aryan strength, discipline, and loyalty to Hitler. Posters, newsreels, and speeches consistently depicted the SS as an elite vanguard, embodying the ideals of National Socialism in flesh and blood. They were not just men, they were mythologized as warriors in a modern crusade for racial purity and German destiny. Goebbels framed their existence as a living testament to the superiority of the Nordic race. The image of sharp uniforms, perfect marching, and unflinching eyes became a carefully curated visual tool. The SS were placed on a pedestal as the new man of Hitler's Germany. Even their black uniforms, designed by SS member Karl Diebitsch and SS Oberfuhrer Walter Heck, carried symbolism of power and intimidation. By shaping public perception, Goebbels turned the Waffen-SS into both a battlefield instrument and a propaganda weapon. Central to this propaganda effort was the presentation of the SS as more than soldiers. They were guardians of ideology. Newspapers like Das Schwarze Korps, the official SS weekly, reinforced the idea that SS men were racially superior and politically reliable. Articles celebrated their toughness in training, their loyalty to Hitler, and their selfless devotion to the Reich. They were cast as the perfect example of how indoctrination and selective breeding could produce a new warrior caste. The Waffen-SS was not simply fighting for territory, but for the preservation of the Aryan race. This message was repeated in speeches, radio broadcasts, and even children's textbooks. Goebbels ensured that the public saw SS soldiers as the most honorable defenders of Germany's future. Their sacrifices, whether real or exaggerated, were dramatized to inspire awe. In a society saturated with Nazi imagery, the Waffen-SS became the visual shorthand for racial power and unyielding will. Propaganda blurred the lines between reality and myth, embedding the SS into the cultural imagination. Cinema became one of the most effective tools for spreading the SS myth. Films produced by the UFA studios, under the direction of Goebbels' Ministry of Propaganda, depicted SS men as heroic figures, often in stark contrast to cowardly or villainous enemies. Newsreels shown before feature films in cinemas nationwide highlighted Waffen-SS victories on the battlefield, frequently exaggerating their contributions while downplaying Wehrmacht operations. Heroic close-ups of SS officers charging into battle, intercut with triumphant marches and patriotic music, reinforced the narrative of an invincible force. Even defeats were reframed as noble sacrifices, presenting SS units as unbreakable even in adversity. Feature films such as Ohm Kruger or Stukas glorified the ideals of discipline and sacrifice that the SS claimed to embody. These productions did not merely entertain, they indoctrinated audiences with the belief that SS soldiers were a cut above ordinary men. Through the screen, the Waffen-SS became larger than life, embodying both fear and admiration. The cinema was not only entertainment, but an ideological battlefield, where the cult of the SS was constantly reinforced. Volksnake? Uniforms and symbols also played an essential role in sustaining the SS image. The sleek black SS uniform became one of the most recognizable symbols of Nazi power, designed not only for functionality, but for intimidation and allure. The silver death's head skull on the cap carried connotations of ruthlessness, while the double lightning bolt runes of the SS insignia evoked mystical Germanic traditions. These symbols were used in posters, magazines, and even toys, embedding the SS identity into German daily life. Young boys in the Hitler Youth were encouraged to see SS men as role models, the ultimate aspiration of Aryan youth. Propaganda depicted them as physically perfect, morally unyielding, and racially pure. The visual spectacle of SS parades, with ranks of men in identical uniforms marching in flawless precision, was designed to hypnotize audiences into seeing them as the embodiment of order. Such imagery suggested an unbreakable unity between the SS and the destiny of the Reich. The very sight of their uniforms became synonymous with power, fear, and respect. By transforming clothing into propaganda, the Nazis ensured that the SS presence was unavoidable, even in symbolic form. Propaganda also relied heavily on the glorification of SS sacrifices at the front. Newspapers frequently published stories of Waffen-SS soldiers fighting to the last bullet or refusing to surrender in impossible circumstances. These narratives painted them as martyrs for the Reich, destined to be remembered in legend. Goebbels emphasized their willingness to endure hardship without complaint, portraying them as tougher than the average Wehrmacht soldier. SS soldiers were depicted as thriving in brutal winter campaigns, enduring hunger and exhaustion with iron determination. This contrasted with stereotypes of the soft civilian population shaming ordinary Germans into feeling inferior. The Waffen-SS became the standard by which all others were measured, their sacrifices proof of their ideological purity. Even when thousands fell in battle, propaganda framed their deaths as seeds for future German victory. By transforming battlefield losses into mythical sacrifice, Goebbels kept morale high. The image of the Waffen-SS was carefully shielded from failure, no matter the reality on the ground. Foreign recruitment into the SS was also packaged as propaganda. Posters and pamphlets aimed at occupied territories portrayed the Waffen-SS as a European brotherhood united against Bolshevism. This allowed the SS to market itself not only as Germany's elite, but as the vanguard of a new racial Europe. Images of volunteers from Scandinavia, the Netherlands, and later even Eastern Europe were used to bolster the myth of a pan-European crusade. Propaganda films highlighted multinational SS divisions fighting together under the swastika, creating the illusion of unity and shared destiny. In reality, many foreign volunteers were treated with suspicion and often relegated to secondary roles, but this was hidden from public view. Goebbels highlighted the presence of non-Germanic volunteers to suggest that the world recognized the Waffen-SS as a superior force. By portraying their struggle as universal, Nazi propaganda elevated the Waffen-SS from a German military unit into a symbol of global ideological warfare. The myth of the racial elite expanded beyond borders, strengthening the cult of the SS. Dainsheim. The cult of the SS extended deep into everyday German life. Picture books for children depicted SS heroes alongside fairy tales and folk legends. Trading cards, games, and radio dramas incorporated SS victories into entertainment, normalizing their myth in the minds of the young. Families were encouraged to see SS men as the pinnacle of honor, and mothers were told their sons should aspire to wear the black uniform. Schools used SS propaganda material in history lessons, teaching students that these men represented centuries of Germanic tradition. They were compared to the Teutonic Knights and medieval crusaders, guardians of the nation's future. Propaganda portrayed SS officers not as ruthless killers, but as cultured men, educated and refined, embodying the harmony of intellect and strength. This deliberate distortion softened their image for public consumption. By embedding the SS into every corner of life, the Nazis ensured that the cult of the elite soldier became inescapable. In essence, propaganda turned the Waffen-SS into Germany's new mythological heroes. Yet the most striking achievement of SS propaganda was its ability to mask atrocities. While Waffen-SS divisions were involved in some of the most brutal war crimes of the conflict, the German public rarely saw this side. Instead, carefully crafted narratives highlighted only their courage, loyalty, and sacrifice. Photographs of SS units distributing food, helping civilians, or standing guard with stoic expressions dominated official imagery. Even when news of massacres and brutality surfaced, propaganda drowned it out with stories of battlefield glory. The reality of the SS as both soldiers and executioners was hidden beneath layers of myth. Goebbels knew that controlling perception was more powerful than any battlefield victory. By the end of the war, The Waffen-SS had been elevated to near legendary status in the eyes of many Germans, despite their central role in crimes against humanity. This manipulation ensured that, even in defeat, the myth of the elite SS soldier would outlast the Reich itself. In this way, Nazi propaganda created a legacy of deception that survived long after the war had ended. Handschar. When Germany invaded Poland on September 1st, 1939, the newly formed Waffen-SS was thrust into its first true test of war, a proving ground that would both expose its weaknesses and highlight its potential. Until then, the SS had been more of a political bodyguard and an instrument of terror, feared within Germany but untested on the battlefield. The campaign in Poland was supposed to demonstrate to Hitler and the German High Command that the Waffen-SS could stand shoulder to shoulder with the professional army. Units such as the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, the SS Verfügungstruppe, and Totenkopf detachments marched into Poland with a mixture of fanatical enthusiasm and inexperienced eagerness. Unlike the Wehrmacht, they were not trained in conventional military doctrine, but rather drilled in ideological fanaticism and brutal obedience. The invasion was swift, orchestrated as a blitzkrieg, lightning war that shocked the world with its speed and ferocity. Yet for the Waffen-SS, it was more than just conquest. It was a baptism by fire in real combat conditions. Soldiers who had trained in controlled camps now faced artillery barrages, entrenched defenders, and the chaos of maneuver warfare. It was in Poland that the Waffen-SS learned not only how to fight, but also how to conduct themselves as political soldiers with a dark, violent reputation. Nikes. The Polish campaign revealed the Waffen-SS's lack of proper military training, and their reckless aggressiveness often led to unnecessary casualties. The Wehrmacht's professional officers observed that SS commanders were prone to rash decision-making, charging positions without reconnaissance or coordination. This earned them a reputation as brave but undisciplined, a force more concerned with proving ideological zeal than applying tactical sense. The Wehrmacht generals criticized them as a liability, even as they admired the raw courage of individual soldiers. Himmler, however, spun these bloody mistakes into a narrative of sacrifice, portraying the Waffen-SS as the embodiment of fanatic loyalty. Hitler, ever eager to see his personal guard elevated above the traditional military, praised them despite the losses they suffered. The result was that the Waffen-SS began to carve out its own martial identity, reckless, fearless, and brutal. In their eagerness to show devotion, they set themselves apart from the more methodical Wehrmacht. The tension between the two forces grew, as regular officers resented the propaganda machine that glorified SS units at the expense of professionalism. The Poland campaign thus established the seeds of rivalry that would dominate the relationship between the Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS for years to come. Beyond battlefield conduct, the Waffen-SS in Poland became notorious for atrocities against civilians and prisoners of war. Unlike the Wehrmacht, which at least nominally observed international laws of war, the Waffen-SS viewed such conventions as weaknesses imposed by foreign powers. Units such as the Totenkopf for Bender, accustomed to guarding concentration camps, carried their methods of brutality into occupied Poland. Villages suspected of harboring resistance were burned to the ground, and entire populations were executed in reprisal actions. Jews and Polish elites became immediate targets of mass killings, with SS units often acting independently or alongside Einsatzgruppen death squads. These massacres were not random acts of violence, but rather the deliberate application of Nazi racial ideology through force of arms. The atrocities shocked even some Wehrmacht officers, who reported the SS's cruelty with dismay, though most turned a blind eye. For Himmler, however, the terror served its purpose. It was a demonstration of the SS as an instrument, not just of war, but of racial conquest. Thus, the campaign in Poland blurred the lines between soldiering and genocide, setting the tone for what the Waffen-SS would become in the years ahead. In the propaganda of Goebbels' ministry, the Waffen-SS's actions in Poland were presented not as reckless or criminal, but as heroic. Newspapers, newsreels, and radio broadcast depicted them as a band of elite warriors who fought with unparalleled courage for the Führer. The real story of villages burned and civilians slaughtered was concealed from the German public, replaced with tales of lightning-fast advances and daring assaults. Images of young uniformed SS men storming Polish positions became iconic representations of Germany's strength. These portrayals were designed not only to boost morale at home, but also to recruit new volunteers. The Waffen-SS was presented as an organization for the brave, the pure, and the devoted, attracting young men eager to join the ranks of Hitler's elite. The contrast between the image and the reality could not have been starker. While propaganda celebrated them as noble warriors, on the ground they were quickly earning a reputation for ruthlessness and barbarity. Yet the myth of the Waffen-SS as an unstoppable elite had begun, and it would only grow with each campaign. The Waffen-SS also learned valuable lessons in organization and logistics during the Polish invasion. Unlike the Wehrmacht, which had a long tradition of military administration, the SS was still building its command structure and supply systems. Units often lacked proper equipment, relying on captured Polish vehicles or outdated weaponry. Ammunition shortages were common, and the lack of coordination with the Wehrmacht sometimes left SS units stranded or under-supported. These logistical shortcomings cost lives and highlighted the need for modernization if the Waffen-SS was to grow into a true military force. Yet despite these problems, their resilience and willingness to push forward impressed Hitler. The campaign became a workshop in transformation, with Himmler pushing for expanded training programs, better weaponry, and closer integration of SS combat forces. Poland, then, was the crucible in which the Waffen-SS began its evolution from ideological militia to semi-professional army. The chaos of war exposed their flaws, but it also provided the opportunity to learn and adapt quickly. This adaptability became one of their defining traits in the years that followed. The Leiden. One of the defining features of the Waffen-SS in Poland was their deliberate cultivation of fear. In every occupied region, the SS understood that terror was not just a byproduct of war, but a weapon in itself. Civilians were used as human shields, hostages were executed to deter resistance, and entire communities were targeted to send a message. This strategy was not improvised, but aligned with Himmler's vision of the SS as the vanguard of a racial war. By instilling terror, the SS aimed to break the will of the Polish population and pave the way for German domination. Reports of their brutality spread quickly, sometimes exaggerated, but always effective in producing dread. The Wehrmacht, by comparison, seemed almost restrained, which only highlighted the SS's distinct role. This campaign of terror also reinforced the SS's internal identity. They were not just soldiers but enforcers of Hitler's will. For many within their ranks, cruelty became not only permissible but expected, a mark of loyalty and commitment. Thus, in Poland, violence itself became a central part of the Waffen-SS ethos. The Polish campaign also had long-term consequences for the reputation and expansion of the Waffen-SS. Despite their battlefield recklessness and heavy casualties, Hitler saw in them a force that embodied his vision of ideological warfare. As a result, he granted Himmler greater authority to expand the Waffen-SS, opening recruitment beyond Germany's borders in the years to come. The campaign thus served as justification for the SS's growth from a few divisions to an international army of hundreds of thousands. Their role in Poland became mythologized, with their sacrifices portrayed as proof of their worth. The resentment of the Wehrmacht could do little to curb this momentum, as Hitler's personal favor gave the SS political protection. Poland was, in many ways, the stepping stone that allowed the Waffen-SS to become a parallel military force, one with direct loyalty to the Führer. It proved that they could function independently, however imperfectly, and it cemented their place in the Nazi hierarchy. From then on, the Waffen-SS would march not only into battlefields, but into the darkest chapters of the war. WW2 and Paul. Ultimately, the invasion of Poland in 1939 was the Waffen-SS's first chapter in Blood and Fire, a campaign that revealed both their ambitions and their crimes. They entered the war as untested fanatics, and they emerged as a force feared not just by enemies, but also by allies. Their reckless bravery cost lives, their atrocities stained their record, and their propaganda elevated them beyond their actual achievements. Yet, in the eyes of Hitler, that combination of devotion, violence, and ideological fervor was exactly what he wanted in his personal army. The lessons learned in Poland about combat logistics and the use of terror shaped the Waffen-SS into what it would become. It was here that they solidified their role as both warriors and executioners, as both a military arm and a political weapon. The brutality they unleashed on Polish soil foreshadowed the horrors of the Eastern Front and the Holocaust. To study the Waffen-SS in Poland is to see their true nature revealed in its earliest form, reckless, fanatical, and inseparable from atrocity. And it was in this campaign, above all, that the Waffen-SS truly began to learn what kind of war it was meant to fight. When Hitler unleashed his blitzkrieg against France and the Low Countries in May 1940, the Waffen-SS was still a relatively young and untested force. Yet its commanders were eager to prove themselves worthy of Hitler's trust. The SS Verfügungstrupp divisions, along with the infamous Totenkopf division, were integrated into the German offensive under the overall control of the Wehrmacht, though tensions between the regular army and the SS were already simmering beneath the surface. The SS formations, despite their lack of combat experience compared to traditional units, carried themselves with an aura of superiority instilled through years of indoctrination. They saw themselves as Hitler's political soldiers, destined to be the vanguard of a new German order sweeping across Europe. Their uniforms bearing the twin runes stood out even in the vast grey sea of Wehrmacht field tunics, symbolizing a loyalty not to Germany alone but to Hitler and his racial mission. For Himmler, the campaign represented a chance to demonstrate that the SS could fight as fiercely as any regular army unit. For the men on the ground, it was their opportunity to transform from ceremonial guards and parade soldiers into hardened warriors. In their minds, success would validate their brutal training and their vision of themselves as the elite of the elite. The Western campaign thus became not only a military conquest but also a proving ground for the SS. In the fog of war, the Waffen-SS would cement both its reputation for fanatic bravery and its infamy for ruthless cruelty. The invasion plan, known as Fall Gelb Case Yellow, required rapid movement through Belgium and the Ardennes to encircle Allied forces and bring France to its knees. Waffen-SS units were placed on the spearhead of this advance, tasked with driving through fortified positions and exploiting breakthroughs achieved by armored formations. Their orders emphasized speed, aggression, and relentless pursuit, reflecting the doctrine of blitzkrieg that demanded total destruction of enemy cohesion. The SS divisions, lacking the depth of logistical infrastructure of the Wehrmacht, often pushed themselves to the limit, marching for endless hours, subsisting on little food, and enduring exhaustion to maintain momentum. In their eagerness to impress, SS officers often drove their men harder than necessary, accepting losses that Wehrmacht commanders would have deemed reckless. This willingness to sacrifice demonstrated their political fanaticism, but it also bred resentment among the professional soldiers of the regular army. The Wehrmacht, with its long traditions of Prussian military professionalism, viewed the SS as interlopers whose political connections bought them prestige without earning respect. Yet, as the SS tore through Belgian defences and pressed into French territory, their ferocity could not be denied. They became both admired and despised, hailed for their courage, yet condemned for their disregard of conventional rules of war. This dichotomy would haunt their legacy throughout the campaign. One of the most infamous actions during the campaign occurred at Le Paradis in May 1940, where members of the SS Totenkopf division executed nearly 100 surrendered British prisoners of war. The men had laid down their arms after fierce fighting, expecting treatment under the Geneva Convention, only to be lined up against a barn wall and gunned down with machine guns. Such massacres were not accidents of war, but deliberate acts, born from the SS's indoctrination that their enemies were not worthy of mercy. Himmler's vision of the SS as ideological warriors left little room for chivalry or adherence to traditional military codes. To the SS, captured soldiers represented a burden, and their elimination was seen as both practical and symbolic. This atrocity shocked even some Wehrmacht officers who reported the incident with outrage, though little was done to punish the perpetrators at the time. The killings served as an early warning of the SS's role in normalizing brutality during the war. Propaganda at home never mentioned these crimes, instead glorifying the SS's bravery and sacrifice. But among Allied ranks, word spread quickly, reinforcing the image of the SS as merciless and fanatical. Le Paradis would become etched into history as an early demonstration of what the Waffen-SS was capable of when ideology overrode humanity. Despite such atrocities, the Waffen-SS also gained a reputation for ferocity in battle, particularly in moments when their courage and stubbornness bordered on suicidal. During the crossing of rivers and assaults on fortified villages, SS units were often thrown into the thick of combat, where losses were expected to be high. Their indoctrination had stripped them of fear of death, replacing it with a fatalistic loyalty to Hitler, and the belief that sacrifice for the Führer was the highest honor. This mindset produced battlefield heroics, but at a steep cost in human life. Unlike the Wehrmacht, which calculated risks and sought to preserve fighting strength, SS commanders often accepted casualty rates that shocked professional officers. Soldiers who hesitated were berated as cowards, while those who fell in reckless charges were celebrated as martyrs. The result was a reputation for reckless bravery, which impressed Hitler and Goebbels, but frustrated Wehrmacht generals trying to wage a measured campaign. Still, their stubbornness sometimes paid dividends, as SS units held positions long after others would have retreated. In the eyes of many Germans, this refusal to yield enhanced their aura as Hitler's chosen elite. Their legend grew on both truth and propaganda, a blend that would make them feared on every front. The French campaign also highlighted the logistical shortcomings of the Waffen-SS, which lacked the professional infrastructure of the regular army. Supply shortages often plagued their movements, forcing them to improvise or seize resources from local populations. Vehicles broke down from overuse, fuel was rationed poorly, and medical support was inadequate compared to Wehrmacht standards. Yet the SS leadership turned these deficiencies into propaganda, portraying their hardships as proof of their toughness and endurance. Goebbels' propaganda ministry described them as modern knights, living simply, enduring deprivation, and triumphing through sheer willpower. This narrative appealed to German audiences, who admired sacrifice and hardship as virtues. In reality, Many SS soldiers suffered terribly from exhaustion and hunger, though their indoctrination demanded silence and discipline. Complaints were seen as weakness, and any sign of fatigue could be punished by officers who tolerated nothing less than absolute commitment. The Waffen-SS thus developed a culture of endurance that was both brutal and unsustainable. Their survival in the campaign owed as much to sheer fanaticism as to military organization. This imbalance between image and reality would become a defining feature of the SS throughout the war. The campaign also intensified rivalries between the Waffen-SS and the Wehrmacht, as jealousies and suspicions came to the surface. Wehrmacht generals complained bitterly that the SS received undue praise and attention from Hitler, despite their amateur mistakes and high casualties. Reports noted that the SS often took credit for victories achieved jointly with army units, while downplaying their own failures. Army officers resented the political influence wielded by Himmler, who constantly pressured Hitler to expand SS influence at the expense of the traditional military. The Totenkopf division, staffed heavily with concentration camp guards, performed particularly poorly in tactical terms, suffering massive losses due to reckless leadership. Yet even these failures were spun into tales of heroic sacrifice. The Wehrmacht, with centuries of martial tradition, saw this as an affront to their professionalism. Still, Hitler favored the SS because of their ideological loyalty and their willingness to obey orders without question. For Hitler, the Wehrmacht was a tool of war, but the SS was the army of his political vision. This difference in perception laid the groundwork for the growing tension that would plague German command throughout the conflict. The Western campaign thus marked the beginning of a rivalry that shaped the course of the war. As France collapsed in June 1940, the Waffen-SS basked in the glow of victory. Despite the controversies surrounding their actions, newspapers and newsreels glorified their contributions, portraying them as the tip of the spear in Germany's lightning victory over one of Europe's great powers. Parades celebrated their return, with cheering crowds admiring their black uniforms and polished discipline. Goebbels amplified their myth, presenting them as supermen whose iron will had crushed France in mere weeks. Himmler proudly pointed to their sacrifices as proof that the SS was not only a political force, but also a legitimate military power. The massacres of prisoners and civilians were buried beneath layers of propaganda, never reaching the German public. For many ordinary Germans, the SS emerged from the campaign as heroes, symbols of a victorious nation on the march. Within the ranks of the Waffen-SS, this victory bred confidence and pride, reinforcing their belief in their destiny as Hitler's elite. The campaign gave them the legitimacy they craved, cementing their role in the expanding war. But it also set a dangerous precedent, normalizing atrocities and reckless sacrifice as acceptable methods of war. In this sense, France 1940 was both triumph and moral descent. The Western campaign became a turning point in the Waffen-SS's evolution, transforming them from a political militia into a feared military entity. They had proven their loyalty, their willingness to endure, and their capacity for brutality, qualities that Hitler valued above all else. At the same time, their actions revealed the dangers of merging ideology with military command, where propaganda replaced discipline and fanaticism eclipsed strategy. The executions of prisoners, the reckless charges, and the disregard for convention foreshadowed the far greater crimes that lay ahead on the Eastern Front. Yet, in 1940, these seeds of destruction were masked by the glow of victory. To German society, the Waffen-SS had demonstrated their worth and earned their place in the war machine. To their enemies they had shown a terrifying face of merciless fanaticism, and to themselves they had proven that their indoctrination and sacrifices were not in vain. The Western campaign thus stands as a defining chapter in the story of the SS, one of triumph, terror, and transformation. It was a moment where myth and reality fused, producing an image of Hitler's elite that would shape both their future and the fate of Europe. What began in France would only grow darker as the war moved eastward. When the Wehrmacht turned its attention to the Balkans in early 1941, the Waffen-SS accompanied them, bringing with it both its reputation for ideological zeal and its penchant for brutality. The campaign was sparked by Hitler's frustration with Mussolini's failures in Greece and the sudden coup in Yugoslavia that threatened to unravel German plans. For the SS, this theatre was not merely about securing ground, but about imposing racial and political order in line with Nazi dogma. Yugoslavia, with its ethnic mosaic of Serbs, Croats, Bosniaks, and Slovenes, was perceived by SS ideologues as a breeding ground for undesirable elements that had to be ruthlessly suppressed. The invasion plan unfolded with staggering speed, combining blitzkrieg tactics with an uncompromising ideological campaign. Waffen-SS units advanced alongside regular army divisions, but their orders extended beyond traditional military objectives. They were instructed to root out resistance, spread fear, and demonstrate the consequences of opposing the Reich. This dual role, soldier and political enforcer, made the SS particularly dangerous in these occupied lands. Already, by the campaign's opening days, patterns of disproportionate reprisals and indiscriminate terror began to emerge. The Balkans became a proving ground for the Waffen-SS's identity as both warrior and executioner. The fall of Yugoslavia was especially swift, with Belgrade bombed into submission in a devastating Luftwaffe assault, while ground forces encircled the capital. Among these attackers, SS units moved with calculated aggression, ensuring that not only the Yugoslav military, but also political opponents were crushed. They were quick to implement cleansing operations in towns and villages, targeting groups labeled as communists, nationalists, or simply suspected hostiles. Unlike the Wehrmacht, which at times adhered to conventional rules of war, the SS operated with looser restraints, often regarding civilians as legitimate targets. Eyewitness accounts describe entire villages burned after minor acts of resistance, leaving survivors homeless and terrorized. The SS justified such measures as preventive strikes against guerrilla warfare, though in practice they served to instill lasting fear. In Yugoslavia's complex ethnic environment, the SS exploited divisions, supporting collaborationist militias that aligned with Nazi racial visions. This manipulation further destabilized the region, ensuring that violence did not abate even after the formal conquest. The invasion thus morphed into occupation, one where SS terror became routine. From the outset, their presence meant the Balkans would suffer under one of the most brutal forms of German control. Greece, meanwhile, presented its own challenges, with mountainous terrain and a population deeply committed to resisting occupation. The Waffen-SS advanced as part of the drive south, crossing into Greek territory with the same rapid momentum that had characterized their actions elsewhere. They were tasked with storming strong defensive lines, including the Metaxas line, where Greek forces put up fierce resistance. Though ultimately successful, due to overwhelming German superiority, SS units distinguished themselves less through tactical brilliance and more through their ferocity and uncompromising methods. Once cities fell, the same pattern of brutality emerged: executions, hostage-taking, and violent suppression of dissent. The SS treated the Greek Orthodox population with suspicion, especially in areas where partisan groups began forming almost immediately. Propaganda cast the conquest as the defeat of decadent democracies, with SS soldiers portrayed as noble Aryan conquerors bringing order to the Mediterranean. But on the ground, order was enforced with whips, rifles, and firing squads. The brutality of the Balkan campaign reinforced the Waffen-SS's image, both feared by its enemies and admired by Nazi leadership for its ruthless efficiency. This cemented its role as a political army, distinct from the professional ethos of the Wehrmacht. Anti-partisan warfare soon became the defining characteristic of the Waffen-SS in the Balkans. Unlike conventional battles, this form of war blurred the lines between combatants and civilians. The Yugoslav resistance, particularly the partisans under Josip Broz Tito, fought a highly effective guerrilla campaign that constantly harassed German supply lines. For the SS, every act of sabotage or ambush justified sweeping reprisals. Their doctrine demanded that entire communities bear the punishment for partisan activity, leading to mass shootings, deportations, and destruction of villages. Official orders often dictated ratios, such as executing 100 civilians for every German soldier killed. These disproportionate policies institutionalized collective punishment as a central tool of occupation. The Waffen-SS carried them out with grim enthusiasm, regarding each massacre as a demonstration of strength. In doing so, they deepened the cycle of violence, ensuring that the occupation was characterized by bloodshed rather than stability. This escalation not only brutalized the region, but also hardened the SS's reputation as enforcers of Hitler's most merciless policies. One of the darkest aspects of SS operations in the Balkans was their role in ethnic cleansing and collaboration with local fascist movements. In Croatia, the SS aligned with the Ustaša regime, a violently nationalist group that sought to eliminate Serbs, Jews, and Roma from its territory. The Waffen-SS provided both material and ideological support, reinforcing genocidal policies already underway. They recruited local militias into auxiliary formations, many of which participated in atrocities under German supervision. These partnerships blurred the line between occupier and collaborator, creating a network of terror that extended deep into civilian life. The SS also oversaw deportations to concentration camps, treating the Balkans as a reservoir of forced labor and human fodder for extermination. Their racial ideology found fertile ground in these alliances, as they sought to reshape the region's demographics according to Nazi blueprints. Villages were depopulated, communities uprooted, and identities erased in service of the new order. The presence of the SS thus magnified existing ethnic hostilities and transformed them into systemic campaigns of annihilation. In this environment, brutality was not incidental but fundamental policy. For the soldiers of the Waffen-SS, the Balkan campaign was also a training ground for ideological warfare. Unlike on the Western Front, where opponents were often seen as fellow Europeans, in the Balkans they confronted populations the Nazi worldview labeled as racially inferior and politically suspect. This perception fueled a heightened level of cruelty, as soldiers were encouraged to view locals not as civilians, but as potential enemies or subhumans. Training and indoctrination emphasized that hesitation or leniency would undermine German dominance. Orders stressed that the fight against partisans was as much a racial and political battle as a military one. Soldiers were reminded that mercy would only invite further resistance, while terror would secure compliance. In this environment, atrocities became not acts of rogue individuals, but the natural outcome of official policy and ideology. The Waffen-SS in the Balkans thus internalized lessons that would be applied later on the Eastern Front, where their role in mass murder escalated even further. By 1941, they had honed their identity as warriors of ideology, wielding both rifle and torch as instruments of conquest. The consequences for civilians were catastrophic, as the SS imposed an atmosphere of unrelenting terror. Villages accused of harboring partisans were often surrounded at dawn, their inhabitants driven into town squares where selections were made. Men were lined up against walls and shot, while women and children were deported for forced labor or left to fend for themselves in the ruins. Entire communities vanished in a single day, their destruction meant to serve as a warning to others. The SS often staged these reprisals publicly, ensuring survivors spread the message of German ruthlessness. Fear became a weapon as powerful as bullets, immobilizing populations and undermining resistance efforts. Yet paradoxically, the violence also radicalized many, driving them into the arms of partisan movements that promised both survival and revenge. The Balkans became a cauldron of resistance and repression, with the SS at the center of its darkest chapters. The cruelty of their methods scarred generations, leaving memories that would shape post-war identities in Yugoslavia and Greece alike. For the SS, these campaigns provided prestige in Hitler's eyes, but ensured eternal infamy in history. By the time the dust settled on the Balkan campaign, the Waffen-SS had carved out a reputation as both efficient conquerors and merciless occupiers. Their presence in Yugoslavia and Greece marked a turning point in their evolution from mere military adjuncts to instruments of ideological war. They were not judged solely on their tactical achievements, but on their ability to implement Nazi racial policy through force. Hitler praised them as models of political soldiers, embodying the ruthless resolve he demanded. Yet within the Wehrmacht and among foreign observers, their methods generated unease, highlighting the tension between conventional military conduct and SS fanaticism. The massacres of civilians and prisoners of war left stains that no amount of propaganda could fully erase. Still, for the Nazi regime, such brutality was proof of their effectiveness in suppressing resistance and securing territory. The Balkan campaign thus cemented the Waffen-SS's role in the Nazi system, both as a military force and as an arm of racial terror. What began as a swift campaign of conquest became a long, bloody struggle defined by SS violence. It was a harbinger of the even greater atrocities that awaited in the East. On June 22, 1941, Adolf Hitler launched Operation Barbarossa, the largest invasion in history, thrusting the Third Reich's armies into the Soviet Union in a campaign designed to destroy Bolshevism and acquire living space. The Waffen-SS, already bloodied in Poland and France, marched east with newfound confidence, presenting themselves not simply as soldiers, but as political warriors tasked with carrying out Hitler's racial and ideological vision. The campaign began with a staggering force of more than 3 million Axis troops, supported by thousands of tanks, artillery pieces and aircraft, aimed at crushing the Red Army in one decisive blow. Yet behind the sweeping military maneuvers, darker forces were at work, for the SS did not merely march to fight soldiers, but to annihilate entire populations deemed racially inferior or politically suspect. Units of the Waffen-SS were embedded alongside Wehrmacht formations, but their orders were more expansive and more ruthless, demanding a war of extermination rather than simply conquest. As they crossed the Soviet frontier, these men carried not only rifles and machine guns, but an unshakable sense of ideological mission, drilled into them through years of indoctrination. Villages, towns, and cities quickly fell, yet the war in the East was not to be a repeat of Western Europe's swift campaigns. Instead, it became a brutal test of endurance, exposing the savagery and extremes of Nazi ideology in full measure. For the Waffen-SS, Barbarossa would not only prove their battlefield mettle, but also entangle them irrevocably in crimes of unparalleled scope. Their actions in 1941 would forever define their reputation as both warriors and executioners. Central to the SS mission in the East was coordination with the Einsatzgruppen, the mobile killing squads tasked with eradicating Jews, communists, Roma, and other so-called enemies of the Reich. While the Wehrmacht often claimed ignorance or distance from these operations, the Waffen-SS found itself directly entangled in the logistics of mass shootings, roundups, and terror campaigns. Entire Jewish communities were marked for liquidation, and the Waffen-SS frequently provided cordons, manpower, and organizational support to the Einsatzgruppen as they carried out their grisly work. Orders from Heinrich Himmler made clear that the campaign was not only military but racial, and soldiers were expected to harden themselves against pity or hesitation. In cities like Minsk, Kiev, and Smolensk, civilians were marched to ravines, forests, or open pits, where they were systematically shot in their thousands. Waffen-SS units were witnesses, accomplices, and at times direct participants in these killings, blurring any distinction between frontline combatants and executioners. The ideological conditioning that had once emphasized honor, discipline, and Aryan superiority now translated into mechanical acts of slaughter, where human lives were reduced to mere obstacles in the Nazi racial war. Every bullet fired into a civilian, every torch set to a village, was justified by the doctrine of Lebensraum and the twisted belief in racial destiny. Barbarossa thus became not only a battlefield struggle, but a campaign of annihilation, carried out under the veneer of military necessity. For the Waffen-SS, this coordination sealed their role as instruments of genocide, not merely soldiers at war. The brutality of Barbarossa was also evident in how the Waffen-SS treated captured Soviet soldiers, whom they regarded not as fellow combatants, but as subhuman enemies unworthy of mercy. Prisoners of war were executed en masse, starved to death, or forced into slave labor under unimaginable conditions. The sheer number of Soviet POWs taken in the opening months overwhelmed German camps, leading to widespread neglect, deliberate starvation policies, and rampant disease. Waffen-SS guards often enforced these conditions with zeal, their indoctrination telling them that Slavic soldiers were nothing more than expendable enemies of the Reich. On several occasions, entire groups of surrendered Red Army men were lined up and machine-gunned, their bodies left in open fields as grim reminders of Nazi cruelty. To the SS mind, such measures were not excesses, but necessary steps in breaking the will of Bolshevism and fulfilling Hitler's prophecy of a racial showdown. This relentless dehumanization also served as psychological armor for the perpetrators, allowing them to rationalize mass killing as part of their patriotic duty. By autumn 1941, hundreds of thousands of Soviet prisoners had perished, and the Waffen-SS had firmly established its reputation as an organization where ideology and violence fused seamlessly. These actions deepened tensions with some Wehrmacht officers, who worried about discipline and reprisals, but Hitler himself encouraged such ruthlessness. Barbarossa was not just about defeating armies, it was about rewriting the demographic and political map of Eastern Europe through blood. The Waffen-SS proved itself an indispensable executor of that vision. The campaign eastward also revealed the Waffen-SS's ferocity in direct combat, where their training in fanatical obedience translated into reckless bravery and staggering casualties. SS divisions such as Das Reich, Totenkopf, and Leibstandarte were thrown into the heaviest fighting, often at the spearhead of offensives designed to break Soviet defenses. Their commanders pushed them relentlessly, demanding that they embody the ideal of the political soldier who feared neither death nor hardship. In battles outside Smolensk, Uman, and later before Moscow, the Waffen-SS earned a reputation for fighting with ferocious determination, though often at the cost of appalling losses. Soviet troops, though initially disorganized, fought back with resilience, forcing the SS into grueling engagements that stripped away any illusions of easy victory. The harshness of the Eastern Front, its endless distances, poor roads, and unforgiving climate, added another layer of suffering to the Waffen-SS's experience. Soldiers found themselves enduring supply shortages, bitter hunger, and exposure, yet still pressed forward under strict orders not to retreat. To the Nazi leadership, these sacrifices reinforced the cult of the SS warrior, celebrated in propaganda as fearless and unyielding. Yet on the ground, the cost was measured in the lives of thousands of young men sacrificed in Hitler's ideological crusade. For the Waffen-SS, every battlefield success was intertwined with bloodshed, both of their enemies and of their own. Winsigsberding Satan. As the war in the East unfolded, the Waffen-SS also became instruments of terror against civilian populations, implementing scorched earth tactics and reprisals against suspected partisan activity. Villages accused of harboring resistance fighters were burned to the ground, their inhabitants shot or deported to camps. In Belarus and Ukraine, Waffen-SS divisions worked hand in hand with police battalions to conduct cleansing operations, which in reality were campaigns of terror designed to depopulate and intimidate entire regions. Men were executed as alleged partisans, while women and children were often driven from their homes, left to starve, or sent into forced labor. The Totenkopf division, originally raised from concentration camp guards, displayed particular brutality, carrying its methods from the camps into the open countryside. These acts were not undisciplined excesses, but deliberate policy, encouraged by Nazi leaders who saw the war as a racial struggle where no distinction between soldier and civilian mattered. The destruction of villages was justified as security, yet its real purpose was extermination and domination. For civilians caught in the path of the SS, Barbarossa was not liberation from Bolshevism, but the onset of a reign of terror. Each smoking ruin, each pile of executed bodies, testified to the SS vision of total war. Barbarossa thus became a theatre not only of military battles, but of civilian annihilation. The ideological indoctrination that underpinned the Waffen-SS's conduct in the East was reinforced constantly by propaganda, speeches, and direct orders from Himmler and other leaders. Soldiers were told that they were fighting not only for Germany, but for the survival of Western civilization against the supposed Asiatic and Jewish threat embodied by the Soviet Union. This rhetoric stripped the enemy of humanity, portraying them as faceless hordes threatening to swamp Europe unless destroyed completely. Within this framework, atrocities were reframed as acts of necessity, and cruelty became a form of ideological commitment. Waffen-SS men were praised not for restraint, but for hardness, the ability to kill without hesitation and endure hardship without complaint. Himmler's speeches to frontline units emphasized that the war in the East required ruthless measures, and those unwilling to carry them out were betraying their comrades and their Volk. Such indoctrination blurred moral boundaries until mass murder appeared not as a crime but as duty. Diaries, letters, and testimonies from SS men show a chilling acceptance of brutality, often couched in language of loyalty and sacrifice. In this way, the Eastern Front became a crucible where ideology and violence fused inseparably. Barbarossa was the stage on which the SS fully lived out its role as Hitler's ideological army. Despite the initial rapid advances, the Waffen-SS soon found themselves confronting the immense scale and resilience of the Soviet Union, which refused to collapse under the weight of the German onslaught. The push toward Moscow in the autumn of 1941 brought the SS into some of the most grueling conditions imaginable, with freezing temperatures, dwindling supplies, and unrelenting Soviet counterattacks. The same fanaticism that had driven them forward now became a liability, as divisions like Das Reich and Totenkopf suffered staggering losses in futile attempts to break through entrenched defenses. Thousands of SS soldiers froze, starved, or bled to death on the snow-covered fields, their sacrifices celebrated in propaganda but mourned in silence by those who survived. Even as their strength waned, the ideological demand for unyielding loyalty forbade retreat, trapping units in hopeless battles. The ferocity of the Soviet defenders astonished even hardened SS men, who had believed their racial superiority guaranteed victory. Instead, they discovered an enemy whose will to resist matched their own, leading to battles of attrition that eroded the SS's elite aura. Barbarossa, once imagined as a lightning campaign of destruction, morphed into a quagmire of endless suffering. For the Waffen-SS, the Eastern Front became not only a killing ground for others, but a graveyard for their own. The reality of war clashed violently with the myth of invincibility. Postwar. By the end of 1941, Operation Barbarossa had failed to deliver the quick and decisive victory Hitler had promised, but it had succeeded in binding the Waffen-SS irrevocably to the regime's genocidal mission. Their battlefield record was written in both blood and infamy, combining tales of reckless bravery with evidence of systematic atrocity. They had proven themselves as fierce combat troops, but also as agents of racial policy, carrying out Hitler's orders with unquestioning obedience. The villages they burned, the civilians they executed, and the prisoners they annihilated testified to a war that had shed all pretense of conventional rules. In the East, the Waffen-SS earned a reputation that would shadow them for the rest of the conflict, a reputation as both warriors and butchers. The fanatical obedience that had once been celebrated as discipline now revealed its darkest form, a willingness to commit any act, however brutal, in service of ideology. Barbarossa thus marked the Waffen-SS's transformation from elite soldiers into perpetrators of crimes against humanity on an industrial scale. Their myth of purity and sacrifice became inseparable from rivers of blood and ash. What began as a campaign of conquest had become a war of annihilation, with the SS at its center. The invasion of the Soviet Union had revealed the true nature of Hitler's elite, and it was drenched in cruelty, destruction, and death. The Waffen-SS, while often presented by its own propaganda as a purely military organization, was deeply entangled in the machinery of genocide from the very beginning of its campaigns in the East. Far from being confined to the battlefield, its units were routinely called upon to assist the Einsatzgruppen, the mobile killing squads tasked with annihilating Jews, Roma, and perceived political enemies. In countless towns and villages across occupied Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic states, Waffen-SS soldiers provided the cordons, manpower, and logistical support that made mass shootings possible. Their black uniforms and skull insignias became a familiar sight to terrified civilians being rounded up for execution. Officers frequently cooperated directly with Einsatzgruppen leaders, ensuring smooth coordination between frontline combat operations and systematic mass killings. This overlap was not accidental but designed, as Himmler and Heinrich saw no sharp line between war and extermination. Waffen-SS troops were drilled to regard ideological enemies as unworthy of life, making their assistance in genocide a natural extension of their indoctrination. Many commanders encouraged participation in shootings as a test of hardness and loyalty to the regime. These early massacres blurred the distinction between soldier and executioner, erasing the boundary between combat duty and atrocity. By the end of 1941, entire Waffen-SS formations were already soaked in the blood of civilians. One of the most notorious examples of Waffen-SS involvement in genocide occurred in the wake of Operation Barbarossa. The Totenkopf division, originally formed from concentration camp guards, carried its camp brutality into the Soviet Union, where it assisted in large-scale massacres of Jewish communities. Waffen-SS units did not merely stand by, they rounded up families, transported victims to killing sites, and sometimes pulled the triggers themselves. These operations were not isolated but systematized, often involving close cooperation between Waffen-SS regimental staffs and Einsatzgruppen officers. In places like Kaunas and Riga, Waffen-SS troops provided perimeter security while thousands of Jews were shot in pits dug outside the cities. Sometimes soldiers were ordered to participate directly in the shootings to ensure complicity and prevent moral hesitation. The experience hardened them and fostered an atmosphere where atrocity was normalized as part of military duty. Officers later justified these actions as necessary for the security of German forces, equating entire populations with partisan threats. The blurred line between anti-partisan warfare and genocide became a defining feature of the Waffen-SS's Eastern operations. This seamless integration of combat and atrocity ensured that genocide became part of the soldier's identity. The Waffen-SS was also directly tied to the extermination camps, where millions of Jews and other victims were murdered. While the killings in these camps were primarily overseen by SS Totenkopf, the Death's Head units, Waffen-SS soldiers rotated through guard duties and reinforced camp security. Camp complexes like Auschwitz, Majdanek, and Treblinka relied on Waffen-SS manpower not only for guarding prisoners, but also for protecting the vast camp perimeters against rescue attempts or uprisings. In many cases, Waffen-SS men were assigned to escort transports, marching or herding thousands of deportees from railway stations to the gas chambers. They also carried out selections, pulling men, women, and children into different groups, those who might be worked to death and those who were to be killed immediately. Such tasks placed them directly at the heart of genocide. The presence of combat-trained Waffen-SS soldiers ensured that any sign of resistance was crushed with brutal efficiency. At Majdanek and Auschwitz, units fresh from the front lines were brought in to stiffen the resolve of camp staff and maintain discipline in the killing process. This rotation meant that Waffen-SS divisions and extermination camps were never entirely separate worlds, but interconnected gears in a single murderous system. Particularly chilling was the Waffen-SS's role in actions known as anti-partisan warfare, which often served as cover for mass killings of civilians. In regions such as Belarus and Ukraine, entire villages suspected of aiding partisans were encircled and annihilated. Waffen-SS units, such as the notorious Der Wanger Brigade, specialized in burning settlements to the ground, shooting men, women, and children, and deporting survivors to camps. These so-called operations were often indistinguishable from genocidal massacres, as Jews were targeted explicitly alongside alleged partisan supporters. Reports sent back to Berlin framed these mass killings as military operations, concealing their true purpose under bureaucratic euphemisms like pacification. For Waffen-SS soldiers, the campaign against partisans became a gateway into genocide, normalizing the extermination of entire populations under the guise of security. These atrocities left entire regions depopulated, with forests and fields filled with unmarked graves. Survivors who managed to escape carried harrowing stories of children shot in front of their mothers and entire families burned alive in barns. The systematic brutality instilled terror, ensuring German control through fear. By the time the Wehrmacht complained about the excesses, the Waffen-SS had already institutionalized mass terror as standard operating procedure. The Waffen-SS's participation in genocide was also ideological. Its soldiers were not only trained in combat, but were indoctrinated with racial theories that portrayed Jews and Slavs as subhuman threats to German survival. Indoctrination courses, delivered even at the front lines, taught recruits that extermination was a necessary duty to secure the future of the Reich. Propaganda reinforced this worldview, portraying Waffen-SS men as racial warriors defending Europe against Bolshevism and Jewish corruption. When they shot civilians or guarded transports to Auschwitz, they did so believing they were fulfilling a sacred mission. Officers constantly reminded their men that mercy was weakness and that history would thank them for their hardness. Such rhetoric eliminated hesitation, transforming atrocity into a badge of loyalty. The Waffen-SS became a proving ground for ideological conviction, where obedience and brutality merged into one. Unlike ordinary conscripts, Waffen-SS recruits often prided themselves on their willingness to carry out the hard tasks others shirked. This self-image, as the uncompromising vanguard of Nazism, created a culture where atrocity was not just tolerated, but celebrated. Thus, genocide became embedded in the very identity of the Waffen-SS soldier. Eyewitness accounts from both perpetrators and victims reveal the intimate scale of Waffen-SS involvement in genocide. Survivors recalled seeing Waffen-SS men laughing and smoking as they herded naked families into pits or gas chambers. Some perpetrators later admitted that they were encouraged to take part in shootings as a way of proving themselves to their comrades. Letters home from Waffen-SS soldiers sometimes mentioned mass killings in chillingly casual terms, describing them as clearing operations or Jewish actions. Atrocities were photographed, with soldiers keeping albums of massacres as souvenirs. These records demonstrate that participation was not only widespread, but often embraced. While not every Waffen-SS man pulled a trigger, the organization created an environment where silence, support, or complicity was unavoidable. The ordinary soldier became part of an extraordinary crime simply by following orders, standing guard, or providing logistical support. For the victims, the presence of Waffen-SS insignias often meant death was imminent. To historians, these testimonies confirm that genocide was inseparable from the Waffen-SS's operations. The consequences of the Waffen-SS's role in genocide reverberated far beyond the war itself. At Nuremberg, the entire Waffen-SS was declared a criminal organization because of its central role in mass murder. Defenders attempted to argue that many Waffen-SS divisions were purely military and had no role in atrocities. Yet the evidence of their coordination with Einsatzgruppen, their service in extermination camps, and their participation in anti-partisan massacres destroyed this narrative. Testimonies, documents, and photographs revealed that the Waffen-SS was not a neutral fighting force, but one of the core instruments of genocide. Even veterans who tried to present themselves as just soldiers carried the stain of complicity. Post-war denial campaigns, especially in West Germany, attempted to rehabilitate the Waffen-SS as an elite military corps, but the evidence of its crimes remained overwhelming. The legacy of these actions shaped public memory and fueled debates about responsibility and justice. For the victims and their descendants, the Waffen-SS became a symbol of ruthless cruelty, not military honor. Its name is now synonymous with atrocity, a reminder of how ideology and military power can fuse to destroy millions. Ultimately, the Waffen-SS cannot be separated from the Holocaust, for its soldiers were both warriors and executioners. They fought battles, but they also cleared ghettos, burned villages, and guarded death camps. Their dual role illustrates the Nazi vision of the political soldier, one whose loyalty extended beyond the battlefield into the realm of racial extermination. The Waffen-SS embodied the fusion of ideology and violence, making genocide an extension of warfare. Without their manpower, many of the Holocaust's mass shootings and deportations would not have been possible at the scale they occurred. The Waffen-SS was not a bystander, but an active participant, ensuring that Hitler's racial war was carried out to its fullest. Their involvement demonstrates how ordinary men, given indoctrination, orders, and authority, could become agents of unimaginable cruelty. The Holocaust was not only planned in offices, but executed by men in field grey uniforms with SS runes on their collars. Their actions left scars across Eastern Europe, where mass graves and ruined villages testify to their brutality. In the end, the Waffen-SS's story is inseparable from genocide, forever marking it as one of history's most criminal armies. By the early years of the Second World War, the Waffen-SS had already begun its transformation from a small, politically motivated force into a military institution of considerable size and ambition. What had begun as a personal bodyguard for Hitler, the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, was no longer merely a ceremonial formation. It was expanding into a frontline combat division. The success of the SS-Verfügungstruppe in earlier campaigns gave Heinrich Himmler leverage to demand further expansion and recognition for his troops. In Berlin, plans were drawn up to enlarge the SS into a parallel military structure that would rival the Wehrmacht in both prestige and battlefield performance. The Leibstandarte became the seed of this ambition, undergoing extensive reorganization and absorbing thousands of volunteers. New recruits were drawn not only from Germany, but also from ethnic German populations across occupied Europe, swelling the ranks with men indoctrinated in Nazi ideology. The SS High Command envisioned entire corps and eventually armies composed of divisions built upon this foundation. What distinguished the Waffen-SS from the Wehrmacht was not simply its loyalty to Hitler, but its integration of racial doctrine into its very structure. Each expansion was presented as a triumph of Nazi racial theory, giving the propaganda machine another story of strength to tell. The process of multiplying SS divisions was not just military, it was ideological, political, and symbolic of the regime's ambitions. The Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler was the flagship of this new Waffen-SS expansion, and its reorganization reflected both prestige and practical necessity. Originally a regiment-sized formation, it was enlarged into a full division by 1941, a transformation that required extensive recruitment, new officer training, and a massive increase in equipment. Its commander Sepp Dietrich was a loyal Hitler follower and became a central figure in shaping the character of the unit. While the Wehrmacht often looked down on Dietrich's lack of formal military education, his connection to Hitler ensured resources and political support. Under his leadership, the Leibstandarte developed a reputation for ferocity in combat, strict discipline, and a willingness to undertake the most dangerous assignments. The division's growth was also accompanied by increasing mechanization, reflecting the Nazi leadership's obsession with armored warfare and mobility. Tanks, half-tracks, and artillery pieces flowed into the unit, making it a centerpiece of the new SS war machine. Its men were not just soldiers but symbols, presented in propaganda as Hitler's chosen warriors. Every expansion of the Leibstandarte was carefully framed by Goebbels' ministry as evidence of the SS being a superior fighting force. In practice, this meant the division was tasked with some of the most brutal operations, testing both its military capacity and ideological resolve. Parallel to the growth of the Leibstandarte, other SS units were reorganized into full-fledged divisions, ensuring that the Waffen-SS was not reliant on a single flagship formation. The SS-Verfügungstruppe, which had played a central role in earlier campaigns, was restructured into the Das Reich division, a name that resonated with Nazi imperial ambition. Das Reich was equipped and trained to serve as a heavy-hitting multi-role division, combining infantry, mechanized elements, and artillery. Unlike the Wehrmacht traditional divisions, Das Reich was steeped in SS ideology, with political training embedded in its schedule, alongside combat preparation. The Totenkopf division, formed from concentration camp guards, was also expanded, bringing with it a reputation for unparalleled brutality. Its officers, hardened by years of running camps, carried over methods of terror into military practice, creating a unit feared by civilians and despised by regular army officers. These divisions, though often lacking the professional polish of Wehrmacht counterparts, compensated with fanaticism and loyalty to Hitler. By 1941, the Waffen-SS could field several divisions that were increasingly viewed as elite strike forces. Their performance was scrutinized by both allies and enemies, as their numbers and reputation grew. Every new division was a signal that Himmler's vision of a political army was taking shape in steel and blood. The transformation from small units into divisions demanded vast logistical support, something the SS leadership was determined to achieve even if it meant clashing with the Wehrmacht. Supplies of weapons, vehicles, and uniforms were often contested, as the army argued that the Waffen-SS had no rightful claim to scarce resources. Himmler, however, used his close ties to Hitler to ensure that SS divisions were never left behind in the arms race of modernization. Factories were instructed to prioritize equipment for SS units, and captured enemy material was frequently diverted to them. This created tensions on the ground, as Wehrmacht officers resented seeing SS troops outfitted with new tanks or motorized transport, while regular army divisions made do with shortages. Nonetheless, the SS continued to multiply, with new divisions being announced almost every year of the war. Each division bore names that carried symbolic weight: Totenkopf, Das Reich, Wiking, Nordland, each evoking either death, empire, or pan-German destiny. The ideological branding of these divisions made them not just military units, but propaganda tools, reinforcing Nazi narratives of a new European order under German dominance. The emphasis on racial selection during recruitment was also expanded, with foreign volunteers vetted for their Aryan qualities. The divisions thus grew not only in number but also in political symbolism. One of the most striking aspects of the Waffen-SS expansion was its recruitment of foreign volunteers, which further multiplied the divisions under its banner. The SS actively sought recruits from the Netherlands, Belgium, Norway, Denmark, and later even countries in Eastern Europe. These foreign formations were initially organized into regiments, but were eventually expanded into full divisions such as Wiking and Nordland. The Nazi regime promoted this as evidence that its racial ideology had universal appeal among Nordic and Germanic peoples. For many of these volunteers, the Waffen-SS represented both an opportunity to fight against communism and a chance to gain prestige within the Nazi world order. Training for foreign recruits was just as brutal as that for Germans, ensuring they adopted the same fanatical obedience. While their combat effectiveness varied, their existence allowed Himmler to boast of an international Waffen-SS, presenting it as the vanguard of a united Europe under Nazi rule. Propaganda portrayed these men as racial brothers, though in reality tensions often existed between German officers and foreign volunteers. Nonetheless, the divisions kept multiplying, drawing strength from every corner of occupied Europe. By the middle of the war, the Waffen-SS had become a multinational force in appearance, though its core remained fiercely loyal to Hitler and German supremacy. The expansion into panzer divisions marked a turning point in the SS's military growth, giving it parity with the most powerful formations of the Wehrmacht. Armored warfare was central to Nazi strategy, and Himmler ensured that SS divisions were equipped to compete with their army counterparts. The Leibstandarte, Reich and Totenkopf divisions all underwent mechanization, acquiring tanks, self-propelled guns, and advanced armored vehicles. These changes elevated their battlefield role from infantry-heavy formations to mobile shock troops capable of leading offensives. With the introduction of panzer divisions, the Waffen-SS was no longer an auxiliary, but a rival power to the Wehrmacht's Panzerwaffe. The speed and ferocity of SS armoured thrusts soon became legendary, though their operations were often accompanied by massacres and reprisals against civilians. Hitler encouraged this growth, seeing in the Panzer SS a tool for both military success and ideological demonstration. The sight of black uniformed tank crews reinforced the image of SS invincibility in propaganda reels. Every tank division that rolled onto the battlefield was not just a weapon of war, but also a symbol of the Nazi elite in action. By the mid-war years, the Waffen-SS had carved out a place as a crucial armoured spearhead in Germany's campaigns. The multiplication of divisions also reshaped the internal structure of the SS, requiring new corps-level commands to coordinate the growing force. Corps headquarters, such as ISS Panzer Corps, were established to manage operations involving multiple divisions. This gave the Waffen-SS the appearance of a professional military institution rather than a collection of fanatical units. Corps commanders, often veterans of the early SS formations, oversaw both strategic planning and ideological enforcement. The expansion to corps, and eventually to full army groups, meant that the SS was no longer limited to a supporting role. It could now conduct large-scale operations independently. This autonomy alarmed the Wehrmacht, which feared the SS's growing influence and competition for resources. Nevertheless, Hitler favored the SS, granting them a degree of independence rarely allowed to army formations. This structural growth also allowed foreign divisions to be grouped together, ensuring a measure of cohesion. By creating corps-level commands, Himmler effectively built a shadow army within the German war machine. Each step in this multiplication was both a military and political maneuver, furthering the SS's ambition of dominance. By 1943, the Waffen-SS had transformed from a handful of units into a massive military machine numbering dozens of divisions. From the Leibstandarte's humble beginnings as Hitler's bodyguard to the mechanized Panzer Corps that would fight on every front, the expansion represented one of the most remarkable military growth stories of the war. Yet this growth came with immense costs, both in human lives and in the moral corruption of the troops involved. The divisions were not only fighting soldiers, but also perpetrators of some of the worst atrocities of the war. Their multiplication symbolized the Nazi regime's willingness to sacrifice military efficiency for ideological goals, embedding politics into every layer of their structure. Despite constant clashes with the Wehrmacht, the Waffen-SS had secured its place as Hitler's elite army, bound by loyalty and ideology rather than tradition. The image of the Waffen-SS as an unstoppable force was carefully cultivated, but beneath the propaganda lay divisions stretched by recruitment challenges, supply shortages, and battlefield attrition. Still, their presence on the Eastern Front, in the Balkans and in Western Europe, made them central actors in Germany's war effort. The multiplication of SS divisions reflected both the ambition and the delusion of the Nazi regime. In the end, this rapid expansion could not prevent the collapse of the very empire it sought to protect. The Waffen-SS, initially conceived as an elite German formation bound by racial purity, began to evolve dramatically as the war in the East dragged on. By 1941, Heinrich Himmler and SS recruiters recognized that Germany alone could not shoulder the full burden of Hitler's ideological crusade against Bolshevism. The Nazi leadership reframed the struggle in propaganda terms, presenting the Eastern Front not just as a German war, but as a European crusade to save civilization from the perceived threat of communism. Posters, pamphlets, and radio broadcasts proclaimed the Soviet Union as a menace to Christian faith, European identity, and cultural heritage. This message resonated particularly in countries already gripped by strong right-wing, nationalist and anti-communist sentiments. In the Netherlands, Belgium and Scandinavia, radical movements viewed the Waffen-SS as the spearhead of a continental rebirth. Many young men, disillusioned with democracy and attracted by the image of the Aryan warrior, found the call irresistible. The SS eagerly embraced them, often overlooking strict racial standards in favor of military necessity. What began as a narrowly defined German force was now becoming a patchwork of European ideologues. This transformation would significantly alter both the composition and the reputation of the Waffen-SS. The first major wave of foreign volunteers came from the Netherlands and Flanders, regions under German occupation but with long histories of nationalist fervor and anti-Bolshevik politics. The Dutch National Socialist Movement, NSB, and the Flemish National Union, VNV, encouraged recruitment by framing service in the Waffen-SS as both patriotic and pan-European. Himmler's propaganda apparatus portrayed these recruits as defenders of their homelands against Soviet expansion, while simultaneously advancing their role in building a new Europe under German leadership. Recruitment offices were opened in Amsterdam, Brussels, and Antwerp, often draped in banners displaying the swastika alongside national flags. Young men were told that by enlisting, they were not betraying their countries but rather elevating them into the ranks of a grand Aryan alliance. Training camps in Germany soon hosted Dutch and Flemish volunteers who were integrated into newly formed regiments such as the Westland and Langemarck. Discipline was harsh, and the German cadres supervising them made no secret of their disdain for foreigners, but the allure of the Waffen-SS uniform outweighed these humiliations for many recruits. The reality of combat would prove far harsher than the promises of glory. Nonetheless, their presence demonstrated the growing shift from a purely German SS to a European one. Scandinavian volunteers became another prized addition to the Waffen-SS, as their Nordic appearance aligned closely with Nazi racial ideals. In Denmark and Norway, recruitment was framed not only as a fight against communism, but also as a way to reaffirm their supposed ancient kinship with the Germanic race. The Waking Division, established in 1940, became the primary home for these Scandinavian recruits, alongside Germans and other Europeans. Propaganda in Denmark featured striking imagery of Viking warriors sailing eastward, now reimagined as crusaders against the Soviets. In Norway, Vidkun Quisling's collaborationist regime actively supported recruitment campaigns, with promises that Norwegian volunteers would be treated as equals by their German comrades. Reality soon revealed otherwise, as many found themselves relegated to secondary roles or subjected to the same brutal training methods that stripped away individuality. Despite this, several thousand Danes and Norwegians donned SS uniforms and fought fiercely on the Eastern Front. Their participation helped Himmler bolster his vision of the Waffen-SS as an international order of racial warriors. Yet, while they were celebrated in propaganda as heroes, their actions tied them directly to the atrocities committed in occupied territories. For these young men, the ideological dream of a Germanic brotherhood often clashed violently with the grim realities of Nazi warfare. The inclusion of foreign volunteers was not solely limited to Northern Europe. The Waffen-SS reached into virtually every corner of occupied or Allied territory. In France, collaborationist elements rallied behind the idea of fighting Bolshevism, leading to the creation of units like the Charlemagne Division. In Wallonia, the charismatic fascist leader Léon de Grelle became a prominent recruiter, boasting that thousands of Walloon volunteers would march east under the banner of the SS. In Italy, after Mussolini's fall and the establishment of the German-backed Italian Social Republic, volunteers were pressed into SS service, adding further diversity to the ranks. Even in neutral or semi-neutral countries, clandestine recruitment occurred, drawing individuals motivated by ideology, adventure, or opportunism. These foreign recruits underwent the same punishing indoctrination and training as their German counterparts, forging a shared identity rooted in fanaticism and brutality. By 1943, divisions composed largely of non-Germans were fighting in some of the most ferocious battles on the Eastern Front. The Waffen-SS, once a symbol of German exclusivity, was morphing into a multinational instrument of terror. Himmler proudly declared that the SS had become the Crusader army of Europe, though the reality was often one of disunity and mistrust between Germans and foreigners. Nevertheless, their presence gave the regime a powerful propaganda weapon. The propaganda campaign supporting foreign enlistment relied on sophisticated narratives that appealed to local pride while subordinating it to the Nazi cause. In the Netherlands, posters showed Dutch soldiers standing side by side with Germans under the slogan, "Fight Bolshevism with us." In Denmark, recruitment drives compared SS volunteers to medieval knights defending Christendom against pagan hordes. In France, recruiters invoked the memory of Charlemagne, linking his historic empire to Hitler's vision of a unified Europe. The SS skillfully blended appeals to nationalism with the pan-European crusade, creating a complex web of motivations for volunteers. Many recruits were not necessarily ardent Nazis, but young men swept up in the rhetoric of defending their culture and faith. Others were motivated by economic hardship, seeking steady pay, food, and a sense of belonging in a continent torn apart by war. The spectacle of SS parades, polished uniforms, and promises of honor further enticed impressionable youths. Once enlisted, however, they were subjected to indoctrination that demanded absolute loyalty to Hitler. This propaganda-driven recruitment created divisions infused with ideological zeal, but also saddled with linguistic barriers and cultural clashes. Still, the narrative of a united Europe against Bolshevism remained one of the Nazis' most potent tools of persuasion. Despite their recruitment successes, the integration of foreign volunteers into the Waffen-SS was fraught with difficulties. German officers often regarded them as second-class soldiers, mocking their accents, discipline, and supposed lack of racial purity. Training camps saw frequent clashes between German cadres and foreign recruits, sometimes escalating into open fights. On the battlefield, foreign units were sometimes assigned the most dangerous tasks, with the expectation that they would prove their worth through sacrifice. Many were poorly equipped compared to German divisions, leading to resentment and disillusionment. Language barriers made coordination difficult, and cultural misunderstandings eroded the sense of brotherhood touted in propaganda. Yet, in some cases, foreign volunteers distinguished themselves with exceptional bravery, winning the respect of their German comrades. Reports from the Eastern Front noted the ferocity of Walloon and Scandinavian fighters, who often refused to retreat even in hopeless situations. These actions reinforced the image of fanatical devotion that the SS sought to project to the outside world. Still, the reality was that foreign volunteers were frequently expendable assets, used to bolster German manpower at a time of mounting casualties. Their sacrifices, both celebrated and exploited, became part of the Waffen-SS mythos. As the war turned against Germany, foreign SS divisions increasingly found themselves in desperate battles on collapsing fronts. The French Charlemagne division fought with extraordinary determination in the defense of Berlin in 1945, with some of its members among the last defenders of the Reich chancellery. Scandinavian units, once heralded as models of Aryan kinship, were decimated in brutal clashes against Soviet forces. The Walloon volunteers under Léon de Grelle continued to fight stubbornly until the very end, their leader fleeing to Spain to escape Allied justice. For many foreign volunteers, the promise of a glorious crusade against communism ended in annihilation or captivity. Those who survived were often branded as traitors in their homelands, facing prison sentences, executions, or lifelong exile. The Nazi vision of a European SS collapsed with the fall of the Reich, leaving behind only the memory of destruction and collaboration. Himmler's dream of a continental brotherhood, bound by blood and ideology, had disintegrated under the weight of reality. The foreigners who had marched east in hopes of honor had instead become symbols of betrayal in their own countries. Their legacy would remain controversial long after the war ended. The story of foreign volunteers in the Waffen-SS illustrates both the reach and the contradictions of Nazi ideology. While the regime proclaimed a doctrine of racial exclusivity, the demands of war forced it to compromise and embrace recruits once deemed unworthy. Himmler's willingness to expand the SS beyond Germany revealed both opportunism and a desire to create a pan-European empire under German dominance. For the volunteers, motivations ranged from ideological zeal to youthful naivety, opportunism, or coercion. Some believed sincerely in the cause, while others were swept up in the chaos of occupation and propaganda. On the battlefield, they fought with determination, but their contributions also tied them directly to the atrocities committed by the SS machine. Their story complicates the simplistic narrative of the SS as an exclusively German formation, revealing it instead as a multinational instrument of repression and fanaticism. When the war ended, these men paid a heavy price for their choices, condemned by both victors and their own compatriots. The legacy of the European SS remains a dark reminder of how ideology, propaganda, and desperation can draw people across borders into a shared project of destruction. In the end, the Waffen-SS may have boasted of being a European army, but it left behind only a trail of suffering and shattered lives. When the German armies pushed deep into Eastern Europe after the launch of Operation Barbarossa, the Waffen-SS faced a new challenge and a new opportunity: the possibility of drawing manpower from populations long demonized in Nazi ideology. Ukrainians, Latvians, Estonians, and even ethnic Russians suddenly became available as recruits, either as volunteers or more often as coerced auxiliaries. The sheer scale of the war on the Eastern Front meant that the Waffen-SS, which had prided itself on its racially pure foundations, found itself desperate for manpower to sustain its ever-growing divisions. Heinrich Himmler's racial theorists had long dismissed Slavs as subhuman, unworthy of sharing the same barracks as so-called Aryans, yet the grim reality of attritional warfare made these theories flexible in practice. Nazi propaganda began reshaping its message, portraying the recruitment of Eastern peoples as part of a grand crusade against Bolshevism, rather than a betrayal of racial purity. For many Ukrainians and Latvians, the memory of Soviet oppression, collectivization, and mass deportations made collaboration seem like a pragmatic option. Some saw the Germans as liberators, at least in the early months, offering a chance for national autonomy or revenge against their former Soviet overlords. Others joined out of desperation, pressed into service under occupation, or drawn by the promise of food, pay, or protection for their families. Thus, in the midst of ideological contradictions, the Waffen-SS began to morph into a more multi-ethnic force than its founders could have ever imagined. In Ukraine, one of the earliest and most significant recruitment drives came with the formation of the 14th Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS Galicienne. Raised in 1943, this unit attracted tens of thousands of Ukrainian volunteers, many of whom hoped that serving under German command might eventually lead to recognition of a Ukrainian national army. The Germans carefully framed the division as a bulwark against Bolshevism, appealing to the widespread anti-Soviet sentiment in Galicia, a region that had suffered terribly under Stalin's purges and deportations. Training camps in occupied Poland instilled both German military discipline and Nazi ideological indoctrination, attempting to transform Ukrainian recruits into reliable instruments of Hitler's war. Yet, despite German propaganda, mistrust remained on both sides. The SS officers doubted the loyalty of their Slavic subordinates, while the Ukrainians realized they were being used as cannon fodder in battles far from their homeland. Nonetheless, the Galician division would later see heavy combat, including its catastrophic near annihilation at the Battle of Brody in 1944. This unit became emblematic of the uneasy compromise between Nazi racial dogma and military necessity, a symbol of collaboration forged in desperation. Its existence also foreshadowed how the Waffen-SS would increasingly shed its exclusivity, becoming less a purely Germanic elite and more a pragmatic multinational war machine. Latvia presented another fertile recruiting ground, with its population embittered by Soviet occupation in 1940–41. When the Germans drove out the Red Army, many Latvians viewed the Waffen-SS as an ally against Bolshevism and an instrument for reclaiming national pride. The creation of the 15th and 19th Waffen Grenadier Divisions of the SS Latvian brought tens of thousands of Latvians under the black uniforms of the SS. These divisions were unique in that they were composed almost entirely of local recruits, commanded by German officers but heavily staffed by Latvian rank and file. The Germans branded them as volunteer divisions, although in reality a mixture of coercion, conscription, and propaganda filled the ranks. Many Latvian soldiers fought with determination, motivated less by loyalty to Nazi ideology than by hatred of Soviet domination. Their service was marked by both battlefield effectiveness and involvement in brutal anti-partisan campaigns, where they became instruments of German terror against civilian populations. Latvians hoped their sacrifices might earn concessions toward national independence, but the Nazi regime never had any intention of granting true sovereignty. As the Eastern Front collapsed, these divisions fought bitter rearguard actions, cementing their reputation as fierce yet tragic participants in a war not truly their own. Estonian recruits followed a similar trajectory, joining the Waffen-SS in significant numbers once the Red Army was driven from their homeland in 1941. The formation of the 20th Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS Estonian reflected the same mixture of nationalism, anti-Soviet sentiment, and German coercion seen elsewhere in the Baltics. Many Estonians joined in the belief that service might preserve their nation from being swallowed once again by Stalin's empire. Training emphasized both combat readiness and ideological conformity, though the latter rarely penetrated deeply into the minds of men who fought primarily for Estonia, not for Hitler. Estonian SS units distinguished themselves in defensive battles in 1944, fighting stubbornly to hold back Soviet offensives aimed at reclaiming the Baltic states. Their valor on the battlefield could not mask the grim reality that they were ultimately fighting under a foreign occupier's flag, caught between two totalitarian empires. German officers praised the fighting spirit of the Estonians, yet they never granted them the independence that motivated so many volunteers. In the end, the Estonian divisions suffered devastating losses, their soldiers facing either death in combat or brutal retribution when the Soviets returned. For Estonia, as for Latvia and Ukraine, the Waffen-SS represented both an opportunity for national resistance and a trap of German exploitation. One of the greatest contradictions in Waffen-SS recruitment was the incorporation of ethnic Russians and other so-called Asiatic peoples from the Soviet Union. Nazi ideology had long proclaimed Slavs as unfit for military service alongside Germans, yet by 1943 the situation on the Eastern Front had grown desperate enough to override dogma. Collaborationist units, such as the Russian SS formations and the ill-fated Kaminsky Brigade, were absorbed into the Waffen-SS, though often treated with suspicion by their German commanders. Many of these recruits came from prisoner-of-war camps, where starvation and brutality made volunteering for German service a means of survival. Others were recruited from anti-Soviet partisan groups, hoping to fight Stalin, but finding themselves under the iron grip of the SS instead. These units often suffered from poor equipment, low morale, and heavy casualties, reinforcing the Germans' prejudices about their unreliability. At the same time, their very existence exposed the cracks in Nazi racial doctrine, which was now twisted into claiming that Russians and Central Asians could serve as auxiliaries in the crusade against Bolshevism. This ideological contortion revealed the extent to which the Waffen-SS had transformed from a supposedly elite racial vanguard into a sprawling multi-ethnic war machine driven by necessity. Beyond the Slavic peoples, the Waffen-SS extended its reach to include volunteers from the Caucasus, Central Asia, and even Muslim communities under German occupation. Divisions and battalions were raised from Azeris, Georgians, Armenians, Tatars, and even Bosnian Muslims, each framed within propaganda as defenders of their own traditions against Soviet tyranny. Himmler, who had once championed racial purity as the cornerstone of the SS, now justified their inclusion by arguing that these recruits were natural warriors and allies against Bolshevism. In Bosnia, for example, the 13th Waffen Mountain Division of the SS Handschar recruited thousands of Muslim volunteers under the patronage of the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. These men were promised respect for their religious customs, even provided with imams and halal rations to encourage loyalty. Yet their combat record was mixed, with frequent desertions, mutinies, and brutal reprisals against local civilians. Still, the symbolic value of these units was immense. They demonstrated that the Waffen-SS was no longer a purely Germanic organization, but a multinational army cobbled together from across occupied Europe and beyond. The contradictions between Nazi ideology and wartime necessity had never been more stark, as Hitler's racial empire increasingly relied on the very peoples it had once condemned as inferior. The multi-ethnic expansion of the Waffen-SS was not without consequences for its internal culture and cohesion. German officers often regarded their foreign recruits with disdain, treating them as expendable and doubting their loyalty. Language barriers, cultural differences, and conflicting motivations created constant friction within the ranks. While propaganda portrayed them as brothers in arms in the struggle against Bolshevism, reality was far more fractured, with foreign volunteers frequently segregated or deployed in less prestigious roles. Yet, on the battlefield, many of these units fought with determination, driven by hatred of Stalin, fear of Soviet retribution, or the hope of securing autonomy. The diversity of the Waffen-SS challenged its founding myth of being a racially homogeneous elite, turning it instead into a pragmatic tool of German war policy. This transformation also weakened the organization's claim to exclusivity, making it increasingly indistinguishable from the Wehrmacht, which had long relied on foreign auxiliaries. By the war's end, nearly half of all Waffen-SS soldiers were non-German, a statistic that would have horrified the ideologues of its early years. The Waffen-SS had become less a symbol of racial purity and more a desperate patchwork army stitched together from the wreckage of occupied Europe. The story of Eastern recruits in the Waffen-SS is ultimately one of tragedy, contradiction, and exploitation. Many Ukrainians, Latvians, Estonians, and others joined in the hope of protecting their homeland or achieving national independence, only to discover they were pawns in Hitler's imperial war. German commanders used them as shock troops, garrison forces, and anti-partisan enforcers, exposing them to both high casualties and moral compromises. Their service left a legacy stained by association with SS atrocities, even though many fought with motivations far removed from Nazi ideology. After the war, veterans of these divisions faced persecution, imprisonment, or exile, condemned as collaborators regardless of the complex circumstances of their service. For the Waffen-SS, the recruitment of Eastern peoples represented both a triumph of pragmatism and a betrayal of its founding racial principles. It became a military necessity that shattered ideological purity, undermining the very myth that had sustained its image of elitism. The presence of Slavs and other undesirables within its ranks revealed the hollowness of Nazi racial doctrine when confronted with the reality of total war. In the end, the Waffen-SS emerged from the Eastern Front not as a homogeneous Aryan elite, but as a fractured multinational force defined by contradiction. The desperate reliance on Eastern recruits marked a turning point in its history, exposing the limits of ideology in the face of battlefield survival. By the early 1940s, Heinrich Himmler and the SS leadership sought new sources of manpower as the demands of the war intensified, and one of the most unusual experiments emerged in the Balkans. The Waffen-SS, which had once prided itself on being an elite Germanic force, now turned toward Muslim populations in Bosnia and the wider Balkan region. The division that would later be known as the 13th Waffen Mountain Division of the SS Handschar became the first predominantly Muslim formation in Nazi Germany's military machine. Named after the curved Ottoman sword, the Handschar was envisioned as a symbol of blending Islamic identity with the Waffen-SS brand of militant nationalism. Himmler himself had a fascination with Islam, often remarking that he admired its warrior ethos and perceived discipline. These sentiments influenced his willingness to experiment with Muslim recruits, even when it clashed with Nazi racial dogma. In Bosnia, the Germans exploited local grievances against Serbs and the chaos of the Yugoslav civil war to attract young men to their cause. For many Muslims in the region, joining the Handschar was not necessarily about supporting Hitler's ideology, but about protecting their communities from Serbian Chetnik reprisals. In this way, ideology merged with opportunism, creating a division that stood at the crossroads of Nazi ambition and Balkan desperation. The Handschar's birth marked a striking departure from the Waffen-SS's original image as a purely Aryan guard. Recruitment for the Handschar was carried out with meticulous propaganda, designed to appeal to both religious pride and local grievances. SS officers promised Bosnian Muslims protection for their families, autonomy for their communities, and the chance to carry arms under German command. In a striking departure from typical SS protocol, imams were incorporated into the division as spiritual leaders, and religious accommodations were made for prayer, diet, and Islamic customs. The SS even produced special prayer books and uniforms modified to reflect Islamic identity, including the distinctive fez, which became a hallmark of the Handschar troops. Recruitment drives were accompanied by posters portraying the division as both a defender of Islam and a bulwark against communism and Serbian nationalism. Himmler personally approved of these concessions, convinced that Islam's martial spirit could be harnessed for the Reich's purposes. German officers emphasized that Muslims were natural warriors with a tradition of loyalty and sacrifice, appealing to both history and faith. This effort succeeded in drawing tens of thousands of volunteers, although many were motivated less by ideology and more by the promise of stability in a region ravaged by war. The German propaganda machine cleverly masked the contradictions of a Nazi regime proclaiming Aryan supremacy while now embracing Muslims as comrades in arms. For the SS, these contradictions were secondary to the pressing need for manpower and control in the volatile Balkans. Training the Handschar, however, exposed both the strengths and weaknesses of this unusual experiment. The division was initially stationed in southern France, far removed from the Balkans, where German officers sought to mold the recruits into disciplined SS soldiers. Drill instructors found that while the men were enthusiastic and physically resilient, many lacked the formal military discipline expected of SS formations. Language barriers complicated communication, as few Bosnian recruits spoke German fluently, and interpreters became essential in every unit. Despite these challenges, the SS emphasized indoctrination with lectures on loyalty, obedience, and the fight against Bolshevism. Imams conducted regular religious services, often blending faith with calls to arms against the perceived enemies of Islam and the Reich. German officers tolerated these practices, seeing them as a useful tool to maintain morale and cohesion. Yet friction often emerged when recruits questioned orders that conflicted with local traditions, or when German instructors attempted to enforce rigid discipline. Instances of desertion and insubordination were not uncommon during the early months of training. These difficulties foreshadowed the problems the Handschar would face once deployed in the Balkans. When the Handschar was finally sent into action in Bosnia and Croatia, its primary role was not conventional frontline combat, but anti-partisan operations. The Balkans at the time were a cauldron of violence, with Tito's communist partisans, Serbian Chetniks, and Axis occupation forces all clashing in brutal, irregular warfare. The Germans used the Handschar to pacify Muslim villages, secure transportation routes, and suppress partisan activity in mountainous terrain. The division quickly gained a reputation for harsh tactics, often targeting not only partisans, but also civilian populations suspected of supporting them. Villages were burned, civilians executed, and entire communities terrorized under the guise of restoring order. For many Handschar soldiers, this violence was justified as retribution for attacks by Chetnik militias, who had massacred Muslim civilians earlier in the war. This cycle of vengeance fed the brutal nature of the conflict, blurring the lines between military action and sectarian reprisal. The Germans encouraged such ferocity, considering it an effective way to keep resistance at bay, but it also deepened divisions between ethnic and religious groups in Yugoslavia. The division's actions further demonstrated how the Waffen-SS blurred the line between military force and instruments of terror. The presence of imams within the Handschar gave the unit a unique character compared to other Waffen-SS formations. These religious leaders were tasked not only with leading prayers, but also with reinforcing loyalty to the German cause by framing the war as both a jihad against communism and a defense of Islam. Friday sermons often combined Quranic verses with political messages provided by German authorities. This fusion of faith and ideology created a distinctive identity for the division, one that Himmler hoped could serve as a model for future Muslim formations. German officers observed with fascination as traditional Islamic rituals were performed alongside SS military drills, a cultural mixture that seemed surreal within the context of Nazi Germany's racial hierarchy. The fez, prayer mats, and German rifles symbolized this unlikely partnership. Yet beneath the surface, tension simmered as many recruits questioned the sincerity of their German commanders' respect for Islam. The contradictions became apparent whenever German officers dismissed religious customs or mocked local traditions, eroding trust. Nonetheless, the Handschar remained a unique case study in the blending of ideology, religion, and military necessity. It demonstrated the SS's remarkable flexibility when strategic needs outweighed dogma. Despite initial enthusiasm, the Handschar soon revealed deep structural weaknesses that plagued its operational effectiveness. Desertions became a persistent problem, especially once the division was deployed into the harsh realities of guerrilla warfare. Many recruits had joined with the expectation of protecting their own villages, not fighting in distant or prolonged campaigns. When orders required them to leave their families unprotected, loyalty often faltered. The brutality of anti-partisan warfare also took a psychological toll, as endless skirmishes and ambushes eroded morale. German officers frequently complained about unreliability, accusing the Bosnian recruits of lacking the discipline and ideological conviction of true SS men. Some units mutinied, refusing orders or even attacking their German overseers in rare cases. These internal problems tarnished the reputation of the Handschar within the Waffen-SS command structure. Himmler, however, remained supportive, arguing that the experiment had value and that further training and integration could overcome these flaws. Yet by the war's later years, the division's reliability was increasingly questioned. The Waffen-SS beyond the Handschar, the SS experimented with forming other Muslim divisions across different regions. In the Caucasus, Central Asia, and Crimea, similar attempts were made to recruit Turkic and Muslim populations into Waffen-SS units. The most notable after the Handschar was the 21st Waffen Mountain Division of the SS Skanderbeg, composed mainly of Albanian Muslims. Like its Bosnian counterpart, the Skanderbeg division faced problems of discipline, desertion, and a tendency toward brutality against local civilians. Its effectiveness as a fighting force was limited, and it became infamous for atrocities rather than battlefield successes. Nevertheless, these divisions revealed the SS's growing desperation for manpower as the war turned against Germany. Ideological consistency was sacrificed in favor of pragmatic recruitment, as the Reich extended its reach to populations it had once considered inferior. Muslim SS divisions became both symbols of the Waffen-SS's adaptability and reminders of the contradictions at the heart of Nazi racial policy. They stood as proof that ideology could be bent when survival demanded it. The legacy of the Handschar and other Muslim SS divisions remains controversial and deeply entangled with the history of the Balkans. For the Germans, these formations were little more than instruments of war, raised to serve short-term strategic needs. For many Bosnians, participation in the division represented a desperate attempt to defend their communities amid the chaos of civil war and ethnic violence. After the war, survivors of the Handschar were often stigmatized as collaborators, even though their motivations had varied widely. Historians continue to debate whether these divisions should be seen primarily as tools of Nazi oppression or as expressions of local self-preservation. The Handschar in particular highlights the blurred boundaries between ideology, religion, and survival during the Second World War. It shows how the Waffen-SS transformed itself from a supposedly pure racial elite into a patchwork of formations united less by belief than by circumstance. At the same time, the division's atrocities remind us that opportunism and pragmatism often carried devastating consequences for civilians. The story of the Muslim SS divisions underscores the complexity of collaboration, the cynicism of Nazi recruitment, and the tragedy of communities caught in the storm of global war. The question of why men joined the Waffen-SS is central to understanding both the organization's growth and its impact on the Second World War. Unlike the regular German army, the Waffen-SS actively recruited beyond Germany's borders, appealing to a wide spectrum of motives and emotions. Some recruits were driven by deep ideological conviction, embracing Hitler's vision of a Europe united under National Socialism and purged of its supposed enemies. They saw themselves as warriors in a racial and cultural struggle, convinced that they were part of a vanguard destined to reshape the continent. Nazi propaganda played an enormous role, painting service in the SS as a noble mission rather than a brutal occupation. Posters, speeches, and films presented the SS man as the embodiment of strength, purity, and destiny. For impressionable youth or disillusioned adults, this narrative held a powerful sway. Others joined because the SS promised honor, prestige, and a sense of belonging in a fractured and uncertain world. Yet, beneath the surface, these lofty ideals often masked far more practical or even desperate motives. Understanding the full spectrum of reasons requires peeling back layers of ideology, propaganda, and personal circumstance. For many German recruits, service in the Waffen-SS was a means of demonstrating absolute loyalty to Hitler and the Nazi cause. The SS, more than any other branch, prided itself on ideological purity, requiring men to undergo rigorous indoctrination. This training instilled a sense that they were not mere soldiers, but guardians of a radical vision of Europe's future. Young Germans, particularly those raised in the Hitler Youth, were immersed from childhood in ideas of racial superiority and duty to the Führer. Joining the SS was presented as the natural culmination of this upbringing, the final step in proving one's worth to the nation. Men were told that by donning the black or field grey uniform, they were placing themselves among an elite brotherhood. The prestige associated with the SS attracted ambitious individuals who sought advancement or recognition beyond what the regular army could provide. This ambition often aligned seamlessly with the regime's demand for unquestioning devotion. To many, enlistment was less about practical concerns and more about fulfilling a destiny carefully crafted by years of indoctrination. For this group, conviction, not coercion, was the primary driver. Yet ideology alone cannot explain the sheer number of men who filled the Waffen-SS ranks. For a significant portion, the decision was grounded in more pragmatic considerations, often linked to survival in wartime Europe. In occupied territories, joining the SS could mean avoiding forced labor, imprisonment, or even execution. For young men in countries under Nazi control, volunteering was sometimes the lesser of two evils, offering food, shelter, and wages in a time of scarcity. Others were conscripted or pressured through local collaborators, their choice more coerced than voluntary. Entire communities in Eastern Europe, particularly in Latvia, Ukraine, and Croatia, faced recruitment drives that blurred the line between volunteering and compulsion. Some individuals rationalized their decision as a temporary measure, a way to endure the occupation while avoiding harsher alternatives. These recruits were not motivated by belief in Nazi ideology, but by the harsh realities of survival. While Nazi propaganda claimed their loyalty, many of these men viewed the Waffen-SS as a shield against hunger, poverty, or political persecution. Their presence illustrates how the ranks of the SS were shaped not just by conviction, but by the pressures of circumstance. Adventure and the allure of military life also played a significant role in attracting recruits. The Waffen-SS presented itself as a dynamic, action-oriented force, promising men the chance to fight in decisive battles and be part of something larger than themselves. For restless youth, especially in neutral or occupied countries, the SS offered an escape from monotony or frustration with their current lives. The thrill of combat, the appeal of camaraderie, and the promise of medals or recognition created a romanticized vision of war. Propaganda films showed Waffen-SS soldiers marching with pride, conquering vast territories, and receiving adulation as Europe's new knights. Such imagery captivated young men who yearned for purpose or excitement in a world overshadowed by crisis. Some saw enlistment as a rite of passage, a test of manhood in an era where military service carried immense cultural prestige. Others viewed it as an opportunity to prove themselves in battle and win glory that civilian life could never provide. The SS deliberately played on these impulses, framing war not as horror but as a grand adventure. For many, this illusion outweighed the grim realities awaiting them on the front lines. Genocide, nationalism, and local grievances also drove men into the Waffen-SS, especially outside of Germany. In places like the Baltic states, occupied by the Soviet Union before the Nazis arrived, resentment against Moscow fueled collaboration with the Germans. The SS capitalized on these sentiments, portraying itself as the vanguard of Europe's fight against Bolshevism. For Latvians, Estonians, and Ukrainians, joining the Waffen-SS was sometimes seen as a way to resist Soviet domination. Similarly, Flemish and Dutch recruits viewed service as a means of advancing their nationalist aspirations, hoping their cooperation would earn them favor in a German-dominated Europe. Local propaganda reframed the war not as submission to Hitler, but as participation in a pan-European crusade for independence and self-determination. The SS encouraged this narrative, tailoring its message to exploit national grievances while downplaying contradictions with Nazi racial theory. In this way, nationalist conviction and opportunism merged to draw in thousands. What the Germans saw as racial warriors, many locals saw as a chance to reclaim pride and political influence. The overlap of Nazi ideology with local nationalism created a dangerous but effective recruiting environment. Economic motivations were another strong factor that cannot be overlooked. Service in the Waffen-SS provided steady pay, regular meals, and uniforms at a time when much of Europe was experiencing deprivation. For men in poor rural areas or in countries devastated by war, these basic provisions were powerful incentives. The SS also offered financial benefits to families of recruits, which further encouraged enlistment. In some cases, the promise of land or property, often confiscated from Jews or other persecuted groups, was dangled as a reward for service. For those facing unemployment or starvation, joining the Waffen-SS could feel less like collaboration and more like a desperate gamble for survival. Men who might otherwise have had no interest in Nazi ideology found themselves lured by the promise of security. Economic desperation was especially influential in Eastern Europe, where entire villages were drawn into recruitment campaigns under the lure of financial stability. In these situations, conviction was secondary, and the SS became less an ideological army and more a lifeline in a collapsing world. Material necessity, just as much as ideology, helped to swell the ranks. The motivations for joining the Waffen-SS were rarely singular or straightforward. Instead, they often overlapped and shifted with circumstances. A man might begin with ideological fervor, but also be attracted by adventure, or be driven by nationalism, yet persuaded by economic security. For others, coercion mingled with conviction, as local collaborators used pressure tactics, while propaganda whispered promises of honor and destiny. The result was a complex tapestry of motives that defies simple categorization. What united these men, however, was the transformation that followed their recruitment. Once inside the SS, training, discipline, and indoctrination worked to align their diverse reasons into a single framework of loyalty and obedience. Individual motives were gradually subsumed under the collective identity of the Waffen-SS soldier. The machine was designed not only to recruit men, but to remake them in the image of the regime. In this way, even those who joined reluctantly could be drawn into complicity with atrocities. The Waffen-SS was as much a psychological crucible as it was a fighting force. Ultimately, the story of why men joined the Waffen-SS reflects the broader story of war in Europe, a blend of conviction, coercion, and compromise. For some, enlistment was the realization of deeply held beliefs in Nazism and racial supremacy. For others, it was the outcome of fear, necessity, or the pursuit of survival in desperate times. Nationalism, economic hardship, and the search for belonging all played their part, feeding into the ranks of an organization that thrived on exploiting human vulnerability. The SS deliberately blurred these lines, crafting propaganda that appealed to multiple motives simultaneously. A poster could speak of honor, while also hinting at security and opportunity. Recruiters promised both a noble mission and a full stomach, both ideological purity and material rewards. This ambiguity ensured that the Waffen-SS could cast a wide net, drawing in men from across social classes, nations, and belief systems. In the end, whether by conviction or collaboration, they all became part of the same machine of destruction. Their reasons for joining varied, but the consequences of their service were devastatingly uniform. By the summer of 1943, the war on the Eastern Front had reached a critical point, and the Waffen-SS stood at the center of Hitler's plans for a decisive blow. The Battle of Kursk was conceived as the largest armored confrontation in history, and the Waffen-SS divisions were chosen to spearhead the German assault. These units, including the Leibstandarte, das Reich, and Totenkopf, had been rebuilt after catastrophic losses at Kharkov and were armed with the latest German tanks. Hitler and Himmler believed their fanaticism and discipline could achieve what regular army formations could not. The SS divisions were heavily reinforced with Tiger tanks, Panthers, and self-propelled artillery to give them maximum striking power. For weeks before the battle, the soldiers were indoctrinated with speeches about saving Europe from Bolshevism. Propaganda painted the coming clash as not just a battle for territory, but as a racial war for survival. The Waffen-SS troops marched toward the Kursk salient with a mixture of confidence, fear, and dread. They were told that this battle could change the outcome of the war, restoring German initiative in the east. For the Waffen-SS, Kursk would become both their greatest demonstration of battlefield power and a turning point of irreversible decline. The opening of Operation Citadel in July 1943 was marked by a ferocious artillery barrage and waves of armored assaults. The Waffen-SS divisions attacked the southern sector of the Kursk salient, where Soviet defenses were deepest. Unlike in earlier blitzkrieg operations, the enemy had months to prepare, building extensive minefields, trenches, and anti-tank strongholds. The Leibstandarte was ordered to push through the village of Belgorod and drive toward Prokhorovka, while Das Reich and Totenkopf advanced alongside them. German tanks encountered endless belts of barbed wire and concealed gun positions, slowing their momentum from the very start. SS engineers worked frantically to clear minefields, often under heavy machine gun fire, creating grisly scenes of men being blown apart while others pressed forward. The cost of every meter gained was staggering, yet commanders insisted on relentless pressure. Soldiers recalled how the battlefield seemed to erupt in constant smoke, flames, and the thunder of artillery, with tanks churning up soil into black clouds. Despite their reputation for speed and aggression, the Waffen-SS now found themselves grinding forward in a slow-motion war of attrition. Kursk would prove that even elite fanaticism could not substitute for the reality of Soviet strength and preparation. At Prokhorovka on July 12, the Waffen-SS experienced one of the most brutal armored clashes in history. The Leibstandarte led the assault, charging headlong into Soviet armored brigades that had been waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. Hundreds of tanks collided in a confined space, often at point-blank range, where the advantage of German optics and gunpowder was diminished. Soviet T-34s swarmed the battlefield in waves, closing the distance until German crews had no time to reload before being rammed or swamped. The fields turned into a cauldron of burning wrecks, with flames consuming men who could not escape their machines. SS tankers fought desperately, using every round of ammunition in their turrets, while infantry clung to foxholes to avoid being crushed by advancing steel. Officers later described Prokhorovka as a vision of hell, where the air was thick with smoke and screams blended with the metallic roar of engines. Despite their ferocity, the Waffen-SS could not achieve the breakthrough that Hitler had demanded. The Soviet defense held, proving unshakable even under the heaviest concentration of German armor. Kursk marked the first time that the Waffen-SS shock divisions had been stopped in open battle, shattering their myth of unstoppable momentum. The casualties sustained by the Waffen-SS at Kursk were staggering and irrecoverable. Entire companies were annihilated, and even elite tank crews, trained at great expense, were lost in the inferno. Commanders reported that in some battalions, nearly half the strength was gone within days of the opening offensive. The destruction of tanks was equally devastating. Panthers introduced for the first time at Kursk broke down mechanically or were knocked out by concealed Soviet guns. Repair units worked night and day, but losses outpaced reinforcements. The Waffen-SS had entered the battle with overwhelming confidence, but left it battered and disillusioned. Soldiers wrote in their diaries about the futility of charging fortified lines that seemed endless. For many, the experience undermined their faith in Hitler's promises of victory. Kursk was more than a tactical setback. It was a psychological rupture that exposed the vulnerability of the Waffen-SS. No longer could they rely on shock tactics to overwhelm an opponent that had learned, adapted, and fortified itself with sheer numbers and determination. Despite the catastrophic outcome, Nazi propaganda quickly moved to reframe the battle for both the German public and the Waffen-SS soldiers themselves. Official communiques emphasized the high cost inflicted on the Soviets and portrayed the SS divisions as heroes who had held their ground against impossible odds. Soldiers returning from the front were paraded as examples of iron will, masking the reality of attrition and exhaustion. Himmler and Goebbels crafted speeches that described Kursk as a strategic pause rather than a defeat, insisting that the Waffen-SS remained the vanguard of Europe's defense. Within the divisions, officers maintained discipline by punishing any expression of defeatism. Yet behind the scenes, morale was visibly shaken, and many soldiers privately admitted they had fought their hardest only to see the front collapse again. Veterans who had joined the SS for glory and conquest now faced the prospect of endless retreat. The image of invincible shock troops persisted in propaganda, but it no longer matched the truth on the ground. Kursk forced the Waffen-SS to shift from offensive operations to defensive struggles, a transformation that would define the rest of the war. The brutality of the Waffen-SS during the Kursk campaign was not limited to combat with Soviet soldiers. As the divisions advanced and retreated, they continued their policies of terror against civilians suspected of aiding partisans. Villages were torched, and inhabitants accused of harboring resistance fighters were executed without trial. Prisoners of war were often shot rather than transported, as logistical strains made large-scale internment difficult. Eyewitnesses later recalled columns of refugees caught between German and Soviet fire, with SS units showing little concern for civilian survival. The ideology of annihilation and racial war remained deeply embedded, ensuring that each battle left behind not only military wreckage, but also civilian mass graves. Survivors described the Waffen-SS as a force that combined tactical aggression with ruthless cruelty, never distinguishing between combatants and innocents. Such acts further hardened Soviet resolve, ensuring that every German advance was met with fierce resistance from both the Red Army and partisan networks. In this sense, Kursk revealed not only the military limits of the Waffen-SS, but also the destructive logic of its ideology and practice. The shock troops of the Reich were fighting not just armies, but entire populations determined to survive. The failure at Kursk accelerated the strategic decline of Germany on the Eastern Front, and the Waffen-SS found themselves increasingly tasked with defensive holding actions. Once celebrated as the cutting edge of blitzkrieg, they now dug trenches, laid mines, and fought desperate rearguard battles. Soviet counteroffensives rolled forward with relentless pressure, forcing the SS divisions into a cycle of retreat and exhaustion. Commanders who had once boasted of rapid advances now measured success by simply holding a line for another day. The battlefield glory that had lured so many volunteers was replaced by the grim monotony of survival. Yet the Waffen-SS retained their reputation for ferocity, fighting with a determination that often inflicted heavy Soviet casualties. German high command still relied on them as fire brigades, rushing them to critical sectors whenever the front threatened to collapse. Their ability to endure under pressure became both a strength and a curse, as it condemned them to endless battles they could not win. The transformation from shock troops to desperate defenders symbolized the broader trajectory of Nazi Germany after Kursk. The Eastern Front was no longer a place of conquest, but a crucible of destruction. Looking back, historians identify Kursk as the definitive moment when the Waffen-SS lost the initiative and entered a spiral of attrition. The divisions that had once embodied Hitler's dreams of unstoppable conquest emerged bloodied, depleted, and strategically spent. The myth of their invincibility was broken on the minefields and steppes of southern Russia. Their reputation for ferocity survived, but it was increasingly overshadowed by the recognition that they were fighting a losing war. The Waffen-SS would continue to play major roles in later campaigns, but never again with the same aura of unstoppable momentum. Kursk revealed the limits of fanaticism when faced with overwhelming preparation and industrial might. The Soviet Union's ability to absorb losses and strike back ensured that the Waffen-SS could no longer dictate the pace of war. Instead, they became instruments of a defensive strategy, sacrificing themselves to delay the inevitable. For the soldiers, the memory of Kursk lingered as a haunting reminder of their mortality and the futility of their mission. For the Reich, it marked the beginning of a steady collapse from which there was no return. On June 6, 1944, the Allies stormed the beaches of Normandy, opening the long-awaited Second Front in Europe, and directly confronting the formidable reputation of the Waffen-SS. Among the German defenders were several SS divisions that had been rebuilt and reinforced after years of fighting on the Eastern Front, bringing with them a hardened discipline and an almost fanatical determination to resist. Units such as the 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitlerjugend, composed largely of young men indoctrinated since childhood, awaited the Allied landings with grim anticipation. These soldiers, barely in their late teens, had been drilled into believing that their very existence was tied to the survival of the Reich, and therefore they displayed an almost reckless willingness to die. On D-Day itself, the Waffen-SS did not hold the beaches, but their counterattacks inland soon made clear that they would play a decisive role in the campaign. The Allies advanced cautiously, knowing that facing SS armor and infantry meant heavy casualties in both men and material. The 21st Panzer Division, though not Waffen-SS, delayed Allied progress, but the SS formations arriving in the days after the landings began to stiffen German defenses considerably. The Hitlerjugend clashed with Canadian and British troops near Caen, unleashing fierce battles in hedgerows and villages where neither side yielded ground easily. These engagements quickly gained notoriety for their savagery, as the SS demonstrated both military skill and a capacity for brutality. Normandy would become a proving ground, where the Waffen-SS earned both fear and infamy in equal measure. The battle for Caen became a central stage for the Waffen-SS, particularly for the 12th SS Hitler-Jugend Division under the command of Kurt Meyer and Fritz Witt. These commanders instilled a philosophy of unrelenting aggression, urging their troops to hold every inch of territory, regardless of the cost. Against British and Canadian forces, the Hitler-Jugend unleashed repeated counteroffensives that bled Allied divisions, but also inflicted devastating losses on their own ranks. What set them apart from regular Wehrmacht units was not merely their determination, but also their conduct, which often crossed into atrocity. Captured Allied prisoners, particularly Canadians, were executed on multiple occasions, creating a legacy of fear and hatred that would linger long after the war. The massacre of Canadian POWs near Caen shocked the Allies and confirmed the Waffen-SS's reputation for brutality even against surrendered soldiers. Civilians, too, often found themselves caught in the storm, with homes destroyed and villages burned during tactical withdrawals or reprisal actions. For the Allies, the Waffen-SS represented not just a military obstacle, but an enemy that fought without restraint or mercy. As Caen endured weeks of bombardment and bloodshed, the Waffen-SS earned grudging respect for their tenacity, but unending condemnation for their methods. Their ability to delay the Allies tied down men and resources that could have advanced elsewhere, showcasing the grim efficiency of Hitler's most ideological soldiers. The Waffen-SS excelled in defensive warfare in Normandy, utilizing the region's hedgerows, or bocages, as natural fortifications that neutralized much of the Allies' technological superiority. SS soldiers, schooled in years of Eastern Front combat, transformed small fields bordered by thick hedges into lethal ambush zones, where Allied tanks and infantry were torn apart at close range. Their experience with mobile counterattacks allowed them to inflict shocking casualties, despite being outnumbered and outgunned. For Allied soldiers, advancing through the bocage meant a constant fear of hidden panzerfast teams, machine gun nests, and mortar fire coordinated with deadly precision. The Waffen-SS divisions, particularly the 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandarte and the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich, showcased remarkable discipline in such conditions. Yet their military prowess was inseparable from their ideological drive, as they interpreted every defense as part of a holy war against the encroaching enemy. The combination of tactical mastery and ideological zeal created a unique form of resistance that forced the Allies into a grinding, attritional campaign. Allied commanders recognized that each advance against Waffen-SS positions would be paid for with blood, delaying operations and complicating strategic objectives. The Battle of Normandy, which many had hoped would be a rapid breakthrough, became instead a prolonged struggle, largely because of the ferocity of Waffen-SS resistance. The bocage became a graveyard for thousands, and the Waffen-SS left their mark as both defenders and executioners in equal measure. While the Waffen-SS demonstrated tactical brilliance, their brutality towards civilians in occupied France remained consistent with their record elsewhere in Europe. The 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich, en route from southern France to the Normandy front, committed one of the most infamous atrocities of the Western Front, the massacre at Oradour-sur-Glane. On June 10, 1944, SS troops rounded up more than 600 inhabitants of the small village, herding the men into barns and shooting them, while women and children were locked in a church that was then set on fire. This atrocity shocked the world and became emblematic of SS terror in Western Europe. The division had justified such massacres as anti-partisan measures, but in reality they represented collective punishment and intimidation designed to crush resistance. As SS units moved toward Normandy, they left a trail of fear and destruction that made clear their reputation was not merely about military efficiency, but about ideological warfare. Civilians in France soon associated the black uniforms with death and despair, and tales of the Oradour atrocity spread quickly, galvanizing resistance fighters. For the Allies, news of these actions further deepened the resolve to dismantle the Waffen-SS entirely. The massacre demonstrated how the SS, even when engaged in a major military campaign, never abandoned their role as instruments of Nazi terror. In France, as in the East, their presence meant both ferocious combat and horrific violence against the defenseless. As the Normandy campaign dragged on into July, the Waffen-SS divisions suffered mounting casualties, but their ferocity did not waver. They fought desperately around Caen, Villers-Bocage, and in the Falaise region, clashing repeatedly with British, Canadian, and American units. The battles often degenerated into close-quarter combat, with villages changing hands multiple times under relentless artillery and aerial bombardments. The SS, however, seemed immune to despair, clinging to positions even as their supplies dwindled and their numbers thinned. Allied troops noted the almost suicidal determination with which SS units counterattacked, sometimes throwing themselves into hopeless battles simply to delay the inevitable advance. The Allies began to understand that the Waffen-SS could not be underestimated, as their ideological commitment allowed them to endure conditions that might have broken ordinary soldiers. Nevertheless, this resilience came at an enormous cost, as divisions such as the Hitlerjugend lost thousands of their young men in a matter of weeks. These casualties were not easily replaced, and the division's core of fanatically indoctrinated youth was effectively shattered. Normandy thus became a graveyard not only for Allied soldiers but also for the future of the Waffen-SS itself, as many of its most indoctrinated recruits perished in the hedgerows of France. The cost in blood was staggering, yet the SS left behind a legacy of fear that haunted both the battlefield and the civilian population alike. The Allied breakout from Normandy culminated in the Falaise pocket, where Waffen-SS units once again played a pivotal role. As German forces became encircled, SS divisions fought desperately to keep escape routes open, sacrificing themselves to allow remnants of the Wehrmacht to retreat eastward. The 12th SS Hitlerjugend and 1st SS Leibstandarte bore the brunt of these rearguard actions, holding ground under constant bombardment and overwhelming enemy firepower. Despite their efforts, tens of thousands of German troops were killed or captured, and much of the German armor in France was annihilated. The Waffen-SS suffered catastrophic losses, but their tenacity allowed a portion of the German army to escape, prolonging the war. Within the pocket, chaos reigned, with roads clogged by wrecked vehicles, dead soldiers, and abandoned equipment. SS troops, though battered, displayed cohesion even in defeat, withdrawing in relatively organized formations compared to the broken remnants of other units. Their actions demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of the Waffen-SS, unparalleled in discipline under fire, yet ultimately unable to change the outcome of strategic disasters. The destruction at Falaise marked the beginning of the end for German forces in the West, and the Waffen-SS emerged from the campaign battered, bloodied but still defiant. Their survival, though costly, ensured they would continue to pose a formidable threat in the battles yet to come. In the aftermath of Normandy, the Waffen-SS divisions redeployed across France, Belgium, and the Low Countries, where they continued to fight with intensity despite dwindling resources. Their reputation for brutality remained intact, as massacres of civilians and reprisals against resistance fighters persisted even in retreat. In places like Belgium, SS troops executed civilians suspected of aiding the Allies, leaving entire villages traumatized. As they withdrew, they scorched the land, destroying infrastructure and looting supplies to deny the enemy any advantage. For local populations, the retreat of the SS was not a liberation, but often another chapter of suffering. Yet militarily, the the Waffen-SS maintained a cohesion that kept Allied advances cautious and costly. Allied commanders frequently warned their troops that encountering Waffen-SS units meant facing soldiers who would fight to the last bullet. Their fanaticism impressed and horrified in equal measure, as reports circulated of SS formations continuing to resist even when completely encircled. The campaign across Western Europe revealed how deeply the SS creed of loyalty unto death had been drilled into its soldiers. For the Allies, this meant that even in retreat, the Waffen-SS remained a uniquely dangerous foe. The Normandy campaign and its aftermath solidified the Waffen-SS's dual reputation: tactically formidable shock troops and ruthless enforcers of Nazi ideology. They had shown themselves capable of resisting overwhelming firepower, holding ground with a determination unmatched by many regular German units. Yet at the same time, their name was stained with atrocities, from the execution of Canadian prisoners to the massacre at Oradour-sur-Glane. This duality, elite military performance intertwined with crimes against humanity, defined the Waffen-SS on the Western Front, just as it had in the East. The Allies recognized them as both a military challenge and a moral abomination, soldiers who blurred the line between combatants and executioners. For the German High Command, the SS divisions had proven their worth in buying time and inflicting heavy losses, but their sacrifices drained Germany of irreplaceable manpower. Many of the divisions that fought in Normandy emerged so depleted that they could never again reach their former strength. Nevertheless, the Waffen-SS continued to expand in name and scope, drawing new recruits even as their battlefield effectiveness waned. In the story of the Western Front, they left behind a legacy of fanatic resistance and human suffering that would resonate long after the war ended. Normandy had been their crucible, and it revealed the Waffen-SS in their most complete form, soldiers of both skill and savagery, leaving behind ruins, graves, and memories of terror wherever they fought. In December 1944, as winter blanketed Western Europe with snow and fog, Adolf Hitler prepared one final desperate offensive against the advancing Allies. The Ardennes, a forested and hilly region spanning Belgium and Luxembourg, had been chosen as the stage for this gamble. Hitler believed that if his armies could break through here, they would seize Antwerp, split the Allied front, and perhaps force Britain and America to reconsider their will to fight. To achieve this, he concentrated his best remaining formations, including several elite Waffen-SS divisions, whose loyalty and ferocity he trusted above all. The plan was codenamed Wacht am Rhein, cloaked in secrecy, and designed for maximum surprise. Ammunition and fuel were hoarded in secret depots, while orders were passed verbally to avoid Allied intelligence intercepts. Despite Germany's dwindling reserves, Hitler hoped the shock of this attack would replicate the triumphs of 1940. The chosen divisions included the 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandarte, the 2nd SS Panzer das Reich, and the 12th SS Panzer Hitlerjugend. Each carried a reputation forged in brutal campaigns on the Eastern Front and Normandy. Soldiers were told that victory here could alter the fate of the Reich itself. The offensive began before dawn on December 16, 1944, when thousands of German guns thundered through the stillness of the Ardennes. Artillery shells rained down on unsuspecting American positions, shattering the tranquility of the forest. Dense fog cloaked the German armor as panthers and tigers rolled forward, while infantry pressed through the snow with surprising speed. At the spearhead were SS formations trained to strike hard and fast, overwhelming resistance with sheer aggression. American units, many inexperienced and poorly supplied, were caught unprepared, and entire lines crumbled in panic. Towns like St. Vith, Clairvaux, and Bastogne suddenly became critical points on the map. The SS divisions advanced with ruthless precision, executing those who resisted and terrifying civilians caught in the path. In the first hours, it seemed as though Hitler's gamble might succeed, as the Allies were driven back in confusion, roads jammed with fleeing American convoys and abandoned equipment, leaving the impression of another German blitzkrieg. Yet behind this facade of momentum, problems were already brewing for the attackers. Fuel shortages, poor infrastructure, and the bitter winter became immediate obstacles for the advancing SS units. Their armored columns stretched along icy, narrow roads, vulnerable to ambush and air attack once the weather cleared. Panzer commanders quickly realized they were dependent on capturing Allied fuel depots to keep their tanks moving. Without fuel, the offensive could collapse within days. Meanwhile, American units stiffened their resistance, turning towns into strongpoints that forced the SS into bloody assaults. The Hitlerjugend division, composed of fanatical young soldiers, engaged in fierce fighting around Krinkelt and Rockerath, where they faced determined GIs unwilling to retreat further. German casualties mounted as every village became a fortress, and progress slowed dramatically. Still, Hitler's generals pressed their men forward, insisting that speed was essential to reach the Meuse River. The Waffen-SS, trained to persevere in the harshest conditions, pushed on with grim determination. For them, retreat was unthinkable. The orders were clear: advance at all costs. Yet those costs were already spiraling beyond expectation. Among the most infamous events of the Ardennes offensive was the Malmedy massacre, carried out by Kampfgruppe Peiper of the 1st SS Panzer Division. On December 17th, more than 80 captured American soldiers were executed after surrendering near the town of Malmedy. Machine guns were turned on the prisoners, and survivors were hunted down in the snow. News of the massacre spread rapidly through Allied lines, fueling anger and a determination to resist. It also cemented the Waffen-SS's reputation for barbarity, reminding soldiers and civilians alike that they fought without mercy. Peiper himself, a trusted commander of Heinrich Himmler's Leibstandarte, pushed his column forward in search of fuel and bridges, leaving behind a trail of devastation. His men burned villages, shot civilians, and destroyed property in acts of terror meant to clear their path. Yet this brutality only hardened Allied resolve, ensuring that surrender was no longer considered an option. From that point onward, the battle became one of attrition, with vengeance mingling with strategy on both sides. The SS had hoped to terrify their enemies into collapse, but instead they had provoked a ferocious will to resist. As the offensive dragged on, Bastogne emerged as the centerpiece of the battle, surrounded by German forces, including Waffen-SS elements. The 101st Airborne Division of the United States held the town with dogged determination. Every road through the Ardennes passed near Bastogne, making it a strategic linchpin for both sides. The Germans launched repeated assaults, pounding the defenders with artillery and infantry attacks, but the Americans refused to yield. Supplies were airdropped, medics worked in freezing conditions, and morale was bolstered by General Patton's promise of relief. Waffen-SS units involved in the encirclement fought with ferocity, storming villages and woods around the town in hopes of breaking through. Yet the stubborn defense at Bastogne delayed the timetable of Hitler's grand plan, preventing the armored spearheads from reaching the Meuse. By the time Patton's Third Army arrived to break the siege, the momentum of the offensive had already stalled. For the SS divisions, Bastogne was a bitter symbol of resistance that could not be crushed. Every day lost, there was another nail in the coffin of Hitler's gamble. By late December, the weather cleared, and Allied air power returned to the skies. Fighter bombers swept over the frozen landscape, striking German convoys, cutting supply lines, and destroying stalled tanks. The Waffen-SS, who had once struck fear with their mobility, now found themselves immobilized and exposed. Panthers and Tigers, abandoned for lack of fuel, became easy prey for Allied aircraft. Morale among the troops began to waver, though SS indoctrination and harsh discipline prevented outright collapse. Commanders like Sepp Dietrich urged their men to hold ground, but their objectives were increasingly unrealistic. The Allies launched counteroffensives, and towns painfully taken by the SS were retaken at heavy cost. Snow-covered fields became littered with burned-out vehicles and frozen corpses, grim reminders of the battle's savagery. Hitler's dream of reaching Antwerp had dissolved into a desperate struggle for survival. The Ardennes was no longer an offensive, it was a retreat in slow motion. The failure of the Ardennes offensive exposed the weakness of the Waffen-SS and the Wehrmacht alike. Once feared as unstoppable shock troops, SS divisions were now exhausted, depleted, and burdened by their reputation for atrocities. They had failed to achieve their objectives, and their losses in men and equipment could not be replaced. The aura of invincibility that had clung to the SS since the campaigns of 1940 and 1941 was shattered on the snowy battlefields of Belgium. The Malmedy massacre ensured that Allied soldiers fought them with no illusions of mercy, often showing equal brutality in return. Hitler's gamble had cost Germany its last reserves of armor and manpower, resources that might have prolonged the war defensively. For the SS it was a turning point, as divisions that once struck with lightning speed now bled out in static defensive battles. From that winter onward, they were fighting not for victory but merely to delay the inevitable collapse. The Ardennes had been their last offensive glory, and it ended in failure. In the aftermath of the Ardennes, the Waffen-SS never regained its former stature. The divisions that had marched into the forest with pride and confidence emerged battered, broken, and reduced in strength. Survivors carried with them the memory of frozen marches, relentless air attacks, and villages turned into graveyards. Civilians in the Ardennes remembered them not as liberators, but as destroyers who left behind smouldering ruins and countless dead. The Allies, having withstood the last great German thrust, pressed forward into the heart of the Reich. The SS would continue to fight, in Hungary, Austria, and finally Berlin, but always on the defensive, always with dwindling strength. The Ardennes offensive had been Hitler's last roll of the dice, and it failed to change the course of history. Instead, it hastened Germany's downfall, consuming the very divisions that had once embodied Nazi military ambition. For the Waffen-SS, the battle was both a final show of force and the beginning of their irreversible decline. The snow of the Ardennes had swallowed their last hopes of victory. In August 1944, as Soviet forces approached the eastern banks of the Vistula River, the people of Warsaw launched an uprising against their German occupiers, hoping to liberate their city before the Red Army arrived. The Home Army, Poland's largest underground resistance movement, threw itself into the battle with weapons that were often outdated, improvised, or captured from German patrols. What began as a daring gamble for freedom quickly turned into one of the bloodiest urban battles of the Second World War. The Nazis, determined to crush the rebellion and punish Warsaw for its defiance, unleashed the SS to carry out a campaign of annihilation. Heinrich Himmler personally ordered that the city should be made an example, demanding that every inhabitant be exterminated and the city reduced to rubble. In the first days of combat, German forces underestimated the ferocity of Polish resistance, as barricades, ambushes, and sniper fire took a heavy toll. Yet, as reinforcements poured in, the situation turned grim. The Waffen-SS, reinforced by police regiments and notorious auxiliary units, advanced street by street. Each block became a battlefield where civilians were often trapped in basements, terrified of what followed in the wake of SS units. It was not simply a fight for military victory, but a campaign of terror meant to erase Warsaw from the map. The units deployed to Warsaw included some of the most ruthless formations the Germans could muster, among them SS troops under Oskar Dirlewanger and Bronislaw Kamiński. Dirlewanger's brigade, composed of convicted criminals, poachers, and political prisoners, was infamous for its savagery. His men looted, burned, raped, and murdered civilians with little regard for military necessity. Kamiński's so-called Russian National Liberation Army, ostensibly a collaborationist unit, was equally brutal in its methods, treating Warsaw's population as prey rather than fellow combatants. Entire districts were swept with indiscriminate violence, where families hiding in cellars were dragged out and executed en masse. Eyewitnesses recalled screams echoing through the streets as men, women, and children were cut down by machine gun fire. The Einsatzgruppen-style massacres were carried out alongside the destruction of buildings, as flamethrowers and explosives reduced neighborhoods to charred ruins. It was an orgy of destruction meant to extinguish not only resistance, but the very soul of Polish national identity. German officers often turned a blind eye, and in many cases encouraged such cruelty as part of Himmler's orders. For the SS, Warsaw was not just a battlefield, it was a laboratory of annihilation, where their ideology was put into ruthless practice. In this maelstrom, combat blurred into atrocity, leaving the city's inhabitants trapped in a living nightmare. The urban battlefield itself posed extraordinary challenges. Warsaw was a dense city of narrow streets, tenement blocks, and hidden courtyards, ideally suited for guerrilla resistance. The Polish Home Army capitalized on this environment, setting up ambushes, improvised mines, and sniper nests that inflicted painful losses on the attackers. For the SS accustomed to fighting in open terrain, this became a grinding war of attrition. Tanks often could not maneuver, becoming vulnerable to Molotov cocktails and hidden explosives. As German frustration mounted, their response grew ever more destructive. Artillery and airstrikes were unleashed indiscriminately, flattening entire districts where only a handful of insurgents had taken cover. Civilians bore the brunt of these bombardments, with apartment blocks collapsing on families sheltering inside. Firestorms consumed streets, leaving behind only blackened ruins and the stench of burning flesh. Still, despite overwhelming odds, the Polish resistance fought doggedly, improvising weapons, maintaining clandestine hospitals, and broadcasting morale-boosting radio messages. The tenacity of the Home Army prolonged the struggle far beyond what the Germans expected. Yet, the longer it dragged on, the more the SS escalated their methods to ensure Warsaw's fate would serve as a warning to all occupied Europe. Atrocities quickly reached levels that shocked even some within the German ranks. One of the most notorious episodes was the Wola massacre, where Dirlewanger's men systematically slaughtered tens of thousands of civilians in just a few days. Streets were lined with corpses, courtyards filled with the bodies of entire families, and hospitals stormed by troops who bayoneted patients in their beds. Priests, doctors, and children were executed alike, often after humiliating torture. In scenes of calculated terror, civilians were herded into squares, shot, and their bodies set on fire to erase evidence. Women were raped before being killed, while children were used as human shields or murdered outright. These were not excesses of battle, but deliberate policies of terror designed to break the spirit of resistance. Survivors who managed to flee spoke of rivers of blood running down the cobblestones, of buildings echoing with gunfire long after resistance fighters had left. Even some Wehrmacht officers expressed horror at the scale of indiscriminate killing, though few dared intervene. Himmler's directive was absolute: Warsaw was to be obliterated and its population destroyed. Under the watch of the SS, this directive was executed with unrelenting precision and cruelty. The Wola massacre became one of the darkest chapters in the history of Nazi occupation. While civilians suffered atrocities, the Polish resistance continued to fight with remarkable resilience. Insurgents smuggled weapons through sewers, coordinated surprise attacks, and even managed to capture small German outposts. Improvised workshops produced grenades, flamethrowers, and bullets from scrap materials. Captured German weapons, including machine guns and Panzerfausts, were put to use against the occupiers. These successes boosted morale, though they were often short-lived against the SS's overwhelming firepower. Yet every skirmish inflicted psychological damage on German troops who expected an easy victory. The SS, enraged at being resisted by what they saw as subhumans, responded with greater ferocity, burning entire blocks for the loss of a single soldier. Still, the Home Army managed to hold parts of Warsaw for weeks, establishing liberated zones where underground newspapers circulated and makeshift schools continued to teach children. The resistance also documented atrocities, hoping to provide evidence to the world of what was happening. But the Soviet army stationed across the Vistula offered no aid, choosing instead to let the rebellion be crushed to weaken future Polish independence. This isolation sealed Warsaw's fate, leaving the insurgents to fight alone against the full weight of the SS war machine. Despite the hopeless odds, the resistance's determination became legendary, symbolizing Poland's refusal to bow to tyranny. As the uprising dragged into September, the Germans tightened their grip, reducing Warsaw to a wasteland. Districts that once bustled with life became smoking ruins, while survivors scavenged for food among the rubble. The SS cleared neighborhoods methodically, leaving behind nothing but ashes and mass graves. Even as resistance fighters withdrew, the reprisals continued. Civilians caught fleeing were executed on the spot, their bodies left in the open as warnings. Starvation spread, with people boiling grass and eating leather to survive. Hospitals were overwhelmed, operating without anesthetics or clean water, as wounded fighters lay beside injured civilians. German propaganda declared the city pacified, but in truth, fighting still raged in isolated pockets. Exhaustion and dwindling supplies eventually forced the resistance to negotiate surrender in early October. By then, Warsaw was a skeleton of a city, its population decimated, and its buildings razed by systematic demolition squads. Himmler's command to destroy Warsaw had been carried out with chilling thoroughness, ensuring that what remained was a ghost city standing as a monument to Nazi brutality. The suppression of the Warsaw Uprising became a defining example of SS terror as a tool of war. It was not enough for the Nazis to defeat resistance militarily. They sought to erase the very idea of resistance through exemplary cruelty. By ordering the wholesale slaughter of civilians and the deliberate destruction of a European capital, Himmler and his SS aimed to instill fear across occupied territories. The message was clear: defiance would lead to extermination. Yet the uprising also revealed the SS's descent into barbarism, where military objectives were eclipsed by ideological obsession with annihilation. The atrocities committed in Warsaw bore striking similarities to those carried out on the Eastern Front, showing the transfer of genocidal methods into Western urban centers. For the German command, it was both a tactical victory and a moral catastrophe, staining their forces with crimes that would haunt history. Survivors carried memories of unimaginable suffering, their testimonies preserving the reality of what had occurred. The ruins of Warsaw became a symbol not only of destruction, but of the resilience of a people who dared to rise. Even in defeat, the uprising testified to human courage confronting overwhelming evil. In this way, Warsaw entered the collective memory as both a tragedy and a beacon of resistance. In the aftermath, the consequences were staggering. An estimated 200,000 civilians had perished, most of them victims of deliberate massacres rather than combat. The once vibrant city lay in ruins, with cultural landmarks, churches, and entire neighborhoods erased. The survivors were deported to concentration camps or forced labor in the Reich, scattering what remained of Warsaw's population. Himmler boasted that Warsaw had been erased from history, its destruction celebrated as a triumph of Nazi will. Yet this devastation only deepened the hatred of Nazi occupation and ensured that their crimes would never be forgotten. The SS, which had sought to terrify Europe into submission, instead branded itself with infamy. After the war, the atrocities in Warsaw became central to trials and historical reckoning, evidence of the SS's role in state-organized mass murder. The city itself, painstakingly rebuilt in the decades that followed, became a living memorial to resistance and resilience. Monuments, museums, and preserved ruins testify to the price paid by Warsaw's inhabitants in their bid for freedom. The uprising remains one of the clearest examples of the SS's dual nature, soldiers on one hand, but executioners and destroyers on the other. In this chapter of history, their brutality left scars that still shape the memory of World War II. Tobosin. By 1945, the aura of invincibility that once surrounded the Waffen-SS had withered, but their fanaticism only seemed to deepen. As the Allies crossed the Rhine and the Soviets rolled westward, SS formations were ordered to resist at all costs, transforming towns and villages into fortified positions. The once proud divisions, reduced to fragments of their former strength, received orders that bordered on suicidal, yet obedience was expected without hesitation. Fanatical loyalty to Hitler was reinforced with propaganda, proclaiming a final victory through sacrifice. Desertion was punishable by death, and Feldgendarmerie patrols enforced discipline ruthlessly, even as the war's outcome was obvious. Ammunition was scarce, fuel was dwindling, and replacements were drawn from teenagers and old men, yet Waffen-SS units still managed to mount desperate counterattacks. The collapse of German logistics meant troops often scavenged for food in ruined towns, or relied on meager rations, but their commitment to fight remained. Commanders urged soldiers to imagine themselves as guardians of Europe against Bolshevik hordes and Anglo-American invaders. In reality, these battles served only to prolong suffering and destruction without altering the inevitable defeat. Still, in Hitler's crumbling empire, Waffen-SS troops were expected to fight the last bullet. On the Eastern Front, the Soviet juggernaut advanced with overwhelming firepower, and the Waffen-SS bore the brunt of the desperate defensive operations. The cities of East Prussia, Silesia, and Pomerania became scenes of last stands where SS divisions fought to delay the Red Army's advance. The Soviets unleashed artillery barrages of unprecedented scale, pounding German positions until they were reduced to rubble. Waffen-SS soldiers huddled in bunkers and cellars, enduring hours of shelling before launching counterattacks with what remained of their armor. The once mighty Panzer divisions now fielded a handful of tanks, often repaired multiple times in field workshops. Civilians fled westward in chaotic columns, and Waffen-SS units both shielded and exploited them, sometimes forcing refugees to clear roads or dig trenches under fire. In cities like Königsberg and Breslau, SS officers oversaw defenses that turned neighborhoods into strongholds, making every street a battleground. Brutality escalated, with SS soldiers executing suspected deserters and maintaining order through terror. The fighting was so fierce that Soviet commanders often described urban battles as hells on earth. Despite their courage, Waffen-SS divisions were being ground to dust by sheer weight of numbers and firepower. The sea. In Hungary, the Waffen-SS fought some of their final offensive battles in the attempt to relieve Budapest in early 1945. Operation Conrad, mounted by elite SS divisions like the Totenkopf and Waking, saw desperate armoured thrusts against the Soviet encirclement. German tanks, including the formidable Panther and Tiger, pushed deep into Soviet lines but lacked the reserves to hold captured ground. The Waffen-SS fought with skill and determination, sometimes regaining villages after days of bloody fighting, only to lose them again within hours. Soviet resistance was relentless, with anti-tank guns, mines, and close support infantry blunting each advance. The battles were fought in freezing conditions, with snow-covered fields stained red and armoured hulks left burning across the countryside. The soldiers believed Budapest was a symbolic city worth saving, but the encircled garrison ultimately starved and fell. The Waffen-SS losses in Hungary were catastrophic, stripping their divisions of veteran cadres they could no longer replace. Hitler's obsession with holding Hungary's oil fields meant SS troops were thrown into hopeless battles, sacrificing men and machines for illusions of strategic resources. The failure in Hungary marked one of the last large-scale offensive efforts of the Waffen-SS. As the Reich shrank, Waffen-SS units were increasingly employed as fire brigades, rushed from one collapsing front to another. Their reputation for ferocity ensured they were committed to the most desperate sectors, often against impossible odds. In Austria and Czechoslovakia, SS formations were tasked with holding mountain passes and delaying advancing Soviet armies. In the West, remnants of SS divisions fought bitter rearguard actions in Alsace, the Saarland, and eventually Bavaria. Their commanders instilled in them the belief that surrender was dishonorable, and fighting on would preserve Germany's future, even if the present was lost. SS officers often demanded civilians join in building defenses, turning towns into fortresses that were swiftly destroyed in artillery duels. The reality of these last battles was chaos, fragmented units, contradictory orders, and commanders clinging to Hitler's fantasy of a counterstroke that would never come. SS troops scavenged captured American or Soviet weapons, mixing rifles, submachine guns, and even uniforms as supply lines disintegrated. Despite their efforts, Allied superiority in manpower, tanks, and aircraft was overwhelming. By spring 1945, the Waffen-SS was fighting less as a structured army and more as scattered groups of diehards clinging to survival. One of the most infamous last stands occurred during the defense of Berlin in April 1945. Waffen-SS divisions such as Nordland and Charlemagne manned the city's crumbling defenses alongside Volkssturm and Hitler Youth. Street by street, house by house, they fought with grenades, machine guns, and Panzerfausts against the encircling Soviet armies. Soviet artillery leveled entire blocks, but Waffen-SS fighters counterattacked from cellars, sewer tunnels, and ruined buildings. Foreign volunteers, including French, Danish, and Scandinavian SS men, were among the last to fight for Hitler, seeing themselves as warriors in a final crusade. Berlin was a city of fire and rubble, and the Waffen-SS gave no quarter, executing civilians accused of defeatism and deserters caught attempting to flee. Hitler's bunker became the nerve center of this apocalyptic defense, with SS guards serving as his last shield. When Hitler committed suicide, Waffen-SS soldiers continued fighting, either unwilling or unable to surrender. Soviet reports described their determination as fanatical, even as the city's fall was inevitable. The fall of Berlin symbolized the collapse not just of the Third Reich, but of the Waffen-SS as a fighting force. The collapse of the Waffen-SS was not simply military, but also moral, as atrocities multiplied during the retreat. In occupied territories, retreating SS units carried out massacres of civilians suspected of supporting the resistance. In Italy, France, and the Balkans, towns were burned and populations slaughtered in acts of vengeance for partisan attacks. SS commanders believed terror would buy time, but instead it deepened the hatred of occupied peoples and hastened revenge. In Eastern Europe, columns of refugees were often abandoned or deliberately sacrificed to delay Soviet advances. Waffen-SS officers enforced Hitler's orders for no retreat, sometimes shooting their own soldiers who attempted to fall back. The line between combat and atrocity blurred, as desperation stripped away whatever discipline remained. Allied investigators later documented countless war crimes committed in these final months, committed under the banner of fanatic loyalty. These atrocities ensured that the Waffen-SS would be remembered not only as soldiers, but also as perpetrators of crimes against humanity. Even in defeat, they clung to an ideology of destruction, leaving behind scars that would last for generations. As surrender became inevitable, divisions of the Waffen-SS fragmented into wandering groups of survivors. Some sought to break westward, desperate to surrender to American or British forces rather than face Soviet captivity. Others fought until annihilation, refusing to lay down arms even when completely surrounded. In Austria and Czechoslovakia, SS units clashed with both advancing Soviet troops and local partisans, who exacted brutal revenge. Prisoners of the Waffen-SS captured by the Soviets often faced immediate execution or harsh imprisonment in gulags. Western allies, by contrast, conducted mass roundups of Waffen-SS soldiers, though they too viewed them as particularly dangerous enemies. Many attempted to disguise themselves as regular Wehrmacht, discarding their SS insignia to avoid retribution. Yet their tattoos, the infamous blood-type mark on the arm, often betrayed them to interrogators. For thousands of Waffen-SS men, the end of the war meant death marches, prison camps, or summary execution. The dream of being Hitler's elite had dissolved into the reality of ruin and disgrace. The final collapse of the Waffen-SS in 1945 marked not only the end of Hitler's chosen military elite, but also the disintegration of the ideology they embodied. What began as a small bodyguard unit had grown into a multinational force of nearly 1 million men, yet by May 1945 it was reduced to shattered fragments. Their battlefield reputation, forged in ferocity, was permanently stained by atrocities committed in every theatre of war. Survivors faced not parades of honor, but trials, imprisonment, and the scorn of history. In Allied courts and post-war societies, Waffen-SS veterans attempted to argue they were merely soldiers, but their record revealed deep complicity in Nazi crimes. The image of elite warriors had collapsed into one of fanaticism, brutality, and futility. For many former members, surrender was followed by decades of silence or denial about their roles. Historians have since judged their final battles as examples of blind loyalty sustaining meaningless destruction. The Waffen-SS ended not in triumph but in collapse, their legacy bound forever to both military desperation and criminal complicity. Their last stands in 1945 were not acts of glory but of doomed fanaticism in service of a lost cause. When examining the legacy of the Waffen-SS, one cannot separate the battlefield from the atrocities committed in its shadow, for the same formations praised for military prowess often left a trail of devastation behind them. From the earliest days of the war, SS units were implicated in massacres of civilians, sometimes under orders, other times through the initiative of their commanders. The doctrine of ruthless war, drilled into recruits through ideology and training, encouraged them to see civilians as expendable obstacles or potential partisans. Entire communities across Eastern Europe discovered this truth when SS troops arrived, bringing fire and gunfire to their homes. Villages were torched as reprisals for resistance activities, often with flimsy or fabricated justifications. Men, women, and children were dragged from their homes, shot in fields, or locked inside barns that were then set alight. For the perpetrators, this was portrayed as counterinsurgency, but for the victims it was calculated terror. These actions were not isolated accidents, but reflected an institutionalized method of intimidation. By conflating civilians with resistance, Waffen-SS divisions blurred any line between combatants and innocents. The image of elite soldiers was thus forever entangled with that of executioners. Perhaps nowhere was this darker role more evident than in the Soviet Union, where the Waffen-SS was often unleashed as the spearhead of Hitler's war of annihilation. From the Baltics to Ukraine, units such as the SS Totenkopf and Das Reich earned reputations for brutality as much as for fighting skill. Whenever partisan activity was reported, the response was rarely a targeted strike, but rather sweeping collective punishment against entire villages. Thousands of rural settlements were erased from the map, burned to cinders by flamethrowers and artillery. Survivors told of columns of refugees being machine-gunned as they fled, of livestock slaughtered and crops destroyed to ensure famine followed. These scorched earth tactics reflected both ideology and cold military logic, the elimination of populations deemed racially inferior, and the denial of resources to Soviet forces. The Waffen-SS carried this out with chilling efficiency, priding itself on discipline even as it turned its guns on civilians. Such operations fed a cycle of hatred, fueling partisan resistance that in turn provoked even greater atrocities. The Eastern Front thus became both battlefield and graveyard, where SS divisions left behind a record not only of combat but of terror. The banner of the Black Runes became a symbol of fear in every occupied province. To servant you so. Yet the crimes of the Waffen-SS were not confined to the East. Western Europe, too, experienced its violence, especially in moments of frustration and desperation. In occupied France, the Oradour-sur-Glane massacre remains etched in memory, a single day in June 1944, when an entire village was destroyed. Men were locked inside barns and machine-gunned, while women and children were herded into a church that was then set on fire. More than 600 civilians perished, many burned alive, in an atrocity carried out by the SS Das Reich division. This was not the heat of battle, but deliberate reprisal for resistance activity in the region. The cruelty was meant to send a message, warning others of the cost of defiance, yet instead it became one of the most infamous war crimes of the Western Front. In Italy too, SS units left scars, such as the massacre at Sant'Anna di Stasma, where hundreds of villagers were executed. These events undermined any claim that Waffen-SS divisions were purely military formations. Even far from the ideological battlegrounds of the East, their conduct carried the same mixture of repression, vengeance, and disregard for civilian life. Every atrocity became part of the larger mosaic of SS terror. GLaDOS. The Waffen-SS was also deeply tied to the machinery of the Holocaust, for many of its units provided manpower for the extermination apparatus. The line between the combat SS and the camp SS was porous, with transfers and shared leadership linking them tightly. Early in the war, Totenkopf, the SS units originally formed to guard concentration camps, were expanded into frontline divisions, carrying with them their culture of brutality. Simultaneously, Combat divisions often supplied guards, escorts, and logistical support for deportations to ghettos and extermination centers. The Waffen-SS thus became not only a fighting force, but a workforce for genocide. In places like Poland, units stood guard as Jewish populations were rounded up and loaded onto trains bound for camps such as Auschwitz and Treblinka. Some Waffen-SS men participated directly in executions at massacre sites like Babi Yar. Others rotated between frontline service and camp duty, ensuring a continuity of personnel across both worlds. This dual role made it impossible to view them as detached from the crimes of the regime. Wherever they marched, the machinery of persecution followed. Inside the concentration camps themselves, Waffen-SS men often formed the backbone of the guard units, enforcing the regime of terror against prisoners. Training for these duties emphasized not only vigilance but cruelty, ensuring that dehumanization was complete. Guards beat, starved, and shot inmates with little fear of punishment, for violence was encouraged as a tool of discipline. When transports arrived, Waffen-SS personnel directed prisoners toward labor or death, carrying out selections on the ramps. Inmates remembered the black uniforms, the barking orders, and the casual brutality of these men, who seemed to wield total control over life and death. At camps like Dachau and Mauthausen, the SS presence ensured that survival was a rare exception rather than the rule. Beyond the daily routine of oppression, Waffen-SS units were sometimes ordered to liquidate camps as Allied forces approached, leading to death marches in which thousands perished. These marches, guarded by Waffen-SS men, became moving massacres across Germany and Poland. The involvement of combat-trained soldiers in such duties shows how blurred the line was between battlefield and atrocity. For the victims, the SS emblem was synonymous with torment regardless of where they encountered it. As the war dragged on and German fortunes declined, Waffen-SS atrocities intensified, fueled by desperation, frustration, and fanatical loyalty to Hitler. In Hungary, during the late war deportations of Jews, Waffen-SS units played a critical role in rounding up tens of thousands for Auschwitz. In Slovakia, reprisals against partisan activity led to the destruction of entire towns and the killing of hostages in public squares. In the Balkans, anti-partisan campaigns conducted by SS divisions descended into outright ethnic cleansing, targeting Serbs, Croats, and others depending on shifting alliances. Civilians found themselves caught between resistance fighters and SS counterinsurgency, with atrocities multiplying in the chaos. Often, these acts were justified under the vague label of anti-bandit operations, which provided cover for indiscriminate slaughter. Even when German victory was no longer possible, the Waffen-SS clung to its doctrine of ruthless war, preferring annihilation of the enemy and surrounding population rather than retreat. This fanatical persistence only deepened its criminal legacy. The closer the Reich came to collapse, the more vicious its guardians became. The SS revealed its true nature not only in triumph, but in defeat. The post-war reckoning revealed the scope of Waffen-SS crimes, and tribunals found overwhelming evidence of systemic atrocities. Survivors' testimonies painted a vivid picture of cruelty that was corroborated by captured documents and the testimonies of the perpetrators themselves. At Nuremberg, the Waffen-SS was declared a criminal organization, held responsible for crimes against humanity and war crimes across multiple theaters. Defense arguments that it was merely a military force collapsed under the weight of evidence linking its divisions to massacres and camps. The fact that entire villages had been wiped off the map, that prisoners had been executed en masse, and that millions had passed through camps guarded by Waffen-SS men was undeniable. While not every individual soldier participated directly in atrocities, the institution as a whole was irredeemably compromised. Veterans sought to preserve their honor in post-war narratives, portraying themselves as soldiers like any other, but history revealed otherwise. Memorials in France, Italy, and Poland stand today as reminders of the innocent lives cut short. The Waffen-SS's legacy cannot be separated from the ashes of the villages it destroyed and the barbed wire of the camps it manned. Its crimes were not incidental, but fundamental. Lekers posted you so in the story of the Waffen-SS, therefore, is not simply one of battlefield valor, but of unrelenting violence against the defenseless. For every tank battle or decorated officer, there were smoldering ruins and unmarked graves. The very qualities praised in its military operations, discipline, fanaticism, loyalty, were turned against civilians in the form of terror and annihilation. What made the Waffen-SS formidable in combat also made it particularly suited to enforcing Nazi ideology through bloodshed. The crimes committed by its units reveal how ideology and military power can combine into a machinery of destruction. Across Europe, from the steppes of Russia to the fields of France, civilians came to dread the approach of the SS more than that of any other force. The black insignia became a herald of death, carried by men who believed themselves warriors of a new order. In reality, they left behind devastation that outlived their divisions. The burned villages, the massacred communities, and the camp survivors all stand as living testimony to what the Waffen-SS truly represented. In the end, its battlefield record cannot erase the legacy of atrocity that defined its existence. When discussing the Holocaust, the name most often associated with it is the SS, but the line between the Allgemeine SS and the Waffen-SS was never as clear-cut as Nazi propaganda suggested. The Waffen-SS, while presented as purely military, was deeply entangled in the machinery of extermination. Many of its units provided guards for ghettos, escorted deportation trains, and manned concentration and extermination camps. Men who had once trained for the battlefield often found themselves wielding rifles at railway sidings, herding families into cattle cars bound for Auschwitz or Treblinka. In many cases, Waffen-SS divisions rotated personnel into these duties as part of their service, ensuring that combat soldiers were also exposed to the regime's genocidal core. Commanders understood this as a way of hardening men, indoctrinating them into the brutal racial war Hitler envisioned. It blurred distinctions between frontline soldier and executioner, embedding atrocity into their military identity. For many, participation was not optional. Refusal could mean severe punishment or accusations of disloyalty. Thus, the Waffen-SS was not merely a combat elite, but an organization complicit in genocide. Its contribution to the final solution remains one of the darkest shadows in its history. One of the most visible roles of the Waffen-SS in the final solution was guarding ghettos and facilitating their liquidation. In cities such as Warsaw, Lodz, and Kraków, Waffen-SS units often formed cordons around Jewish districts during mass deportations. Soldiers would seal exits, shoot escapees, and force terrified residents into the waiting trains. Eyewitness accounts from survivors describe black uniformed men laughing as they dragged crying children from hiding places or beating elderly people too frail to walk. In many cases, entire ghettos were emptied in a matter of days under SS supervision. These operations were framed as military missions, with the same discipline, orders, and chain of command that governed battlefield operations. Yet the victims were unarmed civilians, caught in a calculated machinery of death. Waffen-SS soldiers were not merely passive guards, they actively ensured the Nazi goal of Jewish evacuation was carried out with speed and brutality. This fusion of military efficiency with genocidal intent gave the deportations their devastating effectiveness. The ghettos became training grounds not only for combat but also for atrocity. Equally significant was the Waffen-SS's direct involvement in guarding and running concentration and extermination camps. While the Death's Head units Totenkopf were primarily responsible for camp administration, many of their ranks overlapped with Waffen-SS formations. Men transferred between frontline divisions and camp duty, erasing any moral boundary between the two. At Auschwitz, SS guards drawn from Waffen-SS pools supervised prisoners, manned watchtowers, and carried out executions. At camps like Majdanek and Dachau, Waffen-SS personnel rotated through guard duty, often treating it as routine military service. For them, prisoners were not civilians but racial enemies to be contained or eliminated. The same organizational discipline that moved tanks and artillery on the battlefield now ensured barbed wire perimeters were unbreached and crematoria remained supplied with victims. Soldiers were desensitized through constant exposure to suffering, turning killing into mundane duty. In this way, the Waffen-SS became one of the crucial human resources that kept the concentration camp system functioning. The Waffen-SS also played a central role in anti-partisan warfare, which often served as a mask for mass killings of Jews and other civilians. In occupied Eastern Europe, entire Waffen-SS battalions were dispatched to hunt partisans, but frequently turned their guns on villages suspected of harboring resistance. In reality, many of these settlements were home to Jewish communities, making these operations thinly veiled massacres. Soldiers surrounded villages, forced inhabitants into barns or pits, and set them alight or executed them en masse. These actions were recorded as military victories, with reports noting enemy eliminated without distinguishing between armed fighters and women and children. The scale of such operations blurred the line between battlefield combat and genocide. By labeling Jewish civilians as partisans, the SS gave its men ideological justification for slaughter. Waffen-SS officers reinforced this worldview, telling troops they were striking at the root of Bolshevism by killing Jews. Thus, the so-called anti-partisan war was a vital extension of the final solution. The involvement of foreign volunteers in the Waffen-SS added a complex dimension to its role in the Holocaust. Divisions composed of Dutch, Flemish, Latvian, Ukrainian, and other recruits often participated in rounding up Jews in their homelands. For local collaborators, joining the Waffen-SS was sometimes framed as fighting communism, but service often included direct participation in Nazi racial policies. Latvian Waffen-SS units, for example, assisted in ghetto liquidations and executions in Riga and elsewhere. Ukrainian auxiliaries, trained by the SS, helped load deportation trains and carried out mass shootings. Even Scandinavian and Western European volunteers, who believed they were joining a pan-European crusade, often found themselves stationed near camps or used in population-clearing operations. These men, far from Germany, became instruments of the final solution. Nazi ideology thus spread its tentacles through the Waffen-SS, turning local recruits into agents of genocide under the banner of military service. The multinational nature of the Waffen-SS shows how deeply the Holocaust relied on both German and foreign complicity. The brutalization of Waffen-SS men was not accidental. It was deliberate policy. Heinrich Himmler, Reichsführer SS, wanted his soldiers to be both warriors and racial enforcers. He spoke openly of the need to harden SS men by making them participate in executions and deportations. By killing without hesitation, he argued, they would prove their loyalty to the Führer and the racial cause. This ideology filtered down through training manuals, speeches, and field orders. Soldiers were taught to see Jews as parasites and enemies, undeserving of compassion. At the same time, they were reminded that hesitation or disobedience was treason. Through a mixture of indoctrination and coercion, Waffen-SS men became enmeshed in genocide, not as an aberration, but as part of their service. The transformation of ordinary recruits into perpetrators was one of the defining features of the Waffen-SS. What emerged was not just a fighting force, but a core of men deeply entangled in the final solution. The scale of Waffen-SS involvement in the Holocaust becomes evident in the final years of the war. As the Third Reich faltered, the need for manpower grew, and Waffen-SS units were increasingly drawn into tasks of guarding deportation routes, securing camps, and suppressing uprisings. In Hungary, during the 1944 deportations of nearly 500,000 Jews, Waffen-SS soldiers supervised trains leaving for Auschwitz. In Slovakia, SS divisions aided in rounding up Jews after the uprising there. In Poland, they crushed revolts inside ghettos and camps, ensuring that no survivors could disrupt the killing process. Even as the Eastern Front collapsed, Waffen-SS men were reassigned to guard marches of starving prisoners fleeing advancing Soviet armies. These death marches, where thousands perished from exhaustion or execution, bore the fingerprints of Waffen-SS involvement. Until the final days, the Waffen-SS remained a critical enforcer of the final solution. After 1945, many veterans of the Waffen-SS tried to distance themselves from the Holocaust, claiming they had been soldiers like any other. They argued their role had been purely military, separate from the crimes of the Nazi regime. Yet the historical record shows otherwise. From deportations and camp guards to anti-partisan massacres, the Waffen-SS was deeply enmeshed in genocide. International tribunals at Nuremberg recognized this fact, declaring the entire Waffen-SS a criminal organization. Survivor testimony, captured documents, and orders left no room for doubt. The image of the Waffen-SS as an elite, apolitical fighting force, was a post-war myth designed to protect veterans from justice. In reality, their very structure bound them to the machinery of racial extermination. Far from being bystanders, Waffen-SS men were perpetrators, carrying rifles, enforcing orders, and ensuring trains to Auschwitz ran on schedule. The story of their role in the final solution is therefore inseparable from the broader tragedy of the Holocaust. In the aftermath of the Third Reich's collapse, the world faced an unprecedented legal and moral reckoning: how to hold accountable the architects and executors of genocide. The Nuremberg trials, convened in late 1945, aimed to confront this challenge by bringing top Nazi leaders to justice. Among the organizations scrutinized was the Waffen-SS, whose very structure and actions had entwined military service with systematic atrocities. Prosecutors argued that the Waffen-SS was not merely a fighting force, but a criminal organization, complicit in war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the Holocaust. This distinction marked a significant shift in international law, recognizing that a military institution could be criminal by its very purpose. Witnesses described the scale of Waffen-SS participation in concentration camps, deportations, and massacres across Europe. Command documents, photographs, and survivor testimonies were presented, detailing the organization's integration into the machinery of genocide. Lawyers for the accused sought to differentiate frontline soldiers from camp personnel, emphasizing obedience and military necessity. Yet the court consistently highlighted the deliberate indoctrination and ideological commitment embedded in SS service. The tribunal concluded that the Waffen-SS, as a whole, had played a central role in the crimes of the Nazi regime. One of the key legal questions concerned collective versus individual responsibility. Could the entire Waffen-SS be condemned as criminal, or only those who directly committed atrocities? The prosecution contended that the organization's structure, training, and orders inherently violated international law and moral norms. From Himmler's directives to field commanders' implementation, participation in the SS implied consent to criminal actions. Even soldiers who fought on conventional battlefields were considered complicit if they belonged to units that had facilitated genocide. Defense lawyers countered that many men had no choice, having been conscripted or pressured under threat of execution for disobedience. They argued that ordinary military service should not equate to moral guilt. The tribunal examined these claims in detail, balancing principles of obedience with the recognition of systemic criminality. Testimonies revealed the ideological indoctrination that blurred the line between duty and atrocity. Ultimately, Nuremberg set a precedent. Membership in a criminal organization, particularly one designed to commit genocide, carried legal consequences. The evidentiary process at Nuremberg was meticulous and exhaustive. Prosecutors relied on captured Nazi documentation, including orders, unit rosters, and reports detailing the movement of troops and prisoners. Photographs of massacres, deportations, and camp executions were introduced, often showing Waffen-SS soldiers directly involved. Survivor testimonies were particularly compelling, recounting events in towns like Orodor-Seglain, the Warsaw Ghetto, and Treblinka. SS officers' own diaries and letters revealed enthusiasm for racial policies and pride in their military accomplishments. Cross-examinations of defendants aimed to uncover inconsistencies between claimed ignorance and documented involvement. Expert witnesses explained the organizational hierarchy, demonstrating how the Waffen-SS integrated ideology and military command. The court also scrutinized foreign volunteer divisions, proving that complicity in atrocities was not limited to German nationals. Through this extensive presentation of evidence, the prosecution illustrated that the Waffen-SS's criminality was systemic, not incidental. Himmler's vision of the SS as an elite, racially pure force underpinned the tribunal's argument. Testimony demonstrated that Waffen-SS training emphasized ideological loyalty over moral discernment. Soldiers were indoctrinated to view Jews, Roma, political dissidents, and other enemies of the Reich as legitimate targets of extermination. The tribunal examined how this education shaped attitudes, eroding the capacity for ethical resistance. Officers were instructed to enforce racial policies in occupied territories, often combining military strategy with terror. Many field commanders facilitated massacres, deportations, and punitive operations, with their troops following orders without hesitation. The Nuremberg judges highlighted that obedience alone was insufficient as a defense, given the clearly criminal nature of directives. Evidence showed that refusal was rare and often punished, yet some soldiers did resist, indicating moral choice remained possible. By linking ideology, training, and operations, the prosecution demonstrated that the Waffen-SS's criminality was inherent. The judgment reinforced that systemic participation in genocide was legally culpable. Individual defenses varied, from claims of duress to assertions of ignorance. Some officers argued they were simply executing standard military operations on the front lines. Others claimed they had been unaware of atrocities committed in camps or behind the lines. The tribunal scrutinized these defenses rigorously, cross-referencing them with deployment records, orders, and testimonies. Conscription alone was deemed insufficient to absolve responsibility, particularly for those in leadership positions. The court emphasized that knowledge and participation, even indirectly, imposed accountability. In cases where soldiers were involved in rounding up civilians for deportation or escorting prisoners to execution sites, the evidence often contradicted claims of ignorance. Judges noted the voluntary nature of much SS service, highlighting ideological commitment alongside coercion. Legal arguments about following orders were largely rejected. By holding individuals accountable within the broader criminal framework, Nuremberg affirmed the principle of personal responsibility in wartime atrocities. The judgment against the Waffen-SS had far-reaching implications for international law. Declaring it a criminal organization established a precedent for prosecuting military units complicit in crimes against humanity. The ruling differentiated between ordinary soldiers and those actively involved in atrocities, allowing for nuanced sentencing while recognizing systemic culpability. It also clarified that ideological indoctrination did not excuse participation in genocide. Many high-ranking officers were sentenced to death or long imprisonment, while lower-ranking members faced trials in national courts. The tribunal documented the Waffen-SS's extensive involvement in both combat and extermination operations, cementing historical understanding of its dual role. Importantly, the judgment reinforced the principle that organizational membership could carry legal consequences when the entity itself was criminal. This shaped post-war justice efforts, guiding prosecutions in Europe and influencing the development of modern international law. Nuremberg's legacy persists as a benchmark for evaluating systemic atrocities. Public reaction to the Waffen-SS verdict was mixed, reflecting both horror and fascination. In occupied Europe and among Jewish communities, the ruling was a vindication of survivor testimony and a recognition of immense suffering. However, in Germany and parts of post-war Europe, some veterans and sympathizers attempted to rehabilitate the image of the Waffen-SS as apolitical soldiers. Propaganda and memoirs painted a picture of honorable troops fighting a lost war, downplaying participation in genocide. Scholars, historians, and journalists contested these claims, citing extensive Nuremberg records. The trial's findings remained authoritative, firmly documenting the criminality of the Waffen-SS. The verdict also served as a moral guidepost, reminding the world that military professionalism cannot be disentangled from ethical responsibility. Nuremberg exposed the danger of an organization that fused ideology with force. It demonstrated the need for vigilance against state-directed atrocities. Ultimately, the trial codified both historical truth and legal accountability. The Nuremberg trials concluded with an unambiguous statement about the Waffen-SS. Its structure, purpose, and actions were criminal. Beyond punishment, the trials aimed to educate, to ensure that the world recognized how ordinary men, under ideological pressure and organizational discipline, could become perpetrators of genocide. The proceedings meticulously documented atrocities, orders, and systemic participation, leaving no room for denial. They underscored that military prowess cannot excuse participation in crimes against humanity. The legacy of the judgment resonates in international criminal law, shaping tribunals for Yugoslavia, Rwanda, and beyond. Survivors' testimonies and historical documentation continue to remind the world of the Waffen-SS's dual role as combatants and executioners. By confronting collective and individual responsibility, Nuremberg offered a model for how societies can reckon with institutionalized evil. The trials also provided a moral compass for future generations, emphasizing that obedience and ideology do not absolve accountability. In declaring the Waffen-SS a criminal organization, Nuremberg codified a clear judgment: history must remember and justice must endure. After the collapse of the Third Reich, a complex struggle unfolded over how to remember the Waffen-SS, a force that had been both elite soldiers and perpetrators of atrocity. In the immediate post-war years, many former members sought to recast their service as conventional military duty, divorced from ideology or crimes. Memoirs, magazines, and veterans associations painted a picture of disciplined soldiers fighting a lost war, emphasizing battlefield prowess while minimizing participation in massacres or Holocaust activities. These narratives framed the Waffen-SS as professional warriors, akin to Wehrmacht units, contributing to the clean Wehrmacht and honorable Waffen-SS myths. Cold War politics further shaped this rehabilitation, as Western powers sought allies in Germany against the Soviet Union. Former SS members were sometimes quietly integrated into new military structures, intelligence services, or civil positions, reinforcing the notion of ideological distance. Popular culture, including films and literature, often valorized their combat performance, portraying courage and tactical skill while omitting war crimes. Public fascination with elite units helped create a romanticized memory that conflicted sharply with historical reality. Meanwhile, historians and survivors challenged these narratives, producing evidence of systemic participation in atrocities. The tension between myth and memory would dominate discussions about the Waffen-SS for decades. The process of revisionism often began with veterans associations, such as HIAG, founded in 1951 by former Waffen-SS officers. HIAG sought to influence public perception, lobbying for pension rights and exoneration in West German courts. Their publications glorified combat actions in France, the Eastern Front, and the Ardennes, while framing atrocities as exceptional, isolated incidents or the fault of SS police units. Members emphasized loyalty, discipline, and suffering, highlighting the hardships of wartime service rather than crimes. Cold War anxieties facilitated some acceptance of these narratives, as former SS members were viewed as anti-communist assets. Media outlets occasionally echoed these perspectives, portraying the Waffen-SS in heroic or tactical terms. Revisionist historians, sometimes sympathetic to these accounts, downplayed ideological indoctrination and the SS's integration into the machinery of genocide. Meanwhile, educational and museum institutions struggled to counter these narratives with documentary evidence. Survivor testimony, archival research, and war crime trials repeatedly contradicted the soldiers like any other claim. Despite these contradictions, the post-war myth persisted in some quarters of German and international discourse. Popular culture played a major role in sustaining these myths. War films, novels, and documentaries often depicted Waffen-SS units as elite, almost mythical fighting forces. Action sequences and battlefield heroism were emphasized, while systemic criminality and the ideology of the SS were largely omitted. Graphic depictions of courage and tactical skill captivated audiences, reinforcing admiration for their military capability. Video games, reenactments, and military history media later perpetuated the glorification, sometimes drawing on veterans' memoirs. These portrayals created a selective memory in which Waffen-SS soldiers were seen as professional warriors facing overwhelming odds. In some cases, this narrative overshadowed discussions of responsibility, morality, and genocide. Schools and historical institutions faced the challenge of contextualizing military performance within crimes against humanity. Survivors and historians argued that separating battlefield valor from atrocities was both morally misleading and historically inaccurate. The persistent appeal of the myth revealed the difficulty of reconciling fascination with military skill and the horror of criminal acts. Cold War geopolitics amplified the myth of the rehabilitated Waffen-SS. Western intelligence agencies recruited former SS officers for anti-Soviet operations, including espionage, training, and advisory roles. This pragmatic engagement reinforced the narrative of professional soldiers divorced from Nazi ideology. It also complicated legal and moral accountability, as former members gained positions of influence in new governments. Political debates in West Germany occasionally framed the Waffen-SS as victims of post-war justice, emphasizing punitive measures over historical context. These narratives were amplified in media and political discourse, creating a climate where questioning SS heroism was sometimes unpopular. Historians emphasized that recruitment for Cold War purposes did not erase past crimes. Public memory was further distorted by selective amnesia, emphasizing anti-communist resistance over participation in mass murder. Educational campaigns had to contend with these competing interpretations. Survivors and scholars argued that mythologizing the Waffen-SS endangered collective memory of the Holocaust. Thus, the Cold War provided fertile ground for the partial rehabilitation of a criminal organization. Revisionist claims often relied on carefully constructed personal narratives. Memoirs stressed discipline, suffering, and loyalty to comrades, while conveniently omitting participation in extermination operations or civilian massacres. Officers presented themselves as apolitical professionals, claiming orders were followed under duress or military necessity. These narratives were often repeated in veteran publications, military history forums, and public lectures. They selectively highlighted operations such as defensive battles, tactical maneuvers, or retreats, presenting them as evidence of skill and courage. Critics noted that this approach distorted historical reality, reducing systemic atrocities to footnotes. Archival evidence, war crimes trial transcripts, and eyewitness accounts consistently contradicted claims of innocence or ignorance. Yet the appeal of individual heroism over systemic accountability persisted in popular memory. Media representations reinforced these themes, blurring the line between history and myth. Over time, the soldiers, like any other narrative, became embedded in certain cultural and political contexts. Despite widespread revisionism, scholarly work and public education gradually challenged these myths. Historians meticulously documented the Waffen-SS's role in genocide, occupation crimes, and ideological warfare. Archival research highlighted the connection between frontline combat, mass shootings, deportations, and camp operations. Survivor testimonies underscored the human cost, emphasizing civilian suffering and the complicity of SS units. Museums and memorials provided counter-narratives, presenting evidence of criminality alongside battlefield history. Academic conferences and publications debated the ethics of commemoration, seeking to distinguish between military history and glorification. Educational initiatives stressed moral responsibility and ideological indoctrination, countering romanticized portrayals. International organizations emphasized that remembrance of atrocities must precede fascination with military prowess. The cumulative effect gradually eroded the post-war myth in scholarly circles. Yet popular culture and veterans networks continued to circulate partial or sanitized memories. This tension between myth and reality remains a defining feature of Waffen-SS historiography. Public debate over the Waffen-SS continued well into the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Political leaders, historians, journalists, and educators grappled with how to remember the organization without glorifying its members. Legal cases regarding pensions, honors, and veteran associations brought these issues into courtrooms. Some veterans groups persisted in promoting revisionist narratives, while Holocaust education campaigns sought to contextualize service within systemic criminality. Documentary films, exhibitions, and survivor memoirs increasingly presented a fuller picture of SS operations. Scholarly consensus emphasized that battlefield performance could not be separated from participation in atrocities. The public conversation often reflected generational divides, with older veterans clinging to myths while younger historians and educators emphasized historical evidence. Media portrayals, reenactments, and reenactor societies sometimes reignited controversy. The persistence of the myth illustrated the challenges of collective memory and moral reckoning. In every debate, the Waffen-SS remained a contested symbol of heroism and horror. Ultimately, the post-war myth of the Waffen-SS, as soldiers like any other, represents a collision between memory, politics, and historical evidence. While revisionist narratives emphasized discipline, courage, and hardship, the historical record documents systemic criminality, ideological zeal, and participation in genocide. Cold War imperatives, veterans organizations, and popular culture all contributed to shaping selective memory. Efforts to rehabilitate the Waffen-SS were often intertwined with political expediency, personal interest, and cultural fascination. Counter-narratives, driven by scholarship, survivor testimony, and archival evidence, continue to challenge these myths. The struggle to reconcile admiration for military skill with the moral imperative to remember atrocities remains central to modern historiography. Museums, schools, and memorials emphasize that honoring history does not mean glorifying crimes. As debates continue, the lessons of the Waffen-SS serve as a cautionary tale about ideology, obedience, and moral choice. Memory, justice, and historical truth remain intertwined in assessing this dark chapter of history. The persistence of myth underscores the ongoing responsibility to confront uncomfortable truths with rigor and honesty. The legacy of the Waffen-SS remains one of the most contested aspects of World War II history, intertwining memory, ideology, and morality in ways that continue to provoke debate. Across Europe and beyond, historians, educators, and journalists struggle to reconcile their battlefield reputation with the undeniable evidence of atrocities and systemic criminality. Public discourse often reflects tension between fascination with elite military units and moral condemnation of genocide. In Germany, Poland, and other countries impacted by SS operations, collective memory is shaped by both national trauma and legal frameworks prohibiting Nazi glorification. Reenactments, popular media, and video games sometimes romanticize Waffen-SS units, emphasizing uniforms, tactics, and battlefield drama while neglecting historical context. Scholars argue that such representations risk normalizing extremist ideologies and distorting public understanding. Memorial sites and museums counteract these tendencies by presenting rigorous documentation of crimes alongside operational history. Educational programs emphasize ethical reflection, teaching that technical skill cannot absolve moral culpability. Survivors and descendants of victims continue to remind the public that human cost and suffering were intrinsic to SS operations. Consequently, the Waffen-SS occupies a paradoxical place in history, admired by some, reviled by many, and deeply instructive to all. In post-war Europe, the memory of the Waffen-SS has been shaped by legal and political measures, including its classification as a criminal organization during the Nuremberg trials. These rulings established collective responsibility while allowing for individual defenses based on coerced service or lack of participation in atrocities. Nevertheless, far-right groups have occasionally invoked the Waffen-SS as a symbol of heroism, discipline, and nationalist pride, particularly in fringe neo-Nazi circles. In Germany, Austria, and Scandinavia, authorities monitor the display of SS symbols, punishing propaganda and historical revisionism that glorifies the organization. Academic historians have meticulously documented the crimes and ideological underpinnings of the Waffen-SS, challenging claims that it was merely another branch of the Wehrmacht. International scholarship emphasizes the unit's duality, battlefield effectiveness intertwined with ideological zealotry and complicity in genocide. Public exhibitions often juxtapose weaponry, tactics, and operational maps with survivor testimony, photographs, and camp documentation. This method confronts audiences with the stark contrast between combat skill and moral atrocity. Governments and educational institutions use these frameworks to prevent historical revisionism. Thus, memory of the Waffen-SS is heavily mediated, contested, and carefully contextualized. Reenactments and military hobbyist groups have contributed to the mythologization of the Waffen-SS, often focusing on uniforms, maneuvers, and unit insignia. While some participants claim purely historical interest, these activities sometimes blur the line between commemoration and glorification. Critics argue that emphasizing tactical skill without contextualizing crimes risks trivializing the moral dimension of history. Museums and academic historians have increasingly responded with interpretive exhibits, providing detailed explanations of ideology, orders, and atrocities alongside operational displays. Survivor associations have campaigned to ensure that public memory acknowledges civilian suffering, forced labor, and the machinery of genocide. Video games and cinematic portrayals often face similar challenges, as audiences are drawn to visual spectacle, while ethical context may be muted or omitted. This tension between entertainment, historical interest, and moral education highlights the complexity of Waffen-SS legacy. Contemporary debates reflect broader societal struggles over how to represent criminal organizations in popular culture. Historians emphasize that fascination with military effectiveness cannot obscure historical truth. Memory, therefore, becomes both a pedagogical tool and a moral imperative. In Germany and Poland, public discourse frequently revisits the Waffen-SS in the context of education, memorialization, and politics. Schools and universities teach about SS crimes within Holocaust studies, ensuring that young generations understand the ethical and historical stakes. Public monuments and preserved campsites serve as tangible reminders of systemic violence and civilian suffering. Far-right groups, however, occasionally attempt to rehabilitate the Waffen-SS in political rhetoric, invoking selective narratives of courage and discipline. Scholars, journalists, and civil society organizations actively counter these narratives, publishing research, hosting seminars, and curating exhibitions. The debate extends to other nations, particularly where local volunteers served in SS formations, such as the Netherlands, Belgium, and the Baltic states. National memory policies and international law intersect to prevent glorification, while also allowing for nuanced historical analysis. Media outlets report on controversies surrounding Waffen-SS memorials, reenactments, and publications. These conflicts reveal ongoing tensions between commemoration, propaganda, and truth. The Waffen-SS remains a potent symbol of both historical fascination and moral reckoning. Cultural portrayals of the Waffen-SS in literature, film, and digital media continue to spark discussion about historical responsibility. Movies often depict elite soldiers with stylized combat sequences, drawing audiences into tactical admiration. However, historians critique these portrayals for minimizing ideology, civilian casualties, and the logistical role of the SS in genocidal operations. Graphic novels, documentaries, and interactive media attempt to balance dramatic storytelling with accurate historical context. Survivor testimony and archival footage are increasingly integrated to highlight the human cost of SS actions. The contrast between battlefield heroism and atrocities underscores the challenge of portraying morally compromised organizations. Critics argue that entertainment media carries a responsibility to educate as well as engage. The persistence of Waffen-SS myth-making demonstrates the allure of military spectacle, even in the shadow of moral catastrophe. Educators and curators work to provide audiences with the ethical frameworks necessary to understand this duality. Ultimately, cultural representation reflects broader societal negotiations between fascination, remembrance, and accountability. International debates over Waffen-SS legacy also encompassed legal, ethical, and historical dimensions. Courts in several European countries have prosecuted individuals for neo-Nazi propaganda or public glorification of the SS. Historical commissions continually evaluate archives, eyewitness testimony, and forensic evidence to clarify the extent of criminal activity. Conferences, publications, and university programs explore the intersection of military history, ideology, and genocide. International law emphasizes accountability while distinguishing between coerced service, voluntary participation, and command responsibility. Memory politics, especially in Eastern Europe, highlight regional variations in how the Waffen-SS is remembered. Collaboration, nationalism, and occupation experiences complicate narratives, creating contested spaces of historical memory. Governments and NGOs promote Holocaust education, ensuring that SS atrocities remain central to collective consciousness. Digital archives and online platforms facilitate access to primary sources, countering revisionist claims. This international engagement reinforces the dual imperative of historical accuracy and moral education. Far-right and neo-Nazi groups continue to exploit Waffen-SS imagery and narratives, creating tensions in contemporary society. Uniforms, insignia, and operational histories are appropriated to evoke a sense of warrior mystique. Social media, forums, and niche publications sometimes amplify sanitized versions of SS service, focusing on discipline, tactics, or nationalism. Scholars and activists respond with rigorous documentation, fact-checking, and public awareness campaigns. Educational outreach emphasizes critical thinking, historical literacy, and the ethical consequences of glorifying criminal organizations. The contested memory of the Waffen-SS therefore becomes a site of ongoing societal negotiation, balancing remembrance, fascination, and moral responsibility. Court cases, cultural debates, and public discourse all reflect the challenge of preventing myth while fostering historical understanding. The Waffen-SS is simultaneously a cautionary tale, a historical subject of study, and a symbol misused by extremist movements. Responsible commemoration requires confronting uncomfortable truths about obedience, ideology, and complicity. Ultimately, the legacy of the Waffen-SS is inseparable from the broader history of World War II, genocide, and ideology. Memory, culture, and scholarship intersect to shape understanding of this complex and morally charged organization. Museums, memorials, and educational institutions present evidence of atrocities alongside operational history, challenging myths, and fostering reflection. Popular fascination with combat skill and elite units must be tempered by the moral imperative to remember civilian suffering and systemic crimes. Contemporary debates highlight the tension between historical curiosity, entertainment, and ethical responsibility. Survivor voices, archival evidence, and scholarship ensure that the Waffen-SS cannot be safely abstracted from its role in genocide. Legal frameworks, educational programs, and public discourse reinforce accountability while facilitating nuanced historical understanding. The Waffen-SS, therefore, remains a powerful symbol of both human capability and moral failure. Memory and history converge to ensure that lessons of ideology, obedience, and atrocity are neither forgotten nor romanticized. In studying the Waffen-SS today, society confronts the intersection of fascination, horror, and responsibility, a dynamic that will shape historical consciousness for generations to come.